Excelsior, everyone. Exodia Fic here, ready to entertain you once again with another thrilling audiobook. Today, we dive into What If Sasuke Became the Saint Wizard of Rizz, Part 2. A gripping one-shot that's sure to leave you on the edge of your seat. Before we jump in, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button to show your support. Also, be sure to check the description for more details and to support the brilliant author behind this breathtaking masterpiece. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
Chapter 6, A Confrontation with Magic. Laxus was pissed. No, he was beyond pissed. This battle was supposed to be their team's debut in the games. But the bastard just had to ruin it. He could have had it in his heart to forgive the coward if Fairy Tail B's reputation was the only thing that was in question because of what he'd done, but Fairy Tail's name itself was at stake. The blonde man stood within one of the openings to the arena with his arms crossed, face displaying a mixture of indignation and impatience, with a scowl that almost showed teeth. Laxus wasn't always a patient man. If anything, he was the exact opposite. Occasionally, though, when he felt like it, he can be the most patient and understanding guy you'll ever meet in a while. But what was currently transpiring was truly grating on his nerves and was testing his very short patience. Trying to ignore the blatant hateful insults and jabs towards his guild was like trying to ignore a colony of goblin wasps as they stung your flesh ceaselessly. He had to repeat some sort of calming mantra and undergo breathing patterns just to keep himself calm. Sometimes, Mira Jane would coddle him with calming words to help ease the growing rage. He had managed to suppress the reddening of his vision somehow. But not for long. "Do you think he'll come?" A feminine voice beside him asked. The lightning dragon slayer glanced at his left to see Mira, looking at him with a worried expression. Her worry, he could understand in earnest. Losing was never an outcome they'd come to hate, so they could tolerate a single loss. After all, they were Fairy Tail, they can just win their way to the top. The sheer scorn and derision the audience were sending their beloved guild, though, were making forbearing this situation no lesser than impossible and threatening their killer instincts from surfacing. Laxus took a calming breath and sighed in exasperation. In some ways, he could understand why he wouldn't dare show himself. He was unfortunate enough to be pitted with Juranikis himself. Even he could admit the man was superior even to himself by a large degree. Experience made him all the more formidable. But that doesn't mean he could just weasel out of a battle that he was voted to fight in such a cowardly way possible. He could have just showed up and forfeited the match. Things could have been marginally better that way. Namely, the secret fighter. Can he even be truthfully called a fighter when he's so? A poltroon was more fitting of him. A little over to Gajiel's back was Juvia. The poor girl fidgeted awkwardly, probably in concern. Both to the match and the mood they were smothered in. 30 seconds remain. The overly jovial commentator blithely sounded again, making the hand on his arm twitch uncontrollably and bare his teeth in barely restrained anger. It wasn't the commentator's fault that he was always that happy-sounding. He knew the man was only doing his job, and that his way of doing his work was with gushing positivity and merriness. But the way his tone dons a little too much happiness made him want to go out there and snap the man's neck 15 different ways. TCH. He grunted in displeasure. They may lose this round, but they can still come out. Oh no. The white-haired beauty muttered dejectedly, a live hand covering her. The clock continued ticking to finalize their loss. And after a few moments of futile waiting, time finally ran out. They'd already came into terms with the loss. But still, the way they'd lost left a bad taste in their mouths. The sound of pattering footwear was heard, and they turned around to see a man clad in a long, black-colored cloak only assassin mages and bounty hunters would choose as a primary apparel. A large had covered the entirety of his head, enshrouding his features. His entire body was concealed, barring his sandaled feet. Laxus quirked an eyebrow at the figure, realizing that this must be that raven guy his grandfather was so excited about. He looked nothing short of a thief with his choice of apart from his questionable choice of outfit. The blonde man noticed something that pressure through their nose. Magical aura concealment capable of bypassing something as potent as a dragon slayer's nose was unheard of. Or maybe this guy was just in a delusion thinking he could win a match against a wizard saint without magic. Took you long enough. The blonde dragon slayer grunted out through his teeth. To his further displeasure, the figure kept going and ignored his generous greeting, casually sauntering to their direction and walking past them as though they were never there, intentionally failing to register their presence as though they were nothing more than decorations in the background. He almost looked like a statue which can somehow walk. His gait held a relaxed and uncaring composure. Mira, who was in his way, wisely got out of the figure's path. The guy didn't even acknowledge them. 5. The scarred man seethed. Fortunately, patience and tolerance reigned supreme, and he let him go without a scuffle. Further interaction would just delay his arrival. And as much as he wanted to beat the shit out of his pompous ass, he'd rather not lose. Perhaps that was too much to ask. At the very least, he wanted to see what this guy was capable of. 4. Good luck, Raven-san. Mira shouted to him, her voice laced with encouragement he doesn't deserve. 3. As expected, Raven did not register her friendly incentive, or perhaps chose to ignore it. He simply made his way out of the gateway their team were in and out into the open battlefield. They can only do nothing but glare at his back with looks of the negative variety and hope for the best. TCH, asshole, Gajeel muttered. Laxus smirked in agreement. Mira and Juvia smiled. That they can all agree on. Oh my, it seems the judges have made their decision. Ladies and gentlemen, Raven of Fairy Tail will be given a chance to prove himself against Juranikis. We will have the long-awaited battle. Laxus smirked, even as the female members of his team sighed in relief. Looks like things went in their favor after all. Jura skillfully examined his opponent with professionalism only a wizard saint could attain. His twin black orbs assessed the cloaked man's form with a level of proficiency only a lifetime's worth of training could provide. His initial impression of him was that he was lacking. He doesn't give off the ambience of a powerful mage, nor did he look like a physically strong fighter. Not accounting the obvious absence of magic power, he did not feel nor seem like he was someone of great power. But that could be just a veil, a cover that concealed something great inside. A shroud meant to beguile and mislead enemies into thinking something he was not. He could be a wolf in a sheep's clothing, in possession of great power within. It was a primary and common tactic among fighters for ages. Enshrouding one's potential in order to trick an opponent, and then unleash that potential whenever a perfect moment was within reach. Usually effective against enemies blinded by ignorance and oftentimes arrogance. Just like how an anglerfish lures in an unsuspecting prey with its antennae and then devours when the time arrives. He was a predator pretending to be prey. His guise was impressively effective as well, almost to the point where even he could have been fooled by such third-grade strategy. Had he not have prior knowledge about this man, he would have believed him to be powerless, and that would have resulted in a shameful loss. Jura smiled to his opposition. I am glad you graced us with your presence. It is an honor to fight against you, Sasuke Uchiha. Jura greeted, his tone nonchalant. The mention of his name seemed to take his opponent by surprise, based on the sudden twitch of his hooded head. You must be wondering how or why I know you, and I promise to answer your inquiries after our battle. Is that fine? The young man relaxed. Understanding and patience are qualities a man must always have, and it seems this young man has them in abundance. He was impressed, very much so. I must warn you, young man. I will not hold back just because you fight for Fairy Tail, the wizard saint said. To accentuate his point, he flared large amounts of magic power, enough to make an experienced mage stumble back in fear. To his surprise, the man did not even flinch as the strong, oppressive power tackled his form with the bluntness of an elephant's charge. He stood where he was, rooted to his ground like an evergreen tree. The only proof of any protest was the wild fluttering of his long, black cloak. The wizard saint smiled, determined and challenging. Certainly, the things he heard about this boy did not precede him in the slightest. In response, the young mage dragged a hand and gripped the hem of his hood, and then pulled it open, revealing his face to all viewers. What he saw shocked him, just as much as the entire human population in the Colosseum, if the resounding gasps of disgust and shock were of any indication. In respect to his features, he did not express his inner repugnance and confusion. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at his opposition. Is that really how you look? Is that a magical guise? Or a mask, perhaps? Jura could not help but blurt a series of questions at the drive of curiosity clouding his mind. Who knows? Was the simple non-committal reply. Deep and cool voice spoke of confidence and collectedness one can never manage when facing a wizard saint, unless one considers himself superior to the aforementioned rank. Jura only shifted his stance even as he narrowed his eyes at the man. Is he even human? Only one way to find out. Eve was the sound that Mavis managed to release. It would have sounded adorable had any of them actually paid attention to her. All of them stood transfixed at the image currently displayed at the magical monitor. Looks of varying shock, fear, disgust, confusion, and surprise had frozen on their faces. Makarov couldn't blame them. Not one person could possibly react normally after seeing this spectacle. The third master of Fairy Tail sighed. Now what's that boy playing now? He thought, shaking his head exasperatedly. He paused briefly to recollect himself as he kept a stare down at their fighter. Jura seemed to be flabbergasted at the boy's appearance, but otherwise remained composed. Master, you didn't tell us Fairy Tail B's fighter looked like this, Urza said, perplexed. Still staring dumbly below, he answered with a shake of his head. That's because he didn't. look like that. Or did he? He was quite certain he was seeing Sasuke as a human just earlier this morning. To say the Makarov was confused would be an understatement. Never in his life had he felt so confused as he was right now. What kind of game was he playing? Is this some sort of prank, perhaps? Makarov had seen so many things in his old life. Some wondrous, other frightful. He had seen so many weird, cryptic creatures in his journeys as a wizard. He had encountered bizarre life forms that was once thought to only exist in children's tales. Hell, a senior member of Fairy Tale had the body composition of a tree. If that wasn't weird, then he didn't know what was. But even those were lacking compared to the weirdness he was seeing right now. In place of the once handsome face of the young man was now the visage of a snake. Natsu perked excitedly beside the female knight. Oh, he looks strong. I'm definitely going to fight him later. Makarov shook his head at the pink-haired boy's energetic attitude. But something more important was needing his attention. The master subconsciously wondered what made him think disguising himself, or at least his head, as a serpent was a good idea. What was even the reason for that? Craning his neck to look to his right, the old master took Macao's glued attention from the magical monitor. Macao, I know I'm getting old, and I'm sure I've gotten rather senile. But did I imagine him having a very human, completely not snake-like face when I met him? Was this how he looked earlier? Was I under the false impression that he was a good-looking young man I thought I saw, and not this? Makarov asked, consumed in the unpleasant awareness of the possibility that he was starting to hallucinate due to old age. But then again, he was sure that old age doesn't cause one to hallucinate. At least, he had never experienced it as a senior before. He wasn't the best psychologist around, though, so maybe it was, who knows? The purple flame mage slowly shook his head. I can guarantee you, master, that you weren't imagining things. He replied, gaze returning to the screen as he crossed his arms. Whatever that is, it must be some sort of a mask. Perhaps a lesser branch of transformation or takeover magic. The veteran mused. The master of Fairy Tale let out a long, winded sigh. At least he was for certain that he wasn't visualizing his imagination. Mama, that's Sasuke and Ai-chan, right? His clothes are the same, but he doesn't look like a scary, icky lizard before. The poor child sounded pretty distressed. The fact that her hero was now as handsome as a garden snake must have truly been such a shock to her. I don't know, Asuka-chan. I really don't know, was her mother's reply. That certainly is Sasuke. Beside the mother-daughter duo, Lucky voiced out. I mean, the clothes look too identical. I'm not sure what's going on with that head, though. Her scrunched-up features softened as she looked at the little girl in her mother's arms. Don't you worry, Asuka-chan. I'm sure that's just one of Sasuke and Ai-chan's awesome magic. Lucky reassured the girl with a comforting smile. Asuka nodded, seemingly convinced. The bespectacled girl looked calm enough, but the master could tell she was just as disturbed by this unexpected revelation. Makarov watched in morbid curiosity as Sasuke seemed to reply to whatever Jura had said to him. Oh God, the snout was even moving up and down in a parroted speech pattern as the young man spoke. It looked too real, and even functioned realistically just like a serpent's head would. So the possibility of it being a mask can safely be thrown out the window. Makarov was an understanding old man. Sasuke must have a reason for changing his appearance. Could have at least chosen a much less disquieting animal to guise himself, though? It must be for good reason. The black-haired youth wasn't daft after all. He continued to watch the oncoming battle intently. The least this troublesome young man could do was give them a battle of epic proportions. Something that he can truly enjoy watching and, of course, win the match. Little did they know, the ninja was doing it partly for shits and giggles. Sasuke was on a field day. His little surprise had been perhaps a little too effective. The shouts of shock, confusion, and uncertainty served to greatly amuse him. Overall, their reaction had been funny, priceless even. For a world filled to the brim with mysterious creatures and magical beings, it seemed to lack something as simple as a human with the head of an animal, which to him was a rather tame hypothetical creature compared to the monstrosities he had learned to walk this planet. He had been chuckling under his hinged head at their reaction, barely suppressing a full-blown laughter from breaking out. Thankfully, he had recollected himself. A little more and the hinge's mouth would have bobbed up and down awkwardly like a plastic toy. Since Sasuke had never used hinge extensively enough for him to have total control, or allow flexibility to a hinge that contained more details than his own overall anatomy, like extra limbs and appendages. Fortunately, he had enough control for the hinge's features to look somewhat realistic and its muscular motions authentic. A slight ruffling sound shifted Sasuke's attention to his opponent, who had changed his lower body stance to a more ready position while still crossing his arms. After a brief moment of assessment, Sasuke had determined his opponent to be the physical type. since his features and stature irrevocably screamed strong in any way you see the guy. From the bulging muscles underneath the traditional hakama he donned, to the calm and serene poise, one that veteran warriors possesses, which also seemed all the ready to spring forward into an assault despite the nonchalance. He was a fighter, adept in hand-to-hand and close proximity combat. Probably relies on overpowering his opponents with fast and destructive strikes in melee range. His magic was still unknown. According to the rules Macau made him read earlier, this was a friendly competition and not a fight to the death. So he would have to prevent overpowering him to the ground. Martial combat and some application of ninjutsu would be the best power set to employ. There was a short pause as both sides sized each other. Then in a burst of sand and dirt underneath the wizard's feet, Jura vanished from his original position. And in the blink of an eye, crossed the distance between him and the cloaked man in a flash of extreme speed. Raven didn't even have time to put up his defenses as the saint's fist reeled back and barreled into his serpentine face. A small shockwave was produced as the older man's empowered punch mercilessly connected with the snakehead snout. The reptilian's face immediately caved in as Jura's fist smashed his opponent into the ground, burying his head under shattered rubble and dirt. Nonplussed by the small burst of dust, the Earth Mage casually separated his fist from the presumably defeated foe before backing away in slow, confident strides, awaiting for the declaration of victory. For longer than a few moments, the spectators, the judges, and Fairy Tale themselves was quieted, struck frozen at the events below. One could probably hear the sound of a pin dropping with the stillness and silence that passed for a few seconds. Then, as if coming back to reality, booming shouts of cheers and praises rang loud through the arena, realizing that the wizard saint had snagged a swift, unexpected victory. Amazing! In one blindingly fast motion, Jura had defeated Raven in a single punch. Such strength, such speed. Is this the power of a wizard saint? The exuberant commentator boomed through the microphone, sounding all too happy as always, even as his voice was mixed with apparent shock. Indeed, a mage of Jura's caliber is capable of such feats. But still, this was quite a bit shocking. One of the judges, Yajima, sounded. At Fairy Tale, Makarov's immediate reaction was to slack his jaw, so fast that he wouldn't be surprised if it got dislocated. His eyes widening at comical proportions at the not-so-expected turn of events. Fairy Tale B's fighter, his champion, his trump card, had just been defeated just like that. Rather casually, he might add. Was this real, or was he seeing things again? His mind, or his eyes must have been playing games with him. In action to his desperate theory, he gingerly rubbed his eyes, attempting to refresh his sight, before glancing at the supposedly concluding battle. Was that even a battle? With narrowed eyes for further clarity. Unfortunately for the master, the events down below remained true. Sasuke, the slayer of Tortuga, was defeated. How could this be? Was his reputation among the guild all horrid exaggerations? Was his alleged victory over Tortuga a big, fat lie? Was he not as strong as he initially calculated he'd be? Did he make an absurdly huge miscalculation? Casting a shamefaced glance to the first direction, the current master found himself raising an eyebrow. Under normal circumstances, Mavis would have already bore holes on his face with an accusatory glare after witnessing the fighter he recruited to fight instantly go down. Especially since he boasted too much that he was unbeatable and that he's the strongest mage in the games. But it more than just surprised him that the blonde girl wasn't glaring at him. Instead, her emerald eyes were narrowed, staring at the fight as it neared its end, as if assessing the way the fight had unfolded. As if something was wrong with it, something was amiss. As though intending to decipher what truly occurred underneath what's displayed. With critical eyes, she examined the spot where the two combatants stood and laid. Then suddenly, she jerked her head as she widened her eyes, as if realizing something. At this, Makarov inwardly questioned Mavis' behavior. After all, was it not brutally obvious that the young man had lost? It seems as clear as the day that things turned out the way they saw it. Or was he missing something? What made the first so investigative all of a sudden? Then, as if hearing his mind, Mavis spoke. Can you not see, Makarov-kun? The fight is not over yet. With eyes devoid of any emotion, she scanned the battlefield as she softly muttered those words. Snapping his eyes towards the first master, he set an inquisitive look at her. What? He blurted in reply, confused. It's not that he hadn't heard or understood what the diminutive master was trying to tell him. It's just that believing the first master's words was proving to be a hard task. Saying that the fight would still persist even though their fighter was very clearly out cold was something only a desperate person would say. He probably even suffered severe concussion with the way his head was forcefully shoved to the ground. But then again, this was Mavis Vermillion, the renowned fairy tale strategist, the best detective to ever grace Earthland. If anyone's gotten a grasp of what's truly happening, then it would be her. So with renewed resolve and vigor, Makarov returned to watching the battle. Was she saying that Sasuke was faking it? Maybe an illusion? Master Mavis, you said that the fight isn't over yet. Can you clarify on what you mean? It was Urza who asked the question, sounding very curious at the master's assumption. Just wait and see, Urza-chan. Several moments after, the fairy tale strategist was, once again, proven right, much to their surprise and bewilderment. Standing a few feet behind the bald mage was the serpent-headed boy, as relaxed and composed as before. He stood there, as if his opponent's previous feat of impressive combat speed and strength didn't matter, like it was of no concern to him. It was like nothing happened to him at all. Or maybe nothing really happened to him. What's this? It seems that Raven had somehow avoided Jura's attack. As you can see, folks, he is AK. What do you think happened there, Jenny-san? I'm not so sure myself. It must have been illusion or clone magic that he used. Otherwise, it's unclear what he'd done. A feminine voice replied, her voice unusually less jovial. Domus Flow was pervaded with mutterings of surprise and uncertainty. And within moments, it evolved into full-blown cheers and roars accompanied with clamorous applause. Clearly pleased that the fight was still ongoing. At this, the smirk on Mavis' lips couldn't be more apparent. Impressive, I suppose. Widening his eyes, Jura whirled around only to find his opponent standing there nonchalantly. Disquieting yellow serpentine gaze stared at him as if in mockery to his previous feat. He wasn't an expert in comprehending animal emotions based on their physical appearance and muscle contractions, but he could vaguely see certain twitches and curves that suggested smugness from underneath the scales. But whatever this man was feeling was not important, though. The question here was how there were currently two of them. Clone-based magic? As to ascertain his theory, Jura looked back at the serpent man's down form. The fact that the body was still there proves that he indeed used some sort of cloning magic. The body then proceeds to disappear in a puff of white smoke. Returning his eyes to the cloaked figure, he spoke. Is that your magic? Cloning? Jura asked. His voice did not contain such, but he was more than a little disappointed. If he was the slayer of Tortuga, then believing that he slew the monster by outnumbering a mountain-sized monster with puny clones would be the same as believing that a colony of ants was capable of slaying an adult Vulcan. He could create tens of thousands of clones, and it still wouldn't do much if the target could just stomp around them or rapid-fire gigantic bullets of water. If he remembered correctly, the turtle's armor was incinerated. He uses fire-based magic as his main, and cloning as his secondary? Perhaps. The serpent man hedged. Seems he don't plan on telling him. But that was fine. He'll just have to force him to use his magic. I see. Very well then. Seems that I have to take the battle seriously. Jura declared as he parted his crossed arms and assumed a martial arts stance. The wizard's saint exerted tremendous force to his leg muscles and feet. Veins bulged and muscles enlarged from under his robes. And with a beastly grunt, he propelled himself towards his enemy at speeds that even his fellow wizard saints wouldn't be able to replicate, leaving a miniature-sized crater from where he was standing a fraction of a second before. Jura cocked a magically empowered fist and aimed at the man's disguised visage, fully expecting his attack to land, and hopefully leave his opponent very little time to leave behind a clone to substitute with this time. He was not the fastest mage, but he was far faster than most. A brief slapping sound echoed across the arena as Raven's hand went up and caught his fist. Jura was collected enough to mask his surprise as he withdrew his fist, backpedaled, and then aimed another blow at the serpent man's side. It was a kick this time, which, to his excitement and exasperation, got blocked yet again by a casually raised forearm. He's fast, Jura acknowledged, impressed. All of a sudden, far faster than he could normally react, the serpent's arm extended, his fingers spread open. His hand was upon his throat in less than a blink of an eye. In the heat of adrenaline rush, Jura's reaction time tripled instinctively. He saw the hand going up on him as if ready to rip his esophagus out. Jumping away would require leg muscle strength, which his hand was faster. So instead, he weaved a single magical sign to defend and retaliate. At his command, the ground shook and burst out from it 4 cylindrical pillars of earth, moving fast enough to intercept his opponent's movement, striking like vexed vipers. Raven avoided the pillars of earth by immediately retracting his outstretched hand and jumping back. But the earthen pillars weren't invoked just to defend, and just like heat-seeking missiles, they pursued for the enemy, moving at speeds that would have outran most mages. With a single move of his finger, Jura commanded more earth-made pillars to do his bidding, multiplying from 4 to 8, to 16, to 24. There were dozens of them, relentlessly chasing down the cloaked man. With feline swiftness, the serpent-headed mage expertly dodged, ducked, and weaved as cylindrical earth beset him from all sides. Still, even with overwhelming number, none could catch the serpent. In fact, he looks as though he was merely playing around. All movements exerted with no effort at all. Time and time again, the pillars failed to make contact with his opponent. His every movement was graceful and fluid, but at the same time, it was also relaxed and calm. He moved around with a trained assassin's accuracy and a wind mage's speed. And it seems that his pillars only served to bore the man. In a testament of pure skill and highly trained instincts, the bald man crouched to avoid the fist that suddenly appeared right in front of his face from connecting and potentially breaking his nose. How did he dash? Jura's thoughts was cut off when the man's feet came inches from his face, intending to serve the fist's purpose. He was fast enough to block the blow by crossing both his arms in front of his head. The force of the attack might have been blocked, but the strength behind it still propelled him several meters away. Wincing as he shrugged the sharp sting felt in his arm, the muscular man straightened himself up, keeping a measuring stare at his opposition. He is fast, perhaps too fast, he mused. One moment his earth pillars were hot on his trail, the next he had destroyed them and somehow traversed the distance in what seemed like an instant. See, can you believe this, folks? Juraniki's was forced back with just mere punches and kicks. Could the renowned Iron Rock Jura finally met his match? Came the booming voice of the excited commentator, followed by the excited cheers of the audience. He watched with utmost caution and alert as his opponent's relaxed posture shifted into a more combat-ready stance. The rock mage curiously kept an eye at him as the cloaked man took a step forward, then another step, and then disappeared from sight. The saint panicked for a second, frantically turning his head in all directions as he tried to predict where the man might strike. With a calming breath, he forced the feeling of panic down and closed his eyes in concentration. There were battles you can overcome without the need of your sight, using nothing but his magically empowered hearing. It served its purpose, as he heard a faint sound of shifting sands at his 6 o'clock. With a mental invocation, a slab of highly condensed wall of earth rose up from the ground and hindered the incoming punch aimed at the back of his head from reaching its target. The wall of earth promptly shattered under the force, but it slowed the attack enough that Jura had managed to whirl around and invoke another spell. Jumping back to gain distance, the mage extended one of his arms, the index and middle finger outstretched towards the target. Iron Rock Fist. The gesture prompted a gigantic arm made of earth to emerge directly in front of the saint and instantly shot towards the cloaked serpent like a long, elastic hammer. By simply dodging to the left, Raven avoided the intricately designed rock gauntlet. But like the earthen pillars from before, the fist merely changed its course and persisted on the pursuit. A little application of magic power and the fist's speed was amplified. But if the young man's speed and the fist's speed were to be compared to that of the hare and the turtle, then right now, the speed difference between the two was like that of a hare and a slightly motivated turtle. In other words, it barely made any difference. The serpent-headed mage was very agile, absurdly so. He was gracefully nimble on his feet and quick to act to whatever comes his way. Heck, there were instances where his opponent vanishes from his sight completely, as though teleporting. He would have assumed it was invisibility if it weren't for the flaps of gust he creates every time it happens. He was fast, and that's probably an understatement. Jura rose an eyebrow as the black-clad mage abruptly halted on his dash. He stood on his ground, as if uncaring at the massive fist made of condensed earth that moved faster than supersonic speeds, sought to make him nothing more than a red puddle on the ground. The wizard saint observed him for the briefest moment, noticing that his back was slightly hunched as he faced the fist-shaped missile. He was going to meet the attack head-on, he realized. Of course, tackling this particular attack was not someone, no matter how powerful, should be doing. The fist had enough potency to shatter through hills. Nothing short of idiocy could describe such an action. So imagine his surprise when the man casually shot from where he stood and met the attack head-on with an unnaturally powerful soccer kick, with indomitable force that immediately rendered the earthen fist into countless shattered chunks of the same material. He was dumbfounded at the display. How one could meet his Iron Rock Fist and destroy it with nothing more than physical strikes. With one physical strike, the explanation eludes him. This was something to be pondered later on. Although remembering that this person was one of the possible suspects for slaying Tortuga made his feats to this moment a little easier to comprehend. Iron Rock Fist was one of the more powerful spells in his arsenal, capable of smashing through city blocks like pole hammer through blocks of ice. The attack was one of the sturdiest earth elemental spell, but his opponent destroyed it with mere physical force. Anything packing less power than his Iron Rock Fist might just get shrugged like nothing. He had to use more powerful spells. Jura watched with equal amounts of curiosity and wariness as his cloaked opponent seemed to weave hand signs at insane speeds, and then slightly widened his eyes as the serpent-headed man briefly inhaled an intake of air and then spat out a ridiculously large fireball at him. So it's true, Jura thought as he glared at the increasing blaze of flaming orb, concluding that Fairy Tail's newest member does indeed use fire magic. Although this spell was far from being powerful enough to slay primordial beasts, this is no ordinary magical fire, the wizard surmised. Even from a considerable distance, Jura could feel the heat wafting out from the attack. It's as if he was exposed to the sun's heat itself. Jura had tackled his fair share of fire attacks before in his life. None of them bypassed his impenetrable defense. The strongest fire he could conceivably compare this particular fire with was to the salamander's fire, which could melt thick steel in mere seconds and incinerate large buildings, or so he'd heard. And he was confident he would be able to successfully defend himself against the salamander's fire. Talus, Jura muttered, as rock pillars rose from underneath, surrounding him in all sides with formations of earthen columns. A twitch of his pointing finger triggered more pillars into rising in front, thickening the amount of pillars summoned. He briefly wondered if conjuring this much earth would be too much, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. This defensive spell had proven itself time and time again as very effective against elemental attacks, particularly projectile ones. Very few had broken past this defense, and all of them had been wizard saints like him. And even then, those few were not able to reach his form. Earth met fire, resulting in a moderately sizable explosion. Fire spread throughout the clustered earth pillars. Some made it pass through the many small openings of the first layer, but snuffing out as soon as it reaches the next. The wizard saint watched with caution as the flames eventually made it past the first layer of pillars, melting and incinerating them under its immense heat. What kind of fire is this? Jura whispered in alarm. Most fire attacks would have already died down by now. Most fire-based spells he'd encountered would have already acquiesced to the superior defense that is his earth. But this fire wasn't most fire. He'd been quick to admit how superior this attack compared to the rest he'd managed to subjugate with his earthen splendor. As most fires would have already weakened and died out, his opponent's fire raged on, continuously chipping damage to the second layer of earth columns. The flames persisted, gradually making it to the third layer. To his relief, the flames finally stopped working its way through his defense as soon as it reached the third and last layer of his defensive spell, and thick smoke arose from the area. After a few moments, the wind had completely dispersed the smoke, revealing the heavily disheveled state of the part of the battlefield that took the full brunt of the younger man's fire attack. The ground was heavily charred, as black as obsidian, and sheaves of melted earth strewn about untidily in the area. Jura briefly beheld the damage wrought upon by his opponent's flames, mentally commenting about its very impressive and lethal power. The wizard saint was abruptly cut off from his observation when his instincts screamed at him to avoid from something dangerous coming his way. Trusting his well-honed battle instincts, he quickly sidestepped to the left, just in time to see a punch run through the empty space where his head had occupied mere moments ago, narrowly missing its mark. To his further trepidation, the strike seemed to produce shockwaves seemingly just from the force alone. Had that blow landed where it's supposed to, he would have surely been knocked out and lost the fight. Making use of the momentum gathered from his dodge turn, Jura promptly exited from his opponent's striking distance by propelling himself away with a leap backwards, making room to recover and devise a stratagem. But the black-clad man did not slacken in his assault. To Jura's shock, the Uchiha suddenly appeared in front of him, just as his feet touched the ground. Once again, the saint was reminded of his opponent's immense speed, something he should be wary of. Countering his speed proved to be a Herculean challenge thus far. The best thing he could manage against it was to somehow react to his attacks in time. Jura stared challengingly at the serpent mage, noting the vaguely recognizable expression of smugness adorning the serpent's scaly features. His bright, yellowish gaze stared at him in turn, as though a hungry cobra staring down at a cornered rabbit, like a predator about to devour a prey. The young man's single hand was clenched tight in a fist, as if getting ready to strike once more. And he did. Jura cursed under his breath when the Uchiha's fist seemingly ignored space as it traversed the distance to his face in an instant. He was fortunate enough that he was able to tilt his head to the side, avoiding an untimely loss. Before the serpent-headed mage could fully retract his arm, Jura had already prepared an empowered fist aimed at the ninja's right ribcage. His magically empowered fist sailed through the air like a bullet straight to his target's side. Jura only aimed to do minimal damage, maybe crack a few ribs or so. Enough to force the young man to stop fighting the battle, or at least inflict enough damage to deter his movements even for a little bit. Even a slight hamper to his opponent's slick movement would do wonders for the Wizard Saint. On the other hand, aiming to strike with crippling damage would no doubt end the fight. Jura wasn't hailed as one of the greatest martial artists in Earthland for nothing. His physical blows contained enough blunt force to down a fully grown wyvern down, and a full-on direct attack from him was considered a fatal strike most of the time. He was unparalleled in sheer martial prowess, and his techniques and skills was to be feared by many. But Jura decided against it. His main objective was to do battle with one of the suspects for Tortuga's demise. He was to fight Sasuke Uchiha as much as possible to prove his authenticity, and to gather substantial intel regarding the Uchiha's powers and abilities, as well as his strength and physical fortitude. And so far, his adversary did not disappoint. The Wizard Saint widened his eyes when he felt something subdue his fist, just as it was to land on his foe's side. With a suppressed grimace, Jura looked down at his limb to find that the serpent mage's hand had grabbed him by the forearm like a vice grip, completely restraining his fist from going further, with such force that he felt his bones creak under the pressure. Hearing his foe's clothes flap in the air due to movement, the saint forced his dark eyes to snap away from his arm and look at his left flank. The black-clad mage's sandaled feet sped towards his jaw. The earth mage had anticipated the blow somewhat, and was speedy enough to block the offending appendage from shattering his jawbone with a deftly raised forearm. Jura bit back the urge to growl in pain as the man's kick sent signals of excruciating pain to his arm. With a forceful pull, the magic user had managed to free his right arm from the Uchiha's grasp. At the same time, the serpent had returned to his original stance. Then they struck again. For several more seconds, the Wizard Saint and Fairy Tail Beast fighter exchanged blows. Understandably, the Uchiha threw more blows than the Earth user, being the faster of the two, some of them hitting their mark. But Jura persistently ignored the pain and threw his own batch of punches and kicks. The pain he was feeling all over would have been unbearable for even the most durable and enduring of mages, but he was a magnitude more durable and enduring than most of those mages. The earthbending mage had to avoid outright blocking or even parrying extensively, else he'll leave his hands and arms useless and battered in the process. Dodging was a preferable option. But then again, dodging his blows was another challenge altogether, and not a particularly easy challenge at that. Several seconds had passed since they engaged in close-quarters combat. And Jura, despite being the unparalleled genius in combat that he was, slowly came to an adverse discovery. Jura considered himself strong. He was the strongest among the Wizard Saints in terms of physical might. An undeniable fact. Once he had held a falling granite building and lifted it for a good 2 minutes to save the people underneath from getting crushed under its weight. That had earned him praises from normal folks and mages alike across the country for his top-tier strength and physical capabilities. And stories were told of his peerless might. But against the Uchiha, Jura was genuinely surprised to find himself trounced at every turn. Blow for blow, the black mage utterly overwhelmed him in both strength and skill. It's as if his strength was subpar compared to his opponent's own. Every time he blocked a hit, the saint would immediately withdraw whatever part of his body he used to block with due to the sheer bursts of agony he received. And there would never be any time at all to cradle his aching body parts during the exchange, to at least ease the pain. The Uchiha's combat speed was too fast that Jura was barely able to react at all, and he was having a suspicion that Sasuke was allowing him to. More than that, every strike pushed him a few paces back due to the force contained within every blow. And every time he failed to dodge or block, his blows would hit him so painfully that he had to flare his magic to suppress the pain signals. The wizard had to fight the urge to recoil every few moments, and it felt like every fiber of his very being was on conflagration. He was rapidly losing ground. But perhaps the most curious thing Jura had noticed was that the cloaked figure managed all of those with a single arm. Ugh! The wizard Saint grunted in pain as a kick slipped past his guard and hit him in his left ribs. And based on that low, almost indistinguishable cracking sound which came out after, he had no doubts that the hit had cracked several ribs as a result. Jura had to refocus his blurry mind and shove the pain aside as the Uchiha attempted to backhand him in the face. Jura blocked it with an open palm, passively ignoring the recoil pain as he retaliated by throwing a straight jab to the serpent's face. The hit landed on the snout and caused his foe to reel back a little. The bald mage had determined that engaging in a close-quarters fight with the serpentine mage was a losing battle. So he wasted no time and used his opponent's brief disoriented state to jump back and disengage. Physically overpowering him was an impossibility and can safely be thrown out the window. He would have to fight using magic for the rest of the fight at a safe distance. The wizard saint just hoped he had enough magic power to spare. Instantly after the bald wizard landed a preferable distance away from his cloaked foe, he formed a magical hand sign. Iron rock spikes. The black-clad fighter only had enough time to briefly spare a cursory glance at the earth-made spikes that suddenly emerged from underneath his feet as it quickly latched onto his limbs, preventing him from making even the slightest twitch of motion. Jura had specifically poured more magic power into those spikes, making them considerably more durable. With another twitch of a finger, Jura commanded more to surface, restraining his opponent's torso and neck for good measure. Satisfied, Jura then joined his hands together, invoking one of the most damaging offensive spells in his arsenal. Rumbling Mount Fuji. The saint muttered lowly. Jura had no doubt in his mind that this spell would potentially inflict considerable damage to the young man. As unlike most of his spells, this particular spell does not involve any earth manipulation to perform. While most earth elemental spells were dangerous enough in their own right, they however can't compare to this attack. As most earth spells mainly focuses on blunt force and piercing power, damaging the opponent with heavy, dull blows, or precise and accurate strikes. This spell, in comparison, uses raw magic power to attack the target. If he willed it, he could disintegrate anything, and especially anyone caught within its range, leaving nothing of the victim but mere ashes. Fortunately for the young Uchiha, Jura wasn't in any shape or form inclined to cause him death, so he had considerably lessened the magic power he poured into the spell, making it a magnitude less powerful than the otherwise full-powered and usually fatal version of the attack. The ground beneath Raven's feet began to rumble violently like an onset of a strong earthquake. Then, like a stream of holy light bursting from the ground to the sky, raw magic power surged from below, reducing the ground underneath the fairy tale's fighter in rubbles. The release of immensely powerful magic power utterly overwhelmed the Uchiha's form as it disappeared inside the spell's radius. Jura watched the scene cautiously. He could feel the intensity of his spell from his spot, which was good. It meant the potency of the spell would not leave his opponent undamaged. Unless, of course, he had the durability to take the focused version of an attack capable of widespread destruction that could reach several kilometers in range. The surge of magic power continued its ascension for 20 seconds more before dying down, leaving thick traces of Jura's powerful magic around the affected area. The wizard saint eyed the result of his handiwork with an observing stare. The sheer destruction wrought by the spell made him feel slightly proud of his magical prowess. Large pieces of shattered rubble pieces scattered the area, and a wide, smoking crater had been dug as a result. This had been done with a weakened version of the attack. He could only imagine what would happen to Domus Flow if he used the full-powered version. He snapped away from his thoughts when he noticed something was wrong as he observed the battered arena. He surveyed left and right to find that the Uchiha had gone missing. Not inside the blast crater, nor anywhere in the battlefield for that matter. That spell, no matter the power it contained, shouldn't be capable of disintegrating his foe, as he only poured enough power in it to harm, and not to a lethal extent. What? Jura whipped his head in all directions, scanning the arena for the cloaked figure with a small feeling of bubbling panic inside. To his frustration, he could not find the boy anywhere. Even his presence was gone, or at least had been expertly concealed to the point where even he, a wizard saint, a powerful censor, couldn't sense him. It's as if he has vanished from Domus Flow altogether. Jura calmed his nerves down and flared his magic-empowered senses, expanding its reach until it reached the corners of the arena, but still could not determine where his opponent was hiding. Where could he have possibly hidden himself when he was nowhere to be seen in the arena? Jura expanded his sensory scale outside the arena, reaching the outermost parts of the building itself. The wizard saint couldn't suppress an aggrieved growl when he still couldn't sense him. The only logical explanation would be that the Uchiha had ran from the fight and got out of Domus Flow where his senses could not reach. But he doubted that severely. It looks like Raven of Fairy Tale B has vanished completely without trace. Oh, where could he possibly be, folks? The commentator voiced out. Where indeed? Jura mused. If he was nowhere inside the battlefield, then perhaps he has hidden himself somewhere his sight could not reach. Perhaps that's why he chose to conceal his presence, so as to blind him completely. In a clueless fight against a phantom. In that case, he's still in the battlefield, just out of sight. Perhaps he's overhead? The wizard saint warily, but quickly looked up to find the space above him completely empty, much to his disappointment. If he was not in the air, then perhaps. It was then that the bald wizard's well-honed senses suddenly got overloaded by the familiar ambient presence of the Uchiha. barreling into him with the force of a cargo truck. His thoughts was harshly cut off as he realized where it was coming from. Instinctively, he faced the ground as fast as he could. After he did so, Jura could only do nothing but to widen his eyes in shock. The ground in front of him suddenly erupted. Bursting out from underneath was the eerie sight of the serpent-headed Uchiha. The very first thing Jura had observed was the Uchiha's serpentine features. His face was downright arrogant and victorious. Yellow, slitted eyes shone a triumphant glint, and his wide, menacing mouth curving up in a very noticeable smirk. His face irrevocably said, "Got you," like a paintball to the wizard saint's face. The Earth Mage subconsciously remarked how unnatural and unnerving the sight was. Jura was so busy observing his opponent's visage that he was completely unaware of the fist that sailed towards his unguarded chin in an uppercut. The speed of the cloaked figure's ascension from the ground beneath, coupled with the element of surprise, did not serve to aid the magic user in the slightest. So it was utterly understandable that the Uchiha's fist had successfully landed where it was supposed to land unmitigated. The fist collided with Jura's chin, resulting in a very loud, ear-piercing plaque sound. And a shockwave was immediately generated, sending gusts of wind around them. The saint grit his teeth as a passive reaction to the blow as his teeth violently clacked and clattered with each other. Jura didn't even feel the pain as the blow forcefully rocked his head backwards and propelled his body several meters in the air. Ugh! The mage managed to gasp out, desperately reeling himself out of unconsciousness, but seemed as though he was in a losing battle. Jura was rapidly blacking out. He continued to rise, his body limp and paralyzed, hopelessly trying to get his limbs to move and recover, but couldn't. It seemed that his opponent had hit him stronger than he thought, if even he could be stunned by the brilliantly executed surprise attack. Jura's head was out of whack. His brain had been thoroughly stirred inside his skull. The sheer concussive force of the blow shaking his very mind astir, making him severely disoriented beyond words. Still, even as he sailed through the air, one particular thought surfaced in his mind. One that was both ridiculous and humorous. He can swim underground. The Earth Mage finally reached the peak of his ascension and has now started to descend. He was flummoxed, though. He had known at that short moment where the Uchiha was going to attack, but was just too slow. He got caught unaware and was utterly guardless against such an unexpected, yet simple attack. He had immediately admitted, though, that it was his own fault for being far too slow. Or maybe he was not slow, but the young man was just too fast. His reaction time had been tested to its absolute limits, but yet failed him. And to think that he was confident with his speed. Seems being a wizard saint had possibly gone to his head. This would have been wholly unacceptable under normal circumstances. Right now, though, he was quite possibly in the biggest fight he's had yet, with a very powerful opponent at that. With a thud, Jura painfully landed on his back. Eyes wide open in wonder, teeth grit tight, and body frozen stiff. Limbs twitching ever so slightly. As one might expect, the completely unexpected and unfathomable event elicited a stadium-wide series of gasps. Their faces in aghast, their eyes wide open like saucers, and their jaw dropped rather comically. Jura couldn't give a damn to the crowd's reaction with his current state, though. Jura coughed loudly. That blow had been too strong, almost too much for him to handle. It had only been because of his magic power strengthening his body to ridiculous levels. That had prevented his entire jaw, and maybe some parts of his skull, from shattering under the hit. At least he'd been successful in keeping himself awake. The adrenaline finally subsided, and Jura had to grit his teeth even more to suppress the immense pain that flooded his body right after. Magic power rushed to the most affected area like blood through his veins, effectively numbing most of the pain that he was currently feeling. With a pained grunt, he tried to move his arms, finding out that he still can't move an inch. He tried moving his legs, but to no avail. He realized that he was still paralyzed, like a mouse on a fly trap. Damn, not good, he thought grimly. Jura had tried moving his limbs again, but all he could manage was slight twitches as a result. Could this be real? Am I seeing this right? Jura Nikis, the Iron Rock Mage, one of the 10 wizard saints, has been knocked out and is gravely hurt. Can you believe this, folks? Jura's ears were still ringing, yet he still heard the commentator's booming voice. And he realized that he'd still been lying on the ground with no signs of getting up. The saint grimaced and started pushing himself up again. He idly noticed that the crowd still made no sound. Witnessing a famous wizard saint get knocked into the air to almost unconsciousness must have been too much of a shock to them. Still, he was a wizard saint. He had overcome insurmountable odds like this in the past and came back even stronger. He was far stronger than this. He'd be damned if he let himself be defeated so easily. His opponent may be leagues more powerful than he is, but he wasn't going down without a hard-fought battle. And besides, he had yet to gather enough intel. The mage grunted as he pushed himself up in a sitting position. Pain crashed down on him, coursing through his bones and muscles due to exertion. The wizard saint, despite having been at the receiving end of it, couldn't help but admire the young man's strength. For as long as he remembered, he had always been quite durable. Once he'd been hit by an explosion spell at point-blank range, so powerful that the impact shoved him through several large buildings at high speeds. Yet he came back up with nary a scratch on his person. And he recalled one occasion a few years ago that a small hill had been quite literally dropped on his head in one of his missions. He came out from underneath the shattered remains of the hill with minimal injuries at best that weren't even noticeable at first glance. Both instances he'd gone and survived looking no worse for wear right after. And yet a simple uppercut managed to damage him to this extent. Jura wanted to laugh, but his throat was itchy and sore. Worry not, folks. It seems that Jura is wide awake and is now in the process of getting up. The commentator boomed, voice sounding hopeful. To think that Jura of all people was hurt by such an attack. It must have been unbelievably powerful to knock Iron Rock Jura off his feet and stun him like that. Yajima mused over his microphone. Indeed, I've never seen Jura actually get hurt like this. Jenny's voice sounded as though she was having a difficult time understanding what she had witnessed. Jura, Jura, Jura. The crowd chanted his name like a unified orchestra, hoping to encourage the man. They cheered loudly. Shouts of praises and encouragement resonated inside the stadium of Domus Flau as though a loud, unsynchronized incantation. Not long after, the entire place practically buzzed with the noisy, clamorous cheering from the entire non-mage population. It was overwhelmingly loud that vibrations could be felt on the ground. You can do it. Kick his ass, Jura. You're the best, Jura. You can win this. We believe in you, Jura. The saint, despite the pain that hounded his body, still managed to smile at this. He guessed this was one of the perks you'll get from being a wizard saint. People become loyal to you, almost to an unbelievable degree, and outright ignores your weak points as a mage. He had to admit, it felt nice. Hundreds of people cheering you on was quite flattering, yet also much needed in his current condition. With renewed vitality, he doubled his effort on getting up. That's right. It's unbecoming of me to lose this quickly. The wizard thought as he forced his still slightly paralyzed legs to do his bidding. The cheerful calls and roars from the audience also seemed to heighten his determination. And soon enough, Jura was back on his feet, albeit a little wobbly. And up he goes. Jura is up and kicking, folks. The cheers doubled in intensity, which was followed after by resounding applause of encouragement echoing throughout the stadium. With seemingly rejuvenated vigor, the wizard saint stared at his opposition challengingly, as he assumed a martial arts stance. I will not be defeated that easily, young man, Jura told him, although he sounded a tad bit arrogant there, as the fairy tale mage could have ended the fight while he was still writhing on the ground. It was a mystery why he made no move to defeat him while he was still incapacitated. He could only assume that the younger fighter was giving him a chance, and any chances he will gladly take. Jura mentally prepared a handful of defensive spells as a necessity, and a couple of offensive spells just in case. He still had a large reserved pool of magic power. If needed be, he would unleash it all in this fight. He was a bit exhausted as well. Looks like the plan he was confident about, to overpower the younger mage in close quarters combat, severely backfired on him. But still, he can't lose yet. Everyone believes in me. I do not have any right to disappoint them. Jura muttered to himself, determination apparent in his voice. While the entire stadium full of tournament goers were cheering for the local wizard saint, Fairy Tail cheered for their fighter in turn, especially those who had known him when Laki and Asuka brought him to their guild. Yeah, go, Sasuke. Laki cheered mirthfully, pumping her fist in the air. The bespectacled girl wasn't really expecting anything much from the Uchiha. He was strong, no doubt. Defeating Tebow and his lackeys and slaughtering countless lizardmen were no easy feats. But this was a wizard saint he was fighting here. One of the particularly stronger ones at that. Not to sound like she doesn't have faith in her savior, but she actually thought he'd lose after a few moments or so. Jura, after all, had a tendency to knock his opponent out with a speedy punch to the face from the get-go. But apparently, Sasuke had avoided that same attack. The attack that served to end the Wizard Saint's battles just a second after the fight had begun. A punch so fast that the opponent wouldn't even be able to react most of the time. After which, he then proceeded to utterly decimate Jura in his own game. Close combat was supposed to be the Earth Mage's expertise. And yet against Sasuke, he was like a beginner. An apprentice against a master. And after Sasuke had managed to land a major hit on Jura and actually knock him airborne, she honestly had no words. Only that it was utterly glorious. Go, Sasuke and Ai-chan. Beside the glasses-wearing mage, Asuka cheered excitedly. Her parents cheering alongside her. Honestly, despite being thoroughly bothered by how her Nichan looked, the little girl was still committed to cheering him on. She made troubled looks when it looked like Sasuke was hurt, and made cheerful faces when things went his way. Up in the middle of Fairy Tail's stands, both masters had contained their feelings of excitement and jubilation to themselves quite admirably. The Slayer of Tortuga, just as that title implied, was indeed very powerful, overpowering a Wizard Saint with martial arts alone, trumping said Wizard Saint in sheer speed, and hitting him so hard to actually make him lie on his back for a good half a minute, were very impressive feats. And yet the boy looked like he was only playing the entire time. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Obviously, this turn of events was very much to their liking, though they'd already come to expect such events to transpire. A Wizard Saint he may be, but he still won't be a match for a mage of Sasuke's caliber. Master Mavis stood on top of the ledge overlooking the battlefield. Her ever-empty emerald eyes twinkled a happy shine rarely seen on them, her lips curving up in a proud if slightly smug smile. All too happy at their fighter's display of battle prowess. The diminutive master carefully analyzed the battle once again. Looks like Sasuke's got this in the bag, she thought with a positive nod. As things is there now, it's all but guaranteed that Sasuke would win. The Wizard Saint looked like he just came out of a tornado. His form was heavily battered, and he sported noticeable bruises in his arms and face, some undeniably hidden beneath his hakama. And he looked quite exhausted as well. In contrast, the Uchiha looked as fresh and untouched as he was at first appearance. His clothes was clean and pristine, as though he'd never fought in the first place. Jura was outmatched. Plain and simple. It was only because Sasuke had chosen to let the battle persist that the saint was still on his feet, and not in the infirmary. Certainly, this was beyond impressive. And Mavis had never been so proud of a decision she'd made in her life. A little over to the blonde master's side, Makarov sat parallel to her, his arms crossed. His wizened eyes all too proudly watched the battle with confidence. Mouth morphed into a wide, delighted grin that stretched from ear to ear. He was barely calm and composed, although failing to hide the very apparent smug satisfaction that was plastered on his aged face. His recruited fighter certainly delivered much more than he'd come to anticipate. But surprisingly enough, not in the way that Makarov had expected. From what his children had told him, the Uchiha used some sort of elemental attacks of various kinds. According to Laki, he'd used lightning and wind. And moments ago, he'd used fire magic. So he'd assumed that he was some kind of an elementalist genius of some kind. He'd expected that Sasuke would defeat the Wizard Saint using his elemental mastery. But it came as a surprise not just to him, but to anyone in the guild who had watched the fight that their fighter had overpowered a top mage with mere physical combat, and with minimal magic usage. This was a lot better than he'd ever hoped for. That snakehead aside, Sasuke's looking good down there. He's pretty much breezing up a win here. To Makarov's right side, Mikao said as he watched Jura struggle to get back on his feet. The old master nodded. Yes, of course. Him winning this effortlessly is within our scope of expectations. Though I'm wondering why he's allowing this fight to prolong when he could end this at any time he wants. Makarov pondered, looking at the events below with narrowed eyes, stroking his chin as he did so. That's obvious. Mavis replied, her gaze firmly locked on the fight. It's because he wants to see what more magic is capable of. She answered knowingly. Mikao frowned at the vagueness of Mavis' answer. But that doesn't make sense. I mean, he's a mage. Shouldn't he know the extent of what magic is capable of? Especially since he's a mage who exceeds S-rank capabilities. The first master shook her head, making her blonde locks wave around in the process. That normally would have been the case. But that young man is completely clueless in regards to magic in its entirety. She said calmly, emerald eyes never blinking once as she stared down at the two combatants, one of which had already gotten up from his previously more vulnerable state. I'm sure you both have already noticed. He doesn't have any magic power in him at all. And based on what Laki told us, his elemental attacks function very differently from how we use spells. He doesn't seem to have any problems using more than 2 types of magic. Mavis smiled slightly. It is completely possible that what he uses is not magic, nor is it related to magic at all, the blonde master explained. By then, she had sat down on the ledge, awaiting for the battle to continue. He is very likely to be investigating something that is both completely unknown and new to him. Mavis' answer took Macau by surprise, evidenced at the widening of his eyes after her explanation, but seemed to accept it and only got back to watching the fight right after. He would have to ask Sasuke himself later. Makarov, on the other hand, kept his features unchanged as he listened attentively at the first take on the young man's mysterious powers. He had noticed it, of course. It was as blatant as the sun that the boy has no magic power. So if you were even half as good a senser as him, you could make out as much just from sensing Sasuke's presence. At first, he'd assumed that the Uchiha was simply good at concealing his magic aura. But the fact that even he could not sense even an inkling of magic power from him made him beyond doubtful. Considering Makarov was pretty talented in sensing magic, even if it was completely hidden, he'd still be able to at least sense a little magic from him. And he wasn't ready to believe yet that he was getting rusty at it, despite his age. And to be completely honest, he'd theorized something similar to the first conclusion earlier on. But hearing it directly from her all but made it a fact. If he's not using magic, then what does he use? The third master ruminated. That was the big question. But in the end, it was hardly important at the moment. The important thing was that he was an ally, and whatever power he possesses will not be used against his family. And he was very certain that the young man has no such inclinations to do his guild harm. Woo. A little over the group of masters and former masters' side, Natsu whistled, seemingly impressed. He's quite strong. Don't you think so, Happy? The salamander said to his ever-loyal companion, who was floating right beside him. Aye. The blue cat replied. Natsu's grin enlarged, showing teeth and fangs. Maybe I should fight him after all of this is over. At his left, Gray snorted. Yeah, right? The guy almost defeated a wizard saint with just his bare hands. He'd annihilate you in under a second. The ice mage taunted. Natsu glared heatedly at his rival. Oh, yeah? Well, nobody asked for your opinion, Popsicle. I don't need your permission to state my opinion, Torchface. The half-naked man retorted. And just like that, the two mages devolved into childish insults like toddlers fighting over a toy. Behind them, Urza glared at the two, eyes glowing menacingly. Natsu, Gray, both of you are not children, yes? Behave yourselves, she commanded, her form looming over the two like a hunter over the hunted. Both ice and fire mages instantly stiffened in fear. Why yes, ma'am, all right. Both of them mewled at the same time, frozen like statues. Urza sighed audibly, and then turned her attention to the fight. The red-headed knight didn't show it, but she was more than a little shocked and impressed at the fairy tale beast fighter. He was strong, she couldn't deny that. Dominating a fight against a wizard saint with nothing more than martial arts was proof of that. She wasn't exactly well-versed in the current affairs of the Magic Council and its members, but from little she knew, Jura was ranked 5th among the wizard saints. His strength and combat experience was supposedly renowned to be unstoppable. But clearly the snake-headed mage quite clearly proved those rumors wrong. This raven was not to be so easily trifled with. Perhaps fighting him would allow Urza a better grasp at his strength and power. Not a full-blown fight, but a spar of sorts. At the thought, the knight allowed a small smile to grace her lips. Someone as strong as him would be a worthy sparring partner. More than that, she could learn additional knowledge on weaponless close combat from him. The Titania was also an expert in hand-to-hand, but clearly she would be heavily outmatched and outgunned by this raven if they engaged in a hypothetical hand-to-hand match. The power behind his blows, the speed of which he strikes, the sheer unpredictability that his style provides would be enough to beat her without her swords. After all, she may have an unlimited amount of swords in her arsenal, but time may come when she would be deprived of them and only have the option of using her fists. Such lessons are as valuable as gold and would save one's life in the future. At her right, Lucy shifted slightly to get a better view. I know he's like super strong and all, but why does he have a snake's head? The blonde girl spoke, clearly disquieted by the man's appearance. Natsu grinned and slapped a hand on Lucy's back. The girl only shot the boy an annoyed look as a retaliation. Oh hush, Lucy. You've been complaining about his looks ever since the fight started. You shouldn't judge him by his looks, you know. Natsu teased. I'm not judging him. Lucy shouted back. It's just that. It's just really creepy. Lucy shivered as she finished her sentence. The pink-haired dragon slayer only gave his friend a dry stare. That's definitely judging, though. I said it's not. Urza sighed once more. She had to agree with Lucy, though. His combat prowess did very little in hiding his remarkably menacing features. In the end, she too was consumed by curiosity. What is with that head, though? Sasuke was a very curious person. Certainly not on the level of scientific nutjobs such as Orochimaru or Kabuto, but he has always considered himself a curious person. He had the drive to learn, to know things, to discover the unknown. When he was still revenge-driven, he had made it a pastime of some kind to find anything that might potentially be of use in killing Itachi, as well as things that might make him stronger. In the end, he had shoved his curious nature to the side and devoted himself to training. But even then, he still had the mindset to discover things that were not known to him, albeit those things only ever coincides with his goals. Back then, he was very adroit in distinguishing what's relevant and what's not, and anything that doesn't have anything to do with his revenge was considered inconsequential. His drive to discover had resurfaced when he had embarked on his journey of repentance, and it was quite fruitful, he would admit. He'd found things he hadn't seen in his life. He'd done things he'd never done before, and he'd met with all kinds of people. He had saw an unknown side of life which eluded him before. He even developed a knack for cooking as a result. But right now, at this moment, his curious nature had gone out full force. Magic simply was such a thing of wonder. A free, flowing energy source that resides in the atmosphere itself, with which these people which designated themselves as mages uses to cast their spells. A primal force of nature. A spring of unlimited power. It had fascinated him to the core. Very similar in nature to chakra, but also fundamentally different. Initially, he believed that Preta Path might be applicable to this energy as well. His foe had shown splendid earth molding skills so far. Not as creative as earth-style users back home, but definitely of the same design. Seems this magic allows its users to freely manipulate certain elements with mere hand gestures. Certainly a much more convenient way of attacking than weaving several hand seals. While he himself can instantly cast jutsus without needing to weave hand seals, Sasuke would still have preferred a less intricate way of manifesting chakra transformation into elements. Jiraiki's, his memory provided, was rather strong and durable. Being able to take direct hits from him was rather respectable, since his hits could mortally inflict damage to normal humans, even when depowered. And yet Juro was taking them like he'd taken hits of the same caliber all his life. The Wizard Saint's earth seems quite powerful and sturdy as well. While not on the level of the old Sachuki's earth style, it more than makes up for it in speed and mobility. It could also track movements, probably directly controlled by Juro himself. That other attack Juro did was a touch bit unexpected though, being somewhat made from raw energy as opposed to his earthen style of offensive spells. It was also the first time Sasuke had felt magic directly on his skin. When the bald mage's earth spikes had restricted his movements, or better yet tried to restrict his movements, as the Uchiha could have broken free from those bounds without effort, he had let the spell hit him head-on to gauge how much damage it could potentially do to him. It was vaguely heat-based, as he could feel the temperature skyrocket inside the spell's area of effect. Although it didn't seem like fire, nor was it intended to be heat-based in the first place. It was more like Naruto's Rasengan in essence, that it was likely to harm anyone with pure and raw concentration of energy than having any affinity to fire. His fortitude proved superior though, and the spell was not able to pierce his base durability. While the spell would definitely spell the end for most, shinobi or mages alike, it clearly wouldn't be enough to harm someone who can visibly survive the aftermath explosion of his Chidori and his best friend's Rasengan. The ninja watched through his hinged visage as the Wizard Saint made several hand gestures. Expectedly, columns of thick earth once again emerged from the ground and shot towards the ninja's lone form like a legion of hungry vultures on a fresh carcass. Effortlessly, Sasuke dodged the speeding pillars by jumping away. He deftly weaved through the dozens of pillars as they tried and failed in crashing themselves on him. The ninja subtly noted that the speed of these earth pillars was significantly faster than the once Jura had conjured before. Earlier, he'd only been exerting himself to move at some Mach speeds. Right now, though, they were moving at the very least at Mach 5. Still, speeds at this level was practically nothing for the ninja, as even multi-Mach speeds were slower than even his casual speed. Needless to say, Jura's attempt at hitting him with the same attacks, even with enhanced speed, was proven to be a futile endeavor. Speed was his domain after all. But still, despite surely knowing of the fruitlessness of this strategy, the Earth Mage persisted on. Sasuke could cut this hopeless chase short and engage the Saint in hand-to-hand. That would more than likely defeat the Mage with finality. especially if he connects even a single punch on either his head or his torso. But that would defeat the purpose of his assessment on this energy called magic. Looking back, the disguised Uchiha saw how the pillars were dividing themselves. Every earth column split into several much thinner poles as it continued its pursuit, transforming the pillars from large and thick to thin and lanky, but no doubt just as powerful. As the earth pillars finished dividing, the arena was now littered with thin, tentacle-like poles. Some of it weaved and danced around each other as they sought their target. As Sasuke jumped away and dodged another earthen pole that came his way, he warily noted that the now smaller pillars weren't just moving in random directions as they sought faster routes towards his position, but they were deliberately moving in a pattern. Sasuke spared a glance upwards and watched curiously as countless earthen spires positioned themselves into a crisscrossing pattern. Not too soon after, the ninja's analytical mind had deduced that Jura was attempting to limit his movement area by enclosing space. Moments later, the black-clad ninja was proven right in his deduction, as now he was seemingly trapped in a dome of interweaving earth poles. He also noticed that the enclosed area inside the dome was gradually dwindling, like a giant shrinking basket. Realizing that he wouldn't be successful with the usual pillar chase, he must have decided to change his approach and instead made to trap him. A most clever plan, if Sasuke cared to admit. And based on the very few streaks of sunlight that made it through and slightly lightened up the almost total darkness inside, he surmised that the earth used to create the trap were rather thick as well. The last Uchiha pushed towards the edge of the trap and punched it with considerable force, only to find himself mildly surprised that his hit did not shatter through it and only managed to inflict a spiderweb of cracks along the interwoven walls. It was much thicker than it looked. Not a second later, the earth that he had damaged repaired itself rapidly. For a second, he considered continuously punching the wall until it gives away or use an incomplete Susanoo to punch through it. But he was more interested and a little bit curious as to what magical attacks Jura was to follow with this plan. He wasn't trapping him for nothing after all. So he stood inside the dome of magic-infused earth, awaiting for what may come next. He only hoped the wizard's next attack would impress him enough to conclusively identify what manner of energy this so-called magic was. Jura let out an exhausted breath as his spell succeeded in entrapping his foe, though it had been too costly that he initially did not consider executing it. In the end, he was left with no choices. It was the only possible method to do in dealing with his speed effectively. The fact that he strengthened and hardened this earth to practically impregnable levels also took a huge chunk out of his magic power. But it had to be done in order to unleash his most destructive spell. Simply sticking to chasing him with his earth was proving to be quite tasking. So he'd have the majority of the battlefield be covered by a dome that slowly decreases in size as time passes. Large enough so the Uchiha would not be able to avoid it, and durable enough to endure high-level attacks from the inside. While this was a well-thought plan, he still found himself a little surprised that it had worked suspiciously well. He'd expected the Uchiha to escape it easily, or avoid it altogether during the execution. He doubted he lacked the speed to do so. No matter. He would take this chance and make sure that Sasuke Uchiha gets a direct feel of the most powerful spell he'd devised yet. Jura frowned when he weighed in the risks. His spell was a final attack. A final gambit of sorts. He had intended to use it in life-threatening situations. It could very well kill his young foe. And that would not be well received to anyone, especially to his fellow wizard saints and to Fairy Tail if he so carelessly killed the young man. If he was blessed by the heavens and got lucky enough, he might come out with little more than severe injuries. This spell was considered the very pinnacle of earth magic, and he was proud of it. But there's no denying of the very wild nature and malleability of the energy the attack contained, not to mention the sheer destruction it would cause. Still, he was forgetting who he was currently facing here. This was the Slayer of Tortuga, the all-powerful mage who had single-handedly achieved the single feat most, if not all would think to be impossible, and had effectively changed the world for the better by ridding it a dangerous beast in a single event, or so they assume. He wasn't sure if they've gotten accurate information, but all evidences leads to the Slayer being this young man, and he had little reason to doubt the genius of their informants, which had not failed them to this day. The famed wizard Saint steeled his resolve as he prepared his spell. He extended an arm and made a magical hand sign, an identical hand sign to his rumbling Mount Fuji attack, with only the hand raised slightly more as a difference. Erupting Mount Fuji. The arena was promptly stricken by a violent quake followed by a tower of explosive light. Whoosh! A loud, resounding exclamation of wows and oohs could be heard across Domus Flow as Jura's spell bursted out and towered out of the building's length. The spell could no doubt be seen even outside the arena, as the tall surge of earth energy looked like it could reach the skies itself. The entire arena was flooded by an all-encompassing light that illuminated inside and beyond the confines of the large structure, perhaps even the city itself. Ahoo! This is Iron Rock Jura's ultimate attack, the erupting Mount Fuji. Such power, such energy. This, folks, is the might of a wizard saint, the commentator announced, with loud clapping and cheering following after. As the giant beam of raw, unrestrained energy continued to eradicate everything in its field, Makarov was getting more and more worried for their fighter. While he was without a doubt powerful, that doesn't speak so much of his durability and his ability to take that much damage. Though he did well against Jura's rumbling Mount Fuji earlier, this spell seems to be on a whole another tier. He would have had confidence in Sasuke's ability to take direct damage to such spell if there were any implied damages on him when he fought against the monster. After all, if he could survive a direct attack from Tortuga, then he most certainly could defend himself against this attack as well. But Sasuke clearly did not receive any such damages. Even his clothes looked pristine. And Loki had said that he wore exactly the same clothes as when they first saw him. With his speed, it was entirely possible that he simply avoided Tortuga's attacks. But then again, he doubted that as well, since the beast's attacks could level kilometers of land in one go. Perhaps the kid had some tricks up his sleeve. Maybe some kind of powerful defensive spell or something. If Sasuke took that attack head-on without any form of protection, then more than likely he'll be coming out heavily damaged, that is if he's lucky. The third master looked at the first master beside him, seeing her calmly watching the battle unfold. Her ever-watchful eyes flowed with martial wisdom as she observed the fight even as the extremely powerful spell continued its course. If she was calm, then that would mean that the young man most assuredly hadn't lost yet, thankfully. Further inspection on the diminutive master's face, Makarov noticed that while she was rather composed, she also adopted a serious expression. The blonde, childlike master no longer sported her ever-proud and confident smile she wore earlier. Her lips were tugged in a light frown, and her eyes slightly narrowed as she watched. Additionally, her hands were clenched. So she was worried for their fighter as well. Of course, that's to be expected. As a master, he would also worry immensely if his children were to face such powerful spell. While Gildarts had ways in dismantling such spells, literally, Makarov wasn't so sure if even he could take this particular attack head-on without sporting lethal damages afterwards. And that's saying something. Gildarts was the most durable of his members after all. A brief glance to his children told him that they were awestruck by the sight. Some of them showing frowns of worry for their fellow member currently being overwhelmed by the gigantic Tower of Light. Makarov went back to watching the battle. The energy was now getting thinner with each passing second, and the light it produced slowly became dimmer. Looks like the spell had reached its limit. He could only hope it didn't leave the Uchiha in less than favorable conditions. The extremely potent magical energies barreled into Sasuke's form like a reverse waterfall of power. It danced around his body, occupying his senses in full. He could feel the energies behind it, this magic. But while it was quite powerful, it didn't do much to his chakra-laden physique. His body was, after all, reinforced by the most powerful form of chakra known in the elemental nations, the Six Paths Chakra. Enough for him to endure attacks on Naruto's absurd level. This spell was probably just a much more destructive version of the one he'd used earlier. The energy was even identical, if magnitudes denser than the previous one. It's like if Naruto's Rasengan had a beam form, it would be similar to this. Still though, if he didn't had enough durability to contend, then he would have been nothing more than ash, if not crushed under the sheer magical volume and density. While Sasuke was unharmed, his clothes apparently was still subject to the energies he was currently exposed in, despite him extending his chakra into them as well. Looking down at his form, he saw that his cloak had been severely burnt up to his knees, and was still on the process of incineration. Sasuke grimaced. While remarkably cheap to acquire, these specific fabrics was to his liking more than others he'd wore in his life. Light, airy, able to adapt and extend his movements and durable to a degree. He only hoped that this world had something of similar fashion to his clothing. The ninja decided that the poor condition of his clothes could be resolved later, so he focused on the magic user's spell. The sheer amount of energy influx was impressive, to say the least. Probably enough to kill Jounins with a decent chakra pool, could maybe contend against Kaga-level techniques as well. But not astonishingly strong. If he would rate it as a mainstream ninjutsu, it would be in the low S-rank range, not enough potency or control to be truly considered as S-rank. Even the third Hokage had many destructive ninjutsus in his belt that would outshine this spell. Still, the power behind it was enough to be considered as a high-level technique by shinobi standards. But not to him, who had received the sage's chakra. With direct confrontation of magical energy, He had gathered some data concerning magic and ether nano in general. It was different, was all he could manage to conclude. While indeed similar in nature and presence to chakra, it was also vastly different. It was like magic and chakra were twins, and yet doesn't know each other. Like salt and fresh water, so to speak. Quite a vague assessment, he would admit. It made sense to the Uchiha, though. Since chakra was an innate energy comprised of spiritual and physical energies, the amalgamation of both inner and outer forces. While ether nano was nature-born, from what little he had gathered. Interestingly enough, he had been able to absorb much of the energy using Preta Path. And he rose in a brow then, when he didn't feel anything outside of the norm as far as energy absorption was concerned. It just felt like he just absorbed chakra, which was very odd in itself. Thankfully, though, his mask was left undamaged. Sasuke weaved hand seals for Kakashi's hiding like a mole technique and sank on the ground. He dug deeper than the spell's generating point and created 4 shadow clones, each going separate directions from the original, completely hidden from all senses. Now, let's see how he'll respond to this. Jura stared tiredly from his position as his spell had finally finished its duration. It was normally galling to him how he was forced to resort to such a destructive spell. In normal fights, being forced to use such an attack would have been enough for him to berate himself for a whole year. The shame would perhaps be enough for him to quit being a mage altogether. But knowing who he was fighting right now made no motivation to rouse such feelings. In fact, he considered it great honor that he could unleash his spells like this against such a prestigious opponent, and that he needed it one way or another, anyway. The wizard saint kept a straight face as he observed the area which was once the entire right side of the arena. It was quite frightening how it didn't resemble a place where mages could do battle, as it was now mostly a gigantic, gaping hole. Based on how it looked from an observer's view, it could be more than 10 meters deep. And what parts of the area that wasn't affected was now rubble and dirt, shattered beyond repair. There were no sign of the iron rock net formation trap anywhere, probably destroyed along the battlefield as well. The aftermath of his spell had truly been terrifying. What's more, the Uchiha was nowhere to be seen, and his presence was gone. Not like earlier when he was able to vaguely determine where the fairy tale mage had masked his presence. Did he? Did he actually kill him? With a shake of his head, Jura dispelled such grim thoughts. He genuinely hoped that the black-clad mage was alive somewhere in that hole. He instinctively ignored some impressed comments from the commentator as he continued to scan the area. The urge to go towards the hole and peek down at the bottom to look for him was strong, yet that could be foolish as well, as it would leave him with far too many openings for a surprise attack, assuming the young man was still conscious or alive. Several seconds later, his danger bells rang loud in his mind. He immediately knew from there that the fight was far from being over, and his opponent was not at all defeated, filling him with equal amounts of relief and disappointment. He snapped his head upwards to look above. Just like before, it was empty of any black-clad fighters. His next instinct was, predictably enough, to look at the ground. It was like this that his young foe had been successful with his surprise attack, and he was not about to be fooled twice. But right after he did, at the periphery of his vision, he saw something burst from the ground at his far left. Out of striking distance. The bald man instantly looked towards the direction, already setting various earth elemental defensive spells in the front of his mind. The younger fighter didn't stop in his ascension as he leapt high in the air. Jura's experienced eyes noted that the Uchiha's hand seemed to blur as he formed hand signs at ridiculous speeds. The Iron Rock Mage, determining that his opponent was going to fire an attack of some sort, was about to erect a thick wall of magical earth in front of him, when he stopped short as he heard several more bursts of earth in different directions. Jura's head whipped to the sides, glancing at the places where he heard the sound. Then his eyes widened in realization. Clone magic, he thought, as though noticing something. He saw 4 identical forms of the Beast Slayer emerge from the earth beneath, each taking the same position as the first. This was bad. The formation Sasuke and his clones took on was obviously one that would leave him helpless if he let even the slightest of openings from breaking out, as he was completely flanked from all significant sides. If he focused more on a particular direction, the others would be guardless. And simply erecting some walls in all direction wouldn't help if it packed the same power as his fire spell from earlier. If it came to it, he might have to use his strongest defensive spell. As the saint saw the 4 clones blur their own hands, he didn't think twice to summon his ultimate form of defense. As immediately after, he was besieged by 5 extremely large torrents of elemental doom that would have most assuredly left nothing of him in their wake. Sasuke had to admit, for the umpteenth time since he got the Rinnegan, it was ridiculously convenient as it was powerful. While normally, Sasuke would have no way to call upon the elements that he didn't have an affinity with. Apart from copying jutsus from other shinobi, but that would require copious amounts of practice to master. Having the Rinnegan basically makes you a composite shinobi. To his knowledge, only himself and Naruto were capable of that. That's alive at least. But they were blessed with the Sage's chakra, which basically amounts to cheating, he had to admit. The third Hokage, though, managed to take hold of all chakra natures with nothing but his sheer ingenuity and power. The ninja appreciated the old Hokage for that. But that's only scratching the surface of what the Rinnegan can do. Still, attaining all the chakra natures was a basic mechanism of the eye, and it required the user to get used to the other unfamiliar natures to get a grasp on them. While he did manage enough mastery on it in record time, being the genius that he was, he still could only use mid-level ninjutsus for the elements that he wasn't familiar with. So he practiced, striving to be able to invoke high-level ninjutsu aside from fire and lightning natures. The tricky part of it was to apply chakra natures to his clones. It required quite a lot of complex mind breakthroughs and a great deal of concentration on his part to get to this level of clone mastery. The level where only Old Man Hiruzen and Naruto proudly sat on. He wasn't an expert on clones like his best friend, but he could manage this much. After all, the old Hokage mastered it to the point where his clones could spit Kage-level jutsus like nothing. And he was quite confident he wasn't abysmally less smarter than the old man. And Naruto, a complete dunderhead, knows how to do it like the back of his hand. Without wasting any more time, the Uchiha underwent some one-handed seals. Fire style, fireball. He muttered, audible to no one but himself as he spat out a gigantic storm of inferno towards Jura. Almost automatically, the 4 clones he conjured followed his action with attacks of their own. Water style, water dragon. Earth style, mud stream. Wind style, breakthrough. Lightning style, lightning running beast. The Uchiha clones shot their respective jutsus. Strong and unhindered, the salvo of elemental attacks sped towards the wizard saint's still stationary form. Although one could see that the saint was peering each volley of jutsu with a calm, analytical gaze, as if uncaring of the elemental might that barreled towards him. The barrage of elements left behind widespread destruction on the considerably reduced field, pulverizing, incinerating, and devastating the very earth beneath. The position in which the jutsus were fired was systematically calculated so that the opponent wouldn't be able to dodge a single one, much less escape. And a direct hit was a guarantee. Sasuke watched curiously at the magic user as he stood still for a moment, then brought his hands in front of him and clapped. Jura muttered something, but the ninja's feline-like hearing heard him clearly say Iron Mountain. The ninja assumed it was some kind of defensive spell. In less than 3 measly seconds, the ruinous combo of elemental attacks reached him, and the volley of elements hit the wizard saint's position like enormous, torrential hammers. The explosion that rocketed the battlefield right after was truly awe-inspiring and sublime. Each element interlaced together violently, as though fighting for supremacy. Then bright, volatile colors erupted thereafter, like a display of festival lights. Wow. Are you seeing what I'm seeing here, folks? Such a beautifully frightening spell. And he used not 1, not 2, but 5. 5 elements. Such power is the stuff of legends. The commentator roared, followed by shouts of excitement from the crowd. The sheer destruction of the combo shook the very building down to its deepest foundations, and deep cracks scattered across the battlefield. Sasuke could clearly see a massive crater at the center point of the blast radius. The smoke cloud afterwards was even more palpable, rising so high that it reached higher than the tallest peaks of Domus Flau. When the smoke was dispelled a few moments later, Sasuke wasn't surprised in the least to see a large stone statue that came into view, like it had been there the whole time. The statue was intricately designed, clad in rocky armor all over, and an equally rocky helmet on its head. Large spires of stone lined its shoulders and back like a turtle shell. Its eyes shone red, as though glaring straight at the ninja. Thick, sturdy armored arms positioned in front of the stone construct, palms joined together. The statue shielded the wizard saint inside its protective confines and obscuring him from sight. Its entire form stood tall, peering out from the crater that his attacks had created, and it was wreathed in smoke. Then its arms moved, causing a loud, irritating sound of grinding stone. The arms slumped down, making the construct look calm and relaxed, contrary to its menacing visage. Jura emerged out of the statue, relatively unhurt, but obviously taxed out. The rock construct positioned its hand in front of the saint, and he stepped on it like a platform, then raised him out of the crater. As Jura stepped out of its hand, now out of the smoky dent on the ground, the rock giant promptly collapsed into rubbles as he deactivated the spell. The way the bald mage struggled for breath and wobbled on his feet told Sasuke that the mage was heavily depleted in both energy and magic power. He decided it was time he ended this fight. He dragged it long enough, and he was rapidly losing interest. Sasuke dashed, instantly perambulating the distance that separated them in a blink of an eye. The tired wizard saint widened his eyes in surprise, but was unable to do anything. His fist came too fast. Thwack! Ugh! The mage grunted out painfully. Spittle flew as the ninja's fist hit Jura right in the cheek, forcefully reeling the wizard's head and his upper torso a few paces back. To the ninja's mild surprise, the magic user's feet struggled, but successfully fixed them enough that he had regained his balance in the nick of time. That punch would have pulverized giant boulders, but seems it didn't do much to the saint, even weakened as he was. Seeing his opponent still slightly dazed from his initial attack, Sasuke twisted his body, sweeping his leg in a powerful roundhouse kick. This time around, Jura reacted accordingly, barely managing to lift his arm to protect his ribcage from the blow. The man was visibly shaken and in pain, so he didn't relent. Every blow was fierce and precise, but contained control rather than power. The latter was unnecessary considering Jura's state. Some of it was blocked or deflected, some were dodged, but quite a bit landed where they should. The onslaught of taijutsu strikes progressively increased in ferocity, and the wizard saint was getting increasingly overwhelmed with each passing second. Helpless under the ninja's fervent assault, Sasuke could have ended this fight with some grand jutsu in his arsenal. Perhaps a depowered Shinra Tensei could have instantly knocked him out. But he found it wholly unneeded and a waste of chakra, since Jura was weakened enough that defeating him using only hand-to-hand would be enough. Just as Sasuke was to land a well-defined punch to the man's face, his senses was suddenly overloaded with something dauntingly impossible. Something so very, very horribly wrong. And he froze, eyes wide in shock. It was chakra. A sudden spike of chakra out of nowhere and utterly out of the blue. Like something foreign and yet familiar has just entered the time-space. The direction was difficult to ascertain. North? No, west. The familiar feeling of chakra was so strong and pronounced that merely pinpointing where it originated was proving to be a strenuous task. Sasuke frowned under his disguise as his mind racked up for any possible causes to this oddity. And yet he could only arrive to the worst, yet the most logically probable cause. There was no mistaking it. Momoshiki had arrived. And so soon, too. He cursed under his breath. To think that they would find him so easily. Not only that, but actually travel to this dimension so readily. It seems that fate just doesn't want him to rest, even for a short, sweet while. Sasuke's state of mental conundrum was not left unnoticed by the wizard, and he took advantage of the ninja's seemingly perplexed and unfocused form. It may have been dishonorable in a battle of fair constitution like this, but seeing as Jura was at the last dregs of his power, he couldn't exactly afford to be honorable. Heck, honor didn't seem too important to him at the moment. And so he took no shame not letting this small, but all too significant chance to slip away. The rock mage gestured his fingers for a spell as quickly as he could. Iron Rock Fist, he forced out, doing his best to ignore the sharp, painful sting on his cheek, or the pain that washed his body all over. Immediately after, a gauntlet earthen fist shot out from the ground, emerging just right in front of the bald mage, in the middle of the two combatants. The distracted Uchiha, still deep in his thoughts, was left completely unaware when the spell was invoked. And by the time he heard the rough, churning sound of the ground and feel the vibrations beneath his sandaled feet, it was already too late. Sasuke only had a fragment of a second's time to focus in on the incoming fist and widen his scaly eyes in surprise before the magic earth fist smashed square into his hinged face, with a force strong enough to leave giant, gaping holes on mountains. Serpentine visage instantly caved in under the force, and a brief but loud slapping sound could be heard, followed shortly by a quick, audible pop that sounded very out of place with what was happening currently. Juro wasn't so sure where that sound came from, because it certainly didn't fit anywhere in the last few seconds of their fight. Still, whatever that was hardly matters. His attack had connected, strong and direct, and he hadn't been holding back at all on that one. And yet, Fairy Tail's fighter was still tight on his feet, skidding away from Jura's position, leaving thick trail of dust cloud as he did so. Strangely enough, though, his head was consumed by a plume of white smoke, covering his ominous-looking features from all. Jura doubted the smoke was caused by his attack. The smoke that enshrouded his features was soon dissipated, and Jura couldn't hold back a smile. Because what stared back at him now most certainly was not a snake, nor did it resemble one. What stared at him right now was undoubtedly human, quite a youngster too. His attack must have dispelled whatever transformation spell was in place. Sasuke Uchiha's true face was revealed for all to see. A single, pitch-black eye stared blankly at him, tinged with bits of annoyance. With spiky, slightly disheveled black hair with long fringes, covering his left eye. Possessing smooth, sharp features that would make young women swoon. And thin lips holding a light frown. Pale and mysterious. Jura idly noted that he looked infinitely appropriate, and all around better than his disguised, animalistic self. All in all, he looked like a spruce young man. So that's what he looks like. Jura thought. The wizard saint's smile didn't waver. He may very well lose this fight, but he would consider breaking the young fighter's disguise an achievement of sorts. For him, that was a kind of small victory, and that counts for something. Everyone that watched the fight, barring some members of Fairy Tail, was visibly taken aback by his youthful and attractive features. Certainly because half the people there thought that the snakehead was real, while the other half expected him to be a seasoned, middle-aged fighter under the scales. Seeing a clear and closer look at the magic monitor, which displayed a zoomed-in, high-definition image of Raven's face, the women population of Domus Flow instantly squealed in excitement and delight, while the male population was less than glad at this, if the groans of jealousy and despair were any indication. "Oh my," Jenny mumbled gently through her microphone, sporting a noticeable blush on her cheeks. "Well, that's certainly unexpected," Yajima stated with equal amounts of surprise and wonder at the sight. "Hey, are you seeing this, folks? Gone was the cruel appearance of a serpent, and what stands in his place is now a rather dashing young man. Oh, what a great revelation this is." With face full of excitement and joviality, the commentator declared. TCH. The ninja, on the other hand, was glowering at the attention he was receiving, and he fought back a loud growl from escaping his lips. Instead, he muttered a curse. On the surface, though, he looked vaguely calm. This is exactly why he wanted to hide his looks from this many people. While he initially just disguised himself to play a light prank, there actually was a credible and rational reason for it. And this was the result of it failing. He could only hope this event wasn't broadcasted worldwide. Sighing, he tried to ignore the noises and divert his attention to the bald mage. After briefly berating himself for his carelessness, he decided that Jura's defeat would not be a gentle one. Without warning, Sasuke disappeared from where he stood and reappeared right in front of Jura, already fixing a strong, chakra-loaded punch, with not even a single moment to react. The punch connected on the saint's gut. The large man widened his eyes as air was forcibly driven out of his lungs, and he bucked his body, recoiling in pain. The small shockwave that the blow had generated spoke volumes of how strong it really was. "Guh," Jura grunted out. Without even giving any time for the magic user to recover, Sasuke delivered a rising kick to the wizard saint's chin, lifting him up in the air. That wasn't the end of it, though, as the ninja, with the application of his Rinnegan's Azura path, transformed his fingers into mechanical tendrils. The thin, robotic strips of metallic tentacles wrapped around one of Jura's leg, yanking him down from the air. Then, with a small grunt of effort, Sasuke swung his arm in a downwards arc, violently smashing the wizard saint face first into the ground, burying the man's body halfway into the dirt and shaking the very earth beneath. Dust smoke wafted out from the impact. The Uchiha counted 10 seconds. Jura was still lying flat on the ground. You unbelievable. JJ Jura Nikis. Of Lamia scale is no longer able to fight. The win goes to Raven of Fairy Tail B, declared the commentator, more than a little shaken. The crowd was strangely quiet, most likely in shock. At first there were only a few noises. He could make out excited shouting from the Fairy Tail stands. A few more quiet seconds passed, and then the crowd went wild. Sasuke flew high in the horizon, flaring his senses as far as it could go. He wasn't on top of Garuda this time around. His sense of urgency was so great that he practically forgot to summon his hawk, and he opted to just use his Deva path to acquire the ability of flight. He realized then just how much of the Rinnegan's abilities he was conveniently forgetting. High in the air, but not quite high enough to reach the clouds, Sasuke floated casually. His body was straight, like he was standing on the air itself, as whips of fresh air caressed his form, causing his hair and partially damaged cloak to dance wildly. After the fight, he had promptly left the building as soon as he was out of the stage, surreptitiously navigating the halls in order to escape the premises without any of the Fairy Tail members finding him. They would just hinder his investigation, an investigation needing answers. His face was scrunched in a deep frown of concentration as he tried to locate the sudden source of the unknown chakra. That beacon of chakra was so abrupt, so dangerously unexpected that the battle he was in earlier suddenly seemed insignificant at that moment. And solving that particular problem held greater weight than continuing on fighting. He had considered forfeiting the fight then and there, when the sudden influx of familiar energy barreled into his mind, but decided against it at the final second. His first battle in a new world becoming a loss did not sound particularly attractive to him. Jura practically revealing his identity to the world only strengthened the resolve to win the fight. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he exerted his sensory range to the corners of Fiori, and found nothing resembling even the tiniest sparks of chakra. He had also sent 5 clones to actively locate where that surge of chakra had originated. One he sent northwest, inside the borders of Alcatasia. Another he sent to the far eastern side of Ishgar. A clone he sent south of Ishgar. Another one was sent northeast of Ishgar, and one to the southwest ocean. All of them had dispelled quite a while ago, and the flood of information gave no hints or indications that his clones had sensed something. Sasuke sighed. This was getting progressively bothersome. Was that only a false alarm? Certainly not, he debated with himself. That was chakra he had felt back there. And unless there were actually powerful chakra users in this world, then he doubted that his grim assumption was wrong. It was like a familiar beacon, calling to him in his mind. It was also powerful, like a sudden flood of chakra. The problem was, it was too sudden to fully comprehend, and it immediately disappeared from his senses as soon as he sensed it. It had gone in and through his system before he can even properly make of it. And at such a bad time, too. If indeed it was Momoshiki who had entered the time-space, then he would have to actively hunt him down no matter where he was in the world, no matter the cost. Else he'd be shouldering the onus of the inevitable destruction of this dimension, which had nothing to do with the matters he was facing. Luckily for him, it wasn't Momoshiki, as he had gotten a direct confrontation of the Otsutsuki's chakra firsthand. And his chakra was like a wildfire in a shrubbery, a moon among the stars in a starry sky. A strong sensor such as he would be able to descry his chakra even if it was on the other side of the planet. One thing he can be sure of, though, is that someone or something from his dimension, or from any number of Kagaya's dimensions, had just entered this one. And that's what he was trying to find out. If it was his subordinate, Kinshiki, then he was a little more manageable, but just as much dangerous. Still better than Momoshiki, though? Nothing. Sasuke finally concluded, slightly aggravated. So he swooped down and returned to Crocus, empty-handed in this endeavor. Seems things will be much harder in the near future, especially since he had no idea what was coming. When he got back to the Domus Flow, he saw a rather tired and exasperated-looking Macau wandering aimlessly around the vast building halls. So he made his presence known to the middle-aged man. Macau was currently leading him to their guild lodge, where he apparently was missing the party, which was mostly dedicated to him for winning the first rounds. The blue-haired man had been looking for him about an hour or so, he told the Uchiha, and was immensely glad that he had been found, since Makarov had supposedly instructed the Purple Flame Master not go back unless he had an Uchiha with him. Macau had led him to a moderately large restaurant-looking building, and Sasuke, just by being near it, could hear the clamorous noises inside. Quite the party. He groused internally. The older man opened the doors and stepped inside. He followed behind. "Oi, master, I found Sasuke," he shouted. Almost immediately, all eyes inside the building were on him, and he had to fight the feeling of discomfort from surfacing. Some he saw were familiar, others were new faces. After which, he found himself worried that the building might collapse as the members raced to his location, encircling him like how those wretched fangirls back home did. Some he already knew congratulated him, sending smiles of approval and satisfaction his way. Others wanting to see a better look up close and personal. "Well now, you're quite popular, Sasuke." Beside him, Macau leaned in and whispered to him, winking as he did so. He merely snorted in response. "Sasuke and I-chan." Now that was definitely a voice he recognized. The ninja looked at the direction as members made way for an excited little girl, dashing towards him with an expression of pure happiness. Asuka leapt and hugged at his midsection. Sasuke, not knowing how to react nor respond to the endearing gesture, awkwardly patted the girl's head. The look of utter discomfort on his face made some of the members giggle at the amusing sight. Thankfully, the girl stopped hugging him. She held his hand tight. before flashing her savior a big, adorable smile. Sasuke's heart almost melted, almost. Eventually, he reached the bar, where Makarov and Mavis was seated, as well as a group of mages he didn't recognize. Some of them he had already seen at one of the arena's entrances, like the blonde, muscular man who was scowling at him. The third master smiled drunkenly at him. Well, here comes the man of the hour. Where've you been, lad? Hope you don't mind us starting the party without you, Makarov said, intoxicated. Sasuke sat at one of the stools. Had to check on something urgent. He replied with a shrug, looking at the sheer variety of alcoholic beverages displayed in the table. The ninja already felt drunk just from looking at them. The old man nodded. MHMH. Well, enjoy the party, Sasuke. We've got tons of food here. Hope everything is to your liking. He nodded, taking an apple from a nearby fruit basket. He took a bite, and the flavor that bombarded his taste buds surprised him. Even apples had distinctive taste, separating them from the ones in his world. Hey, you're that Raven guy, right? A bothersome voice broke his peace. You're pretty strong. Let's have a fight. He spared a glance at the source of irritation, and was surprised at the familiar draconic presence he emitted. Nobody told him Fairy Tail had a dragon slayer of their own. A mop of untidy, spiky pink hair greeted his eyes, much a similar shade to his teammate's own. The boy sported a determined smile. He looked like a combination of Sakura and Naruto. Before Sasuke could reply to the boy's challenge, however, Makarov did first. The drunken master extended a stretched-out arm towards the pink-haired dragon slayer and karate chopped him in the head. Oh, what was that for, Gramps? The boy complained indignantly as he comically held his head in apparent pain. Not now, Natsu. Can't you see we're celebrating? The master scolded. Oh, Natsu. The blue, floating feline said, vaguely embarrassed for his friend's antics. Another one of those cats he'd seen, it seems. Sasuke idly remembered those dragon slayers he'd seen earlier that morning also had cats of their own. Was this a theme among dragon slayers? Besides, he just mopped the floor with you anyways. A half-naked man quipped. Both mages immediately straightened themselves rather stiffly, like loyal soldiers to a general's call. Yes, ma'am. The woman turned to regard him. Forgive them, they're not usually like this. She paused for a moment. Actually, they are. Regardless, I apologize for them. Sasuke inspected her with critical eyes. A woman who could tame even dragon slayers? How interesting. She sported red, flowing hair and a beautiful, stern face, and wore steel armor, giving her a knightly impression. She extended a gauntlet hand to him. The name's Urza Scarlet. You must be Raven, or Sasuke Uchiha, I presume? A pleasure to finally meet you. The woman smiled warmly at him. He nodded, taking the hand and shook it firmly, or she shook it firmly. The girl gripped like bear trap. Likewise, he replied. Urza airily pointed towards her teammates with a thumb. Those idiots over there are Natsu and Gray. The pink-haired one is Natsu. He'd already gathered that much. Still, he nodded to her. I also wanted to thank you for saving Asuka and Laki. They are very much cherished in this guild. Everyone is, even you, she told him. The genuine smile she wore told Sasuke how much she means every word. He shook his head slightly in response. It was nothing, he acknowledged. Urza's smile seemed to lengthen at that. A group of people made their way to his location. Some of them he remembered seeing. The first one who came to view was a slim young woman with long, silver hair and a beautiful, gentle face. She wore a black, shoulderless dress. If Urza was stern and strict, this woman was almost on the opposite side of the spectrum. She was innocent-looking and she held an almost motherly gaze. Slightly behind her was a blue-haired woman who wore a dark-colored set of apparel, with a hat of the same color to match. Her attention was not on him, however, as she was too busy ogling on the one who was called Gray, who has now shed all his clothes with the exception of his boxers. Behind him was a tall man with a long, spiky hair. He had quite a menacing face riddled with piercings. He was nibbling on metal bar. Sasuke unwittingly wondered if the man was mentally challenged or something. A blonde female followed them, but stopped to reprimand Natsu about something he could scarcely care. The last member of the group was one he was familiar with. Hey, Sasuke, long time no see, huh? Laki said gleefully. Anyway, let me introduce to you our old members. She gestured towards the silver-haired woman. This beauty here is Mira Jane Strauss. The bespectacled girl introduced, then turned to look at him, sly smirk present. She's just an innocent maiden, so don't do anything indecent to her, okay? Laki added humorously. Sasuke fought the urge to roll his eyes. The woman giggled. Mira Jane smiled brightly at him. Though he couldn't help but feel there was a hidden meaning beneath that smile. It's nice to finally meet you like this, Sasuke-san, she greeted, and he nodded. Laki pointed at the blue head. That's Juvia Loxar. She's a water mage. Then she pointed at the long-haired man with piercings. That's Gajeel. Just Gajeel, apparently. By the way, he's a dragon slayer. Just like Natsu over there. He didn't need to be informed to know that bit of information, though. He could feel dragon slayers from a distance. Though now he was starting to doubt the rarity of these so-called dragon slayers. Were there this many of them? The Woodmolder pointed her thumb at the blonde girl. The blonde over there is Lucy Hartfilia. She's got the hots for dense, pink-haired dragon slayers, if you know what I'm saying. Laki's less than subtle way of teasing the girl garnered a chorus of chuckles. Said blonde girl jolted at that. Wah wah. I do not. She yelped. Ignoring the poor girl, the wood mage continued. She pointed towards the blonde, muscular man who was casually leaning against a column near the bar. That there's Laxus Strayer, he's Master's grandson. She informed. He could see the similarities, especially in the eyes. He's one of our strongest mages ever. And he's a lightning mage, like you. One of the strongest, huh? Both of you can use lightning, so you'll be best friends with him in no time. With the way the man was glaring at him, he doubted that severely. Then she pointed towards a drunk, brown-haired woman who was laying on one of the tables. 2 large, empty barrels of booze right beside her. The woman seemed perfectly fine just wearing some lacy bra to cover her top. That there's Kana Alberona. She's quite something, isn't she? The woman drunkenly waved at him. Hey there. Hick, handsome, tall and dark, huh? I'm into that too. Hick, have a girlfriend? She grinned flirtatiously, although miserably failing due to the state she was in. Naturally, Sasuke ignored her. They're your team for the duration of the Grand Magic Games. Well, except for Kana. She corrected briefly. So I suggest you befriend them so you can get on with them. Sasuke decided that would be far too troublesome for him. Having companions was fine to him, but he wasn't about to get social all of a sudden. Especially since he lacked social skills to speak of. And his rude and unfriendly way of communicating did nothing but piss people off if they didn't already know him. Not that he cares, of course. Sasuke glanced at the diminutive blonde master, who was grieving over the fact that she couldn't eat any of the food in her astral state. That made him think, couldn't she just de-astralize? Hey, Sasuke. The ninja turned his attention on a seemingly curious Laki. I just gotta ask, why did you arrive late for your fight? I mean, you had plenty of time to get ready, right? Mikau told me you arrived here 8 in the morning. She asked, elbow leaning on the table. Her question seemed to pique the interest of the people around him, particularly Mikau and the third master. Without reason to lie, he told them what happened to him after waking up prior to entering the arena. His explanation, though, was far from what they've expected, based on their reaction. A baffled Laki had her mouth open, jaw dropping slightly, and then she snapped her mouth shut and covered it with her hands to prevent the laughter from coming out. The ice mage, Gray, was looking at him as if he just pulled an Azura path and grew a second face. Natsu was guffawing at his face, slapping his knees in glee. Said pink-haired dragon slayer was utterly oblivious to the murderous glares he was sending his way. Mir Jane had a live hand covering her mouth to suppress the laughter from escaping her lips. Urza was noticeably in a losing fight to restrain her laughter. Laxus made no sound, but was now sporting an amused smirk. Gajeel seemed disinterested, as he made no reaction and just continued chewing on a steel pipe. Makarov was cackling over his mug of liquor, and Mavis was staring at him curiously, but the amusement was evident. All around him were sounds of stifled laughter. Seriously, was it really that bad? Laki had managed to calm herself. You mean to tell us that you were late to your fight and almost got disqualified because you wanted a tomato juice and you couldn't figure out how a vending machine worked, so you spent 15 minutes trying to figure it out? That's about it, he nodded slowly. And Laki continued laughing. Ha dot ha ha. Hee hee. Wow, that's just rich. Fahufu. Mira struggled to stifle her own laughter, her head turned to the side in a vain effort to be less obvious. Ba ha ha ha. Natsu laughed like there's no tomorrow. A finger pointed at the ninja's face. You're strong, but plenty stupid as well, aren't you? The dragon flame user blurted out in between breaths. He scowled. For a moment there, he considered electrocuting the pink-haired bastard. Fortunately for the boy, he decided to rein it in. Like you're one to talk, torch face. Gray scoffed at Natsu. What did you say, stripper? Did I stutter? Ignoring the bickering duo, Makarov, after finishing a large gulp of alcohol, looked at the ninja. By the way, lad, why did you feel the need to disguise yourself? The master really couldn't think of anything for him to hide his face, since the council had decided to hide his deed. Perhaps he just didn't want attention. Sasuke shrugged. It was played for laughs, partly, but also because of the sheer amount of attention he'd be getting. If Jura knew who he was, then it was possible that more people knew him and what he did. Although unlikely, since barely any people saw what he looked like. But it was always a wise maneuver to consider anything a possibility, both good and bad. And you can never be too careful, especially in an unknown world. You saw how they reacted after seeing my face. He replied, a bit derisively. Makarov understood, of course. Popularity was more often a curse than a blessing. Sasuke was the one to ask a question next. Anyway, old man, why change my name? It was one of the things that bothered him during the fight. Makarov shrugged. Hey, I'd intended you to be a surprise of some sort. Ah, well, I'd say the surprise went quite well. He sighed at the master's rather tame reason. Still, Sasuke guessed changing his name was also advantageous, so he let it slide. Laki shifted on her seat. I don't understand. What's so bad about the attention? Isn't being popular a good thing? She asked, genuinely curious. If she knew the extent of what those fangirls back home did just to get into his pants, then she wouldn't be saying that. Not even close. He said. Mira-Jane faked a pitying look. Oh my, you must be quite popular where you came from, Sasuke-san. Poor you. He glared at her briefly. The woman just smiled innocently at him. The bespectacled girl shrugged and stood up from her seat. All right, you just stay right there, Sasuke. I'm going to introduce you to the rest of the family. So just sit tight, Kay. Then she ran, calling to the members who were yet to be introduced to him. Sasuke watched the guild with a fond smile, a rare sight. He watched as they laughed, they drank, and they partied. Like they were not subject to concepts like sadness nor to the pains that came with life. He watched how they happily brawled, they bickered with each other, they bonded. They weren't just mere friends, nor mere companions. They were family. And in that moment, he strived to protect them with all his power. X791, Alakatasia, Alvarez Empire. DeMaria was having an ugly suspicion. Brandish sat on the couch across her inside the mass manipulator's bedroom. She was reading some sort of novel booklet written by some Alakatasian author. Brandish reading something was not out of the ordinary. What was a little strange, though, was what she was reading. The green-haired woman was reading a romance novel of all things. The way she squinted her eyes as she diligently read the words made DeMaria think that she wasn't merely reading it for enjoyment, but for research. What she was looking for in a romance novel was the inconceivable mystery she would try to dig out from her friend. What made her have interest in romance all of a sudden? What was she trying so hard to find in a romance novel? Why romance when there's tons of other more exciting genres? Occasionally, Brandish would sport the deepest blush as she read something from the book, something lewd, most likely. She would admit that it made an adorable image of her best friend. The way she would suddenly dig her nose on the book as she read as intensely as she could also made for a cute but weird scene. But that was besides the point. DeMaria knew for a fact that Brandish rarely reads novels, least of all romance novels. And when she does read novels, she doesn't explicitly go for romance. Oftentimes, all the emerald-haired woman would read were fashion magazines and of the latest Alakatasian trends. So her behaving strangely, even going as far as to read boring love stories that bordered on smut was truly something that would be subjected to curiosity to those who knew her by heart. You're really having so much fun with that book of yours, aren't you, Randy? DeMaria baited, trying to be as subtle as possible. Brandish was a perceptive person, so she would have to choose her words carefully. The green-haired girl perked from her curled sitting position with a jerk of her head, surprised by DeMaria's sudden voice. Her concentration to reading the book gone, she turned to look at her partner with looks of mild irritation and impatience. The golden-haired woman rose an eyebrow. Seemed she was a little too engrossed by it. Yeah, it's kind of fun to read, Brandish said to her, expression slightly dazed. Then she got back to reading her book again without another word. DeMaria sighed. She really didn't want to get too pushy, but she was left no choice. The time stopper was about to say something when Brandish suddenly spoke. Say, DeMaria, do you know what love is? Brandish asked hesitantly. A pair of green eyes stared at her partner needily, as though she was asking for her support in some unseen battle. And the sheer emotion she projected in her voice made DeMaria think that this was a bit more serious than she thought. Brandish stopped for a moment. Don't think too much on it, okay? I just want to know. There is no deeper meaning behind it. She spoke rather defensively, her tone a little wavered. And that pouting look she wore conveyed much more than she was aware. Oh gods. DeMaria's breath hitched. Maybe she just really wants to learn a thing or two about that sort of thing. Besides, she wasn't the kind of person to fall in love easily. She wouldn't be a shield of Spriggan if she did. That was it, right? That's all there is to it, surely. DeMaria gulped, but reined in her inner distress. Love? What are you asking that kind? I am just curious, is all. Dubiously, she nodded, deciding she would illuminate her bikini-clad friend with some bits of knowledge she knew about the subject. Well, love is. She paused and thought. It is when you think of a person and your heart just skips a beat, she said. Her unease took a step for the worse when her best friend widened her eyes. Still, she continued. And when you think of that person, you feel happiness or something like that, DeMaria informed. And she had to suppress the surge of anger from welling up inside her when Brandish visibly paled in response. And when you think of that person, your chest will get fuzzy, and you will feel butterflies in your stomach. Her best friend was now sweating bullets. The time stopper clenched, her fists tight. Whenever you think of that person, you get sexually excited, she told her a bit embarrassedly. To her ever-growing dread, Brandish blushed heavily as she shrunk on, and that person's face just involuntarily pops into your mind even when you are not actively thinking of that person, she informed, her voice trembling ever so slightly. The green-haired girl had tilted her head to the side in embarrassment, her blushing face ridden with realization, resignation, and guilt. And being with that person makes you happy and content, DeMaria finished, her face downcast and thoroughly upset. Brandish, on the other hand, was now on a dazed stasis, her eyes slightly open, and realization dawned. No, this simply can't be. Randy was in love. She was in love. With someone else, with a man. She was hopelessly smitten with a man. She refused to believe it. She stubbornly refused to believe it. And yet the truth was laid bare in front of her. And not believing wouldn't make it any less true. DeMaria couldn't deny it anymore. A deep, strong spark of jealousy suffused inside her like a demonic possession. And a brewing storm of hatred and loathing started to materialize. Hatred for the person her Randy had set eyes on. Brandish had snapped from her reverie and turned to face her friend. Hey DeMaria, I think I know now what this feeling is. I'm still not too sure myself, but I think I'm in dash. No. DeMaria all but shouted, interrupting her friend's confession. The bikini-clad girl flinched at the sudden outburst. She realized her blunder. I mean, you can't be too sure about what you're feeling. I mean, what if it's not what you think it actually is? How about we take it slow for now, okay? You're new to these things after all. It would be wise not to be so abrupt about this, she reasoned desperately. The green-haired girl nodded. I suppose you're right. I guess I am still uncertain of my feelings. Her gaze lingered to the book she was reading. Perhaps this feeling will recede as time passes, Brandish said with a forlorn smile. A slight sense of relief washed over DeMaria. Yes. Besides, love has many forms. I'm sure that you're just attracted to this man, but merely that. It's just a first-timer's innocent love. You will know how to ignore it with time, DeMaria lectured. And Brandish nodded understandingly. And I'm sure what you're feeling is not the forever and ever moonlight and madness, wedding bells kind of love. Brandish wasn't sure how to respond to that, so she settled on nodding dumbly to her best friend. The golden-haired shield of Spriggan forced an encouraging smile. It is best to stray your thoughts from such things for now. I'm sure you'll forget about it in the morning. Brandish set her book down on the couch. Yes, I suppose you were right. The girl looked at her friend, eyes still riddled with uncertainty, but now contained some semblance of positivity. Thank you, DeMaria. The time stopper smiled brightly. Hey, what are partners for? I'm always here for you, just as you're always there for me. Both shields of Spriggan shared smiles of appreciation before the baleful inquisitiveness that had set in DeMaria's mind finally was too much for her. Anyway, Randy, what was the name of the guy that managed to leave quite an impression on you? The guy she was going to slowly torture until he begs for death, she reiterated in her mind. Brandish blushed and looked at the ceiling as she reminisced, her green eyes unfocused and dazed. DeMaria bared her teeth in anger when the bikini-clad girl sighed longingly. His name is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke? Uchiha. Huh? So that's his name. The name of her victim. DeMaria mentally devised hundreds of heinous methods to torture and murder the man. She internally spat vile curses at his name. DeMaria stared at Brandish with a smile. The green-haired girl could tell that the smile her friend wore was a little too brittle. And what does this guy look like? Brandish stopped for several seconds. Well, he has black, spiky hair. And she blushed. A handsome face. He had black eyes and his skin was pale. She took a breath. And he wore a long black cloak over regular black clothes. And he also had a sword. The time stopper memorized and inscribed them to her mind. I see. The foul look on her face vanished, and she replaced it with a smile. So, she continued, where does this person live? You know, just in case when I have the urge to hunt air. Visit him. Brandish shot a look at her partner, noting that she was leaking a bit of magic power. She studied her best friend for a second, before deciding to obliviously ignore Demaria's ire. Well, Mr. Mahogany said he was an Ishgardian. Demaria's mood soured further at this. Rats. He's in the other continent. She held internally. Well, no matter. I'm sure I'll have my chance to pursue this. This shameless thief. I see. With the only other occupant of the room utterly oblivious to the expression of pure loathing and contempt on her features, as well as the wrathful mental state she was in, Demaria mentally planned ways of intercontinental travel, prepared more than 90 nightmarishly creative ways of torture, strategies to hunt and capture the fool, and over 40 techniques to shut him down for good. The scowl she previously wore turned into an indulgent smirk. Sasuke Uchiha, you will feel the wrath of a shield of Spriggon. Crocus. Achoo. Sasuke suddenly sneezed in the middle of lifting a mug of liquor. He still found himself surprised that the master had managed to snag him up into this ridiculous drinking contest. Makarov grinned. What's up, Sasuke? The master hiccuped. Giving up already? It's only just your 18th mug. He shook his head. Nothing of the sort, he stated, then proceeded to down his 18th mug of alcohol. Someone must have been talking about me. Chapter 7. Grim Tidings. Crocus was abuzz with activity. It was the second day of the biggest wizard event widely known throughout the lands as the Grand Magic Games. Quite possibly the most important and most influential wizard event in Ishgar, as it supposedly encouraged camaraderie, friendship, and honor. Held once every year, for the purpose of determining which guild was the strongest in the continent. Of course, the event was solely not for the wizards. The Grand Magic Games also came with a festival just as grand as the games itself. The city of Crocus was in full bloom. Every street was bustling with tourists and mages alike. Every corner provided a variety of stalls and stores for various kinds of food and merchandise. If the Uchiha had to compare this to something from his world, it would have to be the Tanabata festival. But even that couldn't hold a candle to the festival he was witnessing currently. This festival seemed deliberately held by royalties only for the purpose of flaunting their wealth and connections. Sasuke ate from a kebab dish he had just purchased from a random food vendor and savored the food. He had to admit, the food in this world was something to be craved for. He had already eaten 8 different kinds of food, and none of them disappointed him in the least. The ninja chewed slowly, making sure the food went through his mouth with its flavors left behind. As he ate, he vaguely remembered the girl he had met before. The girl was impish, foxy, and a bit too stubborn. But he could forego those traits, at least. The confidence and air she exuded practically speak volumes of her mastery over the mage craft. And she was the superior in power to not one, but 2 dragon slayers, or at least superior in rank to them. But common protocol would also mean that if she were superior in rank to those 2, then she's likely also their superior in power. Still, that wasn't what made him remember her. He recalled her saying that she was quite adept at cooking. Should I hire her as some sort of personal culinary tutor? Honestly, the idea was tempting. While discovering for himself the culinary techniques and methods of this world sounded fine, it would be much less time-consuming to have a professional to teach him. And having someone like her as an acquaintance would do good for him in the long run. Precautions are a must in a foreign environment. As with securing allies. It was almost afternoon, and the sun's heat was almost at its peak. Still, it did not rouse any feelings of discomfort, at least not as a reason that he would cut his sightseeing short. The people around him didn't seem to be bothered too much by the rising heat too. Perhaps they were just used to the weather. The Grand Magic Games had resumed earlier for the second day of its course. That morning, the event was apparently a racing event called Chariot, in which a member of each team must race from one part of the city towards the arena. He decided he wasn't interested in it, so he opted to visiting the city for its festivities instead. The race was won by Quattro Cerberus Bacchus, as he had heard. The first fight of the second day of the games was won by Raventail, as some gossipers had informed him. His sharp hearing absorbing every information from the people around him like sponge to water. Seems this Raventail guild had some nasty reputation slathered all over their guild, and they were rather proud of it. How interesting. What's worse is that Makarov's nickname for him could have painted him as a member of the guild. Couldn't he have thought of a better name? Still, the fight itself was uninteresting to him. He wanted to see top-rated mages, not class fighters. He planned on watching the last 2 fights at the very least. Held in the afternoon, if he remembered correctly. Hey, isn't that Raven from Fairy Tail? You know, the one that defeated Jura motherfucking Nikis. A man said in a hushed tone. Sasuke heard it though. Now that you've mentioned it. The other one replied, inspecting him with narrowed eyes. The ninja did his best to ignore them as he continued walking. That's him, right? Our Raven of Fairy Tail? What's he doing in here? One woman whispered. I think that's him. Those clothes are exactly the same, and that face. Oh, I wouldn't forget that for the rest of my life. The other one hush-squealed. Damn, he looks so fine in person. Do you think he'll give me an autograph? Hush, Mary. You're getting too excited. All around him were mutterings, all of it directed to him. With practiced calmness, he made no action that suggested he acknowledged anyone around him, or that he'd heard anything, though it did manage to motivate him to walk faster. Not surprising, but it was certainly unwelcome. Sasuke walked faster to reach another boulevard with much less people in it. I will never get used to this, he grumbled as he made his way through the street, easily dodging people in his path. Popularity was the one thing he despised most of all, and it seemed the curse wasn't going to leave him anytime soon. He sauntered through the wave of tourists as he made his way through a store that sold Ashgardian spices. The store was distinguishable enough from all others as it opted for a more tribal approach, with hanging fruits, animal heads, and jars of spices decorating the front. He looked at the display curiously, noting the unique and uncanny smell that wafted. He browsed through the large selection of spices and herbs, curiosity in full throttle. My, I did not think we would meet again, and this early since our last meeting too. What a total coincidence. The voice rolled almost in a soothing manner, playful and mischievous. Before Sasuke could fully turn his head to look at the speaker, his arm was already buried deep into something. Something soft, warm, squishy. Lithe, feminine arms wrapped themselves to the length of his, burying it further deep in between the soft mounds of flesh. Sasuke was confused for a moment, but he was calm enough to know who the person was, based on the bust currently taking his arm a prisoner. Still, this meeting seemed a bit too contrived to be coincidental. Do they satisfy you, Sasu-kun? She spoke teasingly, voice dripping with caddish playfulness. Eyes shining in amusement. You are staring a bit too much, don't you think? She smiled sweetly. Her voice prompted him to snap away from her chest and look at her face instead. The mirth on her face almost irritated him more than he would admit. Uchiha Sasuke does not respond kindly to teases, but he shall not rise to the bait. Minerva, he greeted, calmly enough. You can look at them as much as you want, you know. The wizard said, stroking his bicep with a graceful hand. Sasuke twitched at the feeling. Minerva's face came closer to his, her breath hot on his cheek. If you want, we can arrange a suitable time and place to play. She whispered huskily into his ear. The ninja suppressed the urge to shiver. This woman was going to be the death of him. Let go. She stared at him challengingly, not moving a muscle. Seeing his face ridden with discomfort and impatience, with the former winning just a tad bit, she smiled deviously. This was her victory. Eventually, she slowly untangled her arms off of him. Her smile was set in a victorious curve all the way. Her charms always gets her what she wants. This man was no different, if a little stubborn. She stepped away from him, though not far enough to leave Sasuke's preferred space. Her enchanting smile still displaying on her face, like a beautiful painting on a wall. A true gentleman would be able to take a few jests. You need not be too serious, Sasuke dear. Sasuke looked at her, eyes displaying no emotion. She looked exactly the same as he last saw her, with the blue dress and thick muffler. Her face impishly flawless and immaculate, but no doubt hiding some pretentious motives involving him. He stared at her, and her him. What do you want, Minerva? He asked, a bit impatiently. He would not waste his time to entertain a girl. There's still a lot to try in the city before the last two fights begin. Minerva smiled coyly and adopted a thinking pose. Well, since both you and I are here, why don't we go out and have lunch together? She suggested. I know a first-rate restaurant with top-quality chefs serving its patrons. It is a must for travelers like you. What do you say? She looked at him, eyes displaying a rather hopeful, if a bit playful countenance. To his ire, her resolve to stick her body to his was renewed, and she latched onto his lone arm once more. Fortunately and unfortunately feeling his appendage buried between soft flesh yet again. It'll be a date of sorts. She winked at him. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. The last time he had a date, it almost didn't end well. He had only himself to blame for that, though. The saber-tooth mage noticed. Between friends, of course. You had not done enough to earn my affections, Sasuke dear. She booped his nose, which caused him to glower at her. The sight only made her giggle. Sasuke sighed. A lunch was unneeded, since he was constantly eating and trying out delicacies prior to meeting her. Though he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. A top-grade restaurant would no doubt serve high-quality food, brought forth by high-quality herbs and spices. If he thought everything he ate today was good, then there's a high probability that food served from a top-grade restaurant would be nothing less than excellent. And Ashgardian street food hadn't disappointed him yet. He doubted food from an actual restaurant would be inferior in quality. This could also be an opportunity to kickstart a study in Earthland Gourmet. And besides, it was almost noon. Very well, I'll humor you this one time. This food better be worth his time. Yay. The girl let out a soft, happy squeal of satisfaction before tightening her grip on his arm. She looked at him, eyes shining. My, I knew deep down that you knew how to make a girl happy, despite your somewhat brutish attitude. Sasuke made a face. That wasn't his intention. All of this was to be for his own gratification, but he could hardly care for what she was thinking. The discovery of new tastes unknown to the elemental nations was more important. The last Uchiha allowed himself to be dragged by the girl, who had suddenly transformed from a mischievous trickster to being an excited teenager. She led Sasuke to a street where there were far more people in it. Great. No doubt this street was amongst the most popular in the city, as it apparently housed the fanciest establishments in Crocus. And the people here wore clothes that could warrant them as rich or influential. Some of the mages here even wore fancy armors and weaponry, laden with gold, silver, and precious jewelry. A little too over-decorated in his humble opinion, too elaborately adorned to fight. Eventually, they arrived at a fancy restaurant with a fancy name to match. The restaurant was called Le Gavroche. He didn't know the meaning, but it certainly sounded fancy. The building took inspiration to the largest building in the city, which was the castle, with tall, sharp spires decorating equal sides of the building and intricately decorated columns decorating the front. The building somehow managed to look like a restaurant and a castle at the same time, though the frame was obviously not as large as a real castle. The architect had really outdone himself with this one, even though he lacked creativity. Here it is, the best restaurant this place has to offer. What say we go in? She urged him, eyes shining in excitement. He gestured for her to go first. Ladies first, he said. Minerva smiled kittenishly. My, what a gentleman. She chirped softly before entering, and he followed suit. The interior was predictable enough, shiny and overly decorated all around. Chandeliers hung overhead in a pattern, and exotic paintings lined the walls. The people dining here also looked posh and stylish. Compared to him, who was wearing common clothing underneath a tattered cloak, Sasuke didn't feel much that he belonged here. He didn't care, of course, though thankfully, the customers seemed to be too busy on their meals to take notice of him and his lack of fancy attire dash. Or if they did notice, they were well-mannered enough to not stare too much. They did notice Minerva, though, seeing as they pretty much stopped eating to gawk at her as they passed their tables. This woman was certainly of formidable repute, as the diners were looking at her with both awe and respect in their eyes. Sasuke followed the woman until an employee greeted them. Minerva had already ordered her food, and it seemed like both her and the waiter had been waiting for him to pick his order for the last 5 minutes. The waiter was growing a tad bit tired and impatient based on the slight drooping of his eyes while Minerva sat there with her chin resting at the back of her hand. She stared at him as if he was an adorable little child, discovering the rain for the first time. Having trouble understanding the dish names? She seemed amused. Would you like for me to recommend you something? The wizard offered. Sasuke shook his head. No need. I'll have this, please. He handed the menu pamphlet to the waiter and pointed at his order. 1 carne de porco a l'Alentejo and 1 roasted orc pig with béarnaise sauce and filet mignon, then? I'll be right back. Anything for dessert? The waiter said. Minerva paused and thought for a second. I'll have the golden glazed strawberry ice cream shake, please. She looked at the ninja. And you, Sasuke? I'll have none, he said with finality. That star mango gelato he ate back at the island was to be the last dessert he'd be consuming in a while. Are you sure? They have the best dessert in this city, you know, Minerva said. I'm not very fond of sweets. Peculiar. But I guess a man of your prestige would have some taste. Minerva droned, eyeing him with an inquisitive and intrigued stare, as if she had just found out a key information about him. His preference in food was worthless information anyway, and will likely not be used against him. Well, not combat-wise at least. Prestige was a word he did not expect coming from her, considering he was a nobody. But he guessed she was referring to his combat capabilities. He'd just beaten a wizard saint after all. That would certainly attract a lot of attention. If only he had been a lot more careful. The waiter went to prepare their food, and they sat in relatively comfortable silence. Well, comfortable for Minerva, at least. The damn woman stared at him almost the entire time, like she was inspecting a piece of succulent meat. Sasuke didn't think he'd ever get bothered or feel discomfort by being stared down, but he guessed there was a first time for everything. Instead, the ninja opted to examine his surroundings until the food arrived. So, I saw your fight with Juraniki's yesterday, Raven, she said, earning her a stare from Sasuke. Her gaze was purposeful as she inspected him. Of course, it was regrettable that I was not able to see it personally since I was out on a mission. I was only able to see it from a lacrima recording. She continued, her smile never leaving her face. That same smile lengthened not a second later. Imagine my surprise when you not only matched Iron Rock, Jura blow for blow, but you even overwhelmed and defeated him so soundly. Her voice took a rather excited tone. Now, I do not doubt your might in the least. If you can defeat a wizard saint, then you're most definitely worth recruiting. Into the saber-tooth. Her face leaned slightly forward, along with the hand it rested. Her eyes narrowing a little, her smile turned coquettish. Are you sure you do not wish to join us? Wizard saints were revered, Sasuke noticed. They were indeed powerful in the magical sense. Not as fast as a shinobi, but Juro was definitely a top-tier fighter in terms of strength and attack speed. He hoped to see battles later on to compare him to some of the participants. He may be a wizard saint, but he had a feeling he wasn't the strongest one. Still, her offer he had to refuse for the second time. I am content in fairy tale. Sasuke replied. Pitch black eyes stared into green ones, sending the non-spoken message that his decision was final. That didn't discourage the wizard, though. Oh, I am sure I can change your mind, though. I have my ways. Her voice was husky and suggestive, and the look she was sending him was a bit too provocative for his liking. Minerva casually pulled the hem of her dress downwards with a slim finger, giving Sasuke a nice view of her cleavage. The woman blushed slightly, but her smile was still there, confident, self-assured. The message was sent, and the implication was clear. She would use her body as a tool to convince him. The method would have worked on anyone but Sasuke Uchiha. He was far above such tactics that it was basically ineffective against him even if he was drunk. The mind of an Uchiha was like a fortress of indomitable granite wall. Very few can pierce it. And even those few were special cases. Falling prey to seduction tactics would be to besmirch the Uchiha name. Many have tried and failed to seduce him. Some of them were even considered beautiful without measure. And Sasuke took pride on that. As I said, I am content. The ninja said resolutely, leaving no more arguments in the matter. Ah, I see. Minerva's head hung low, her smile crashing down into a frown. Her bangs covered her eyes as she released a sigh of frustration. Minerva couldn't help it. She was actually upset, her emotions spiraling down from cheerful to being bitter. The matter of his recruitment gone from her mind. Her pride taking a brutal blow, her charms shrugged aside like some irritating pest. The man did not even acknowledge her blatant advances. Any man would have melted into a puddle had she tried that on them. How? Why? Was she losing it? Was she getting rusty? Or was her beauty, God forbidding, dull? No, that certainly was not it. Her charms were sufficient enough to beguile men even on their way to this restaurant just earlier, or yesterday, or last night, or any other day really. She was beautiful, and she knew that. She was enchanting and attractive in every way. Yet why? No, getting insecure would do no good for her. Still this was ridiculous. She was getting depressed over something so trivial. One man's opinion does not reflect to others, after all. Just because a single man took no notice of her charms does not mean she was unattractive. For all she knows, Sasuke could have thought of her beautiful but was just shy and does not openly share his thoughts. After all, he was the kind of man that keeps to himself. Or perhaps he was just an oblivious cherry boy, unmindful to women's charms or feelings. It was no secret to her that the fairy tale wizard was quite popular with women, yet he ignores their vying gazes. If an average man were to be blessed with his attractiveness, he would no doubt spend every evenings in brothels. Sasuke, he did not seem like he was that kind of person. He was such a mystery. Although, there was a third explanation for Sasuke's blatant disregard to women's charms. One that she did not want to dwell into. Because it was disheartening to say the least. To say that such a man, so strong, so handsome, has special preference, was saddening. She liked to think she was just overthinking this, but she really wanted to know. She wanted to know if Sasuke really did swung that way. Minerva recovered, pulling her head up and tidying up her hair. She stared at the fairy tale mage, green eyes full of concern and uncertainty. Sasuke dear, if you do not mind me asking, do you perhaps prefer the same gender, romantically and sexually speaking, that is? She stammered the question a little bit. Sasuke's temper flared, barely managing to suppress a snarl from escaping his lips. This woman was really testing his limits. If the thought of having to taste his first gourmet food in this world wasn't in the table, he would have got up and left her then and there. I am not gay, the ninja replied through gritted teeth. Seduction was one thing, But doubting his sexuality was another. Simply being immune to women's appeal did not mean he preferred the other side instead. Such logic was beyond him. Sasuke calmed himself down. This wouldn't have angered him as much as it did now if it weren't brought up repeatedly by annoying buffoons back at Konoha. Particularly Naruto and Kiba. Those bastards. Minerva easily noticed his change in demeanor. She could tell that her little question might have been a bit overboard. Necessary, but overboard nonetheless. Still, it was at least reassuring that the first man she actually fancied was not homosexual. She could tell that Sasuke was not just being defensive about the matter. He genuinely hated being assumed as such. Minerva giggled. That's what he gets for ignoring women too much. I apologize. I did not mean to assume, she said, her coy smile returning. HN, are you certain you did not want to join my guild though? Yes. Such a shame indeed. After the food was served, they ate and chatted a bit. She told a bit about the city, where to buy different kinds of spices, or where to eat delicacies and whatnot. At least the chat was peaceful enough, if a bit difficult due to the woman's teasing every now and then. And he did learn some information from her. Minerva constantly generated topics to talk about, so they were never bereft of anything to chat about. Still, he was thankful Minerva wasn't complaining about the way he spoke the entire time, which was blunt and straight to the point. He didn't divulge any details nor specifics, and his humor was non-existent, which makes for a rather poor conversationalist. The food itself was quite satisfying. The overwhelming aroma of unknown herbs and spices made for an incredible mix of flavors. The meat was quite soft and juicy, and the sauces complemented it well. He had Minerva taste his food, so she can identify and enumerate all spices within it as he memorized and stored them. Though he was a little confused why the woman was very adamant on letting him feed her his food using his own utensil, the one he had used to eat. Overall, it was a noteworthy experience. After the meal, they wasted no time and got out of the establishment. The sun was at its peak now, and Sasuke realized that they'd stayed at the restaurant for more than an hour. Ah, that was quite fulfilling, wasn't it? She said to him as she stretched her arms, considerably cheerful now. She turned to face him. Now, where shall we go next? She said as she assumed a rather cute thinking pose, with her head slightly inclined up and a finger on her lower lip. Minerva looked at him and gave him a once-over, assessing every fine details on him, or his clothing. She took a passing glance at the tattered ends of his cloak, to the barely visible plain black shirt underneath, and his bandaged shinobi sandals. Her green eyes roved over his body, and Sasuke could feel a bad feeling surfacing from within. He squashed it admirably. Her normal playful, sometimes arrogant smile was gone, and was instead replaced by a frown of displeasure and disapproval, which in itself was odd. Had he done something? What is it? Sasuke asked warily, trying to ascertain her intentions. Minerva looked at him straight in the eyes. She looked dead serious. Sasuke dear, how long have you been wearing those rags? She asked, her eyes wandering across his form once more with a noticeable edge of disgust on her face. Sasuke looked down at his attire, and then looked at Minerva. They're not rags, he insisted. They barely looked like rags, at least. Apart from the tattered ends of the cloak, his clothes looked fine. Besides, these were fabrics specifically designed for ninjas. He liked it, and it was airy and comfortable too. It's not very fashionable, but being fashionable mattered very little in his line of work. How long have you been wearing them? Minerva seemingly ignored him. 2 years. Sasuke answered after a brief pause. The ninja was still very much unsure where this conversation led, but the nagging feeling of dread he was feeling was growing. Minerva widened her eyes at his answer. 2 to 2 years. For 2 years you have been wearing beggar's clothes. She sounded exaggeratedly distraught. Now, that just would not for me. Sasuke's alarm bells rang when she grabbed a hold of his lone arm, tightly locking in a firm grip. The wizard started dragging him somewhere, with the same excitement as earlier. I know a famous boutique that sells clothing for a gentleman such as yourself. Let us go. Sasuke barely noticed the dangerous gleam in her eyes as she pulled him. That isn't necessary. Sasuke voiced out, slightly panicked. Minerva smiled sweetly at him. Now, I am not taking no for an answer, you understand? I am going to completely revamp your fashion sense and have you start wearing clothes befitting of your status. His status? Because as far as he could tell, he was a nobody. He didn't possess any social status or rank of some kind. Do wizards typically dress up to suit their standing? What do you mean? He asked. Why, your proven status as a superior to a wizard saint, of course. No mage of your caliber should be wearing rags. That was a bit illogical if it was applied to his home world. Strong shinobi didn't wear fancy clothing. Even the Kages barely wore anything remotely fashionable. On the other hand, fashionable people were there only to flaunt their wealth and decadence, not their skill. Still, he do need clothes. Perhaps he could find clothing similar to his. And he needed a new cloak as well. Minerva smiled confidently at him, her eyes glowing with enthusiasm. Trust me, Sasuke dear. After this, you'll be looking like a princely gentleman, overflowing with charm and magnetic handsomeness. The way she looked at him oddly reminded him of the way a small child would look at her dress-up doll. Before Sasuke could say anything, they were suddenly swallowed by a magical bubble, which he assumed was a teleportation spell. What could possibly go wrong? Torture. Pure and utter, unrelenting torture. Sasuke stood there, noticeable tired and weary. Not physically exhausted, as he was very sound as far as physicals goes, but rather, he was mentally tired. As soon as they arrived at the store, Minerva, like a giddy child, immediately snagged several suit combinations for him to try. With the help of the female attendant, which, to Sasuke's annoyance, held the same determination to dress him up like a doll, they scouted the store for gentlemanly clothing, as Minerva would like to call them. Sasuke, for his part, managed to put the clothes on with practiced ease and patience. But after the 15th suit, the last Uchiha was growing tired and bored. And after the 30th suit, he was becoming frustrated. Sasuke valiantly battled the urge to just shunshin out of there, but he had a feeling it would lead to more problems in the future. So, he just opted to suck it up and take it like a man. Sasuke felt like he had tried every damn suit in the place, and yet Minerva and the attendant was still scouring the aisle for more clothing for him to try on. This was getting ridiculous. The boredom was slowly but surely chipping away at his sanity. How one could be so picky with clothing that looked like they were exactly the same, but with different colors, he might add, was beyond him. Though maybe it was just how women were. He remembered Sakura spending too much time shopping back home. It was at his 65th try that Minerva had finally approved. So there was a god that's been looking out for him after all. He ended up with 3 pairs of vest suits, each with varying colors. The one he was wearing currently was the one with the dark purple-colored vest with light blue shirt underneath to contrast it, pairing it off with the black slacks and dark-colored tic-tac shoes. Minerva's eyes shone brightly as she looked at him, proud at her work. My, that really suits you, Sasuke dear. The way you are now, you might even steal the #1 spot of the Weekly Sorcerers magazine's hottest male mages. And that's accounting the missing arm for. The attendant nodded with her, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Madam Minerva is right. You look extremely dashing, sir. See? You look far better in this than those beggar's rags that you're so keen in wearing. Minerva preened at her own work, like a craftsman looking at his product. That didn't alleviate much of the stress and mental exhaustion he was feeling. He looked at a nearby mirror. And well, he looked a bit too snazzy and weird and just wholly unfit to fight. It's rather hard to move, but it fits into his body well enough. He'd probably have to change to his usual gear as soon as he gets back to Fairy Tail. After a brief scuffle with Minerva about how he shouldn't be wearing a cloak over the clothes, he finally convinced her that he would in fact wear a cloak. So he bought a black-colored one, similar to his old one, but much shorter, only covering up to the knees. In that way, he wouldn't be mistaken for a dark mage, or so she says. Of course, the entire ordeal wasn't free. Sasuke bought her 2 high-end silk dresses, which she was going to show him the next time they had a date, she said. He was hoping the day would rather not come. She was admittedly too much of a bother for him to deal with. Expectedly enough, the clothes they bought took a large chunk out of his money. Not large enough that the money would not fit his entire planned stay here in Earthland, but still noticeable. All of those were high-end silk and leather, he was informed. After the transaction was done, Sasuke was handed his purchase. He waited patiently, as Minerva babbled on with the boutique attendant for a short while. Eventually, they were out of the boutique. Freedom. After 4 whole hours. Most unfortunately, Minerva remembered to lock his arm in a tight embrace. So, did you enjoy the experience, Sasuke dear? She asked, a satisfied smile on her red lips. Sasuke merely looked at her in a deadpan. No. Blunt as a hammer, he told her. The woman's smile didn't waver in the slightest. In fact, it only lengthened in amusement. You wound me, Sasuke dear. To think that the precious time we spent today means nothing to you. You wound me oh so much. She faked a sob. TCH. He grunted in annoyance. Minerva giggled. It was a mystery to her how a man as emotionless and stoic as him could be so easily vexed by her teasings, but she was not complaining. She liked him that way. She let go of his arm. I need to go back to my guild's lodge. Hopefully father is not angry of my lateness. She smiled beatifically at him. It has been fun. In fact, I have never had this much fun since I was a mere child. Thank you, she told him. Her voice was unusually sincere and kind. To Sasuke's surprise, she suddenly placed a hand on his cheek and moved her head next to his. The ninja's eyes slightly widened as he felt soft, moist lips on his other cheek as she gave him a kiss. She immediately moved away from him, mischievous smile present on her face. Take me to more dates, and I might give you one in the lips. She winked at him. Minerva walked towards the opposite direction, her hips swaying side by side. Sasuke had the feeling she was purposely accentuating the action more for him to see. She turned to look at him one last time. I'll see you later, Sasuke dear, she shouted with a wave of her hand, unmindful of the people around her. She blew one last kiss and went on her way, disappearing from sight. The Uchiha heaved a sigh as he started walking towards the Colosseum. The entire thing with Minerva was tiring to say the least, but not completely a useless experience. He had gained a lot of information from her. He just hoped he wouldn't run into her sooner or later. While definitely not insufferable, she was annoying most of the time, and she was shockingly forward too. She was much of a perfectionist, too. He would rather not deal with her again. It was 4 o'clock now, so he'd most likely miss the third match. He needed to at least watch the last fight today. Minerva walked towards the saber-tooth lodge in a steady gait. Today was a productive day, indeed. Not for the guild, of course, but for herself. It was quite satisfying. While some of her tasks had failed, she could not help but forget them for the time being. She was in a good mood. Still, Sasuke was such a mystery. The man did not fall prey to her looks, even though she had done so much to gain his attraction. And yet he had acted like her charms were no more beautiful than a common woman's. It had infuriated her initially. She was not used to a man acting so dismissive of her charms like he did. Though that was more likely because he was very good at hiding his emotions under a sturdy mask of disinterest. That, or he genuinely did not think of her that highly, which she did not want to accept by any means. Still, she would find a way to have him wrapped around her fingers. There are plenty of time and ways to do that. His attitude could also perhaps need some polishing. But apart from that, she could see herself dating him. The fact that she had actually liked him enough to consider him a consort was mind-boggling. She was normally dismissive of men, never giving them the slightest time of day. And she had not fancied anyone until she had met him. His calm, stoic attitude, and his continuous dismissal of her advances was a pleasant surprise that separated him from most men. It was a breath of fresh air. But more than that, he was incredibly strong. Stronger than a wizard saint like Jura, Iron Rock, Nikis, who was ranked top 5 of the wizard saints. Overwhelming him in a fist fight, and utterly outshining the man with his various elemental magic. Absolutely wonderful, beautiful, and majestic. He was a diamond among coal, glittering with a special light. A light that encompasses all. It was simply incomprehensible for anyone to give up on him. That was why she could not possibly give him up that easily. She smiled. She would find a way. She always does. Domus Flow. Sasuke got back to the Colosseum, just in time for him to see a fighter defeat her opponent in a swift slash of her unsheathed sword. Seems he was late for the fight. Whoa. Ah, Sasuke-san. Since when did you get here? The blonde one, Lucy, if he remembered correctly, asked, a bit surprised. He guessed everyone had been too engrossed on the battle. Must have been quite a good one. Sasuke spared a glance at her. Just now, he replied. Who won the fight? The ninja asked, curious. Lucy's somber gaze went back to the battle, already in its conclusion, as the loser lay flat on her back, sobbing quietly. Ah, that was Kagura Mikazuchi of Mermaid Heel. She seemed like a really strong swordswoman. There was awe in her voice. I see. A swordswoman, huh? He'd actually like it if he could test his steel with another swordsman that's not one from his world. Maybe sword masters here carried skills unlike what he'd seen in his world. The thought of adopting a new sword style and new skill sets along with his own excited him. He was a master swordsman, but there was always a room for more knowledge in the ways of the sword. And this is it for the second day of the Grand Magic Games, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. The familiar voice of the commentator boomed, and people started leaving the Colosseum. He turned back to leave the fairy tale stands. Sasuke heard a young female voice. Now that he thought about it, He almost didn't notice a small girl with dark blue hair on Lucy's side. The blonde girl noticed the smaller girl's inquiring stare. Ah, this is Uchiha Sasuke-san. He's the wizard who won us our first ever battle in the games, and against a wizard saint like Jiraiki's no less. Lucy introduced excitedly. She placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. And Sasuke-san, this is Wendy Marvel, and the exceed over there is Carla. Lucy pointed at the cat, standing on the ledge. It was scrutinizing him like he was some sort of a criminal. Still, if she had a cat, then that could only mean one thing. Another dragon slayer, so young too. Sasuke stared at the little girl, gaze staying emotionless. A pleasure. It's nice to finally meet you too, Sasuke-san. I've heard so much about you, the child said. She looked at him with utter respect. Exaggerations, I'm sure. No, I don't think so, the girl denied. I heard about everything that you've done for Fairy Tail. How you risked your life to save Asuka-chan. How you saved the guild from Twilight Ogre when we weren't there. Our guild is so much happier now. So, thank you, Sasuke-san. Wendy bowed to him, her words oozing with genuine feelings of admiration, appreciation, reverence. Lucy smiled beside her. The smaller girl stood straight again. It's just, I love this guild. I love Fairy Tail with all my heart. That's why. I don't want to see my friends sad. I want them to always be happy. And because of you, they are, she said with a grateful smile. Every word was sincere and heartfelt. The last Uchiha stared at her for a couple more seconds before replying. There's no need to thank me. Thank Naruto instead, he thought. Sasuke walked away from the duo of smiling girls, only to stop when a boisterous voice invaded his ears. Hey, Sasuke, Natsu practically shouted, even though they were not even at a shouting distance. We're gonna have an awesome party tonight. You should hurry up and join us before the food runs out. And with that, Natsu sped out of the Colosseum, followed by the flying blue cat. Each guild member greeted him one way or another, and he greeted back with a polite nod. A certain vibrant red was in the corners of his eye. He turned to look only to lock eyes with the night woman, Rizz Scarlet. They stared at each other for a few moments, before the woman smiled and walked closer to him. Her armored arm crossed in a relaxing manner, and her elegant hair swayed with every motion. Sasuke wouldn't admit it, but he was a man, and thus was fully capable in noticing a woman's beauty. Urza was like Tsunade in a sense, a stern beauty. Sasuke and Urza walked out of the arena side by side, tailing their guild members. Have you been adjusting well with the guild? She asked. I know they can be a bit much at times, but I assure you they mean well. I have experience in dealing with exuberant people. Don't worry. Sasuke replied with a small, wistful smile. Urza smiled. That's good. Though, I suggest you inform me if you encounter any trouble. I'll be sure to straighten them up. I appreciate it. The red-haired woman looked at him curiously. You're not much of a talker, are you, Sasuke? No, I'm not. Urza chuckled a little. I myself certainly do appreciate a quiet colleague for a change. It's a nice change of pace. It's very hard to manage them the way things are. I can't imagine the addition of more people just as noisy and boisterous as they are. She sighed. He couldn't blame her. Doing a disciplinarian's work on a guild like this would be a more challenging work than subduing a tailed beast. Though boisterous people would certainly fit right in. Naruto would have been right at home in Fairy Tail. I can see why. They're a handful. Sasuke commented as he watched Natsu and Gray bicker on their way out of the building, with some members singing aloud and just having a plain good time with each other. As he saw it, Fairy Tail was a boisterous bunch, and it wouldn't be Fairy Tail otherwise. Being noisy is part of who they are, and what makes the guild in general, Fairy Tail. They're loud crackheads, but the charm was definitely there. Urza nodded. Indeed they are, but I wouldn't have them any other way, even if they do get overboard at times. He could understand, of course. His friends back at Konoha were an annoying bunch of misfits, but they're fine the way they are. Naruto, most especially. Urza looked at him, noticing his reminiscing look. You have something like them too, I'm guessing. Sasuke for once smiled. I guess I do. Our son. Sasuke watched the rowdy guild from his view at the bar, noting that some of the more prominent members were missing, even Natsu. How unusual. So Sasuke, did you have fun earlier at the festival? The master, Makarov, asked him as he sat cross-legged on top of the bar. He took occasional swig at his liquor mug and looked like he was about to get wasted anytime soon. It always impressed him how the master could still talk as coherently as he did while being too drunk out of his mind. Sasuke's memories lingered earlier during the day. Most of it had been good memories, some of it he wanted to forget. I did, he answered aptly. Makarov nodded, a little wobbly. HMHM, that's good. His gaze lingered at Sasuke's clothes, revealed slightly underneath the dark silk cloak. I see you've changed your apparel. Embracing the Fyorian lifestyle, the old master asked jokingly. The ninja took a brief glance at his suit and sighed. No, just got caught into something troublesome. Troublesome was an understatement. He'd have to avoid her if he ever sensed her nearby. He didn't want to go through the same experience ever again. Oh, the master begun, obviously intrigued. What happened? Did you meet a young lass? Makarov inquired, a drunken smirk on his lips. The last Uchiha looked at the master and paused. Nothing of the sort, he said with a neutral expression, which only a very slight grimace betraying him. Makarov, even while drunk, was sharp enough to notice. Ho-ho-oh, to be young. Sasuke ignored him and continued eating on a dark meat of some turkey-like species. He didn't know the name, but the meat was certainly more fulfilling than the standard turkey meat he ate back in his world. Uchiha Sasuke-kun, may I have a word with you? A young, feminine voice grabbed his attention. Sasuke looked at the speaker to find out that it was Mavis who had spoke. He was the first master of Fairy Tail, as some members, and Makarov himself, had so kindly informed him. This information all but confirmed his theory that she was not what she seems. Fairy Tail had a decently long history, according to Macau, so Mavis should at least be over 100 years old. Sasuke nodded to her request. He stood up from his stool and made to follow her to the balcony. He supposed this was about him having no magic power, or perhaps another thankful person for his deeds. He didn't know, but this was the first master of Fairy Tail, so the topic would have to be fundamentally important. He remembered Makarov saying that she was the best strategist Earthland had ever produced. That completely and utterly impressed him. They stepped outside the main room and out in the open balcony overlooking the large city. Sasuke's cloak flapped in the cold, night wind as he took his position beside the diminutive master. Uchiha Sasuke-kun, she started. Call me Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, then. She smiled, her blank, emerald eyes examining him. He leveled a stare at her, undaunted at the emotionless scrutiny she was giving him. This only made the master smile. You are indeed very interesting, Sasuke-kun. The blonde master broke the stare off to look at the city before her, beholding at the city lights housing the Crocus city life. Blonde, wavy locks waved around in the wind as cold breeze swept their form. Mavis made to sweep some locks away from her face with a small, childish hand. The image instantly telling Sasuke that she was taking this matter seriously. Tell me about your story, she added. Of course, you may choose not disclose everything to me. Just enough that I can get a general overview of what you really are and what you. Sasuke paused and thought. So, this talk was essentially to weigh him in using his backstory? He refused to believe that someone like Mavis would actually want to know his story just because she wanted to know. It had to be a test of some sort. He was dangerous, she probably realized that. Powerful enough to pose a serious threat to her children, to her members. Quite understandable and smart, actually. If he cared to be the leader of a group whose bond goes beyond mere camaraderie, then he'd surely take measure in knowing the people he wasn't sure he could trust. To her, he was basically a wild card. Sasuke considered the consequences of telling her. There's a possibility that she might become hostile towards him, and he would have to fight not only her, but the entire unknowns. If she did turn hostile, he would have to flee and avoid confrontation if necessary. He didn't have the luxury of spending large amounts of chakra, though he had a feeling that it was unlikely to happen. Another possibility is that Mavis would not confront him, but evict him from the guild. That scenario was certainly a better one than having to fight her. Still, it was wholly possible as well that she would accept everything, without any complications. He decided to risk it. He'd tell her everything. Someone was bound to know sooner or later anyway. Sasuke did not trust her, but his instincts told him to trust in her. It was a subtle feeling, but one he recognized. Seeing his unsure expression, Mavis offered a warm smile. Worry not. No matter what you may tell me tonight, I promise not to judge, much less attack you. The first master's eyes gazed up at him, as a mother would look at her wayward child. Remember, you are a part of Fairy Tail. I will never hurt my children. I die a second time before that a second time? The ninja thought. Sasuke nodded, more or less convinced. I'll tell you my story. I'll tell you everything. But promise me to keep this conversation a secret from the others. Sasuke said, his expression steely as he looked at her. She nodded. I will. I have no right to share your story, anyway. But you will have to tell them in the future. So he told her. From his childhood, his bond with his older brother, and his time with Team 7. From their first mission and his transition to becoming a missing nin, to his first serious battle with his best friend. From his tutelage under Orochimaru and being a member of the Akatsuki, to his descent into darkness. From the Fourth Shinobi World War and their struggles against Madara and Kagaya's plans, to him being a wanderer. Everything he divulged to the first master was something he would not reveal so carelessly. He had made his decision to trust her, and she would make sure to keep her mouth shut. She got her information, and he would be given free rein among the guild without constant supervision. He wasn't pulling anything either. He had told her he had taken lives before, that he had betrayed his village and had sworn to destroy it, and that he had tried to kill his closest friends in more than one occasion, and tried to abandon his allies in the middle of a losing battle. Every bit of information Mavis absorbed, without her face ever changing from the doll-like, expressionless face she always had. She didn't seem disturbed, nor judgmental. She took his story in stride with nary an emotion ever surfacing in any way. It was a bit unnerving. It took him over an hour and a half to finish telling his story, and Mavis was unaffected in the slightest. It was like she was listening to a completely normal story that didn't involve death and tragedy. In response, the first master merely nodded to him. "I see. Thank you for sharing your story with me." She smiled, contented. Sasuke rose an eyebrow at her. "You believe it?" While he may have been telling the truth, his story was far from being believable. It fits more as legends or stories of lore, considering a goddess was involved. Mavis tilted her head adorably. "Are you not telling the truth?" she inquired. "I am." "Then I believe you." She started walking back inside the bar's main room. She paused before she could enter and turned to face him. "You know, everyone in Fairy Tail has something to hide. Whether it be painful memories or misplaced deeds, they have their fair share of things they don't want others to know about. But the memories they made, the bonds they shared with precious people in the past, battles they conquered, experiences they overcame, all made them who they are today. They built each and every one of their unique characters, their aspects, and their personalities that ultimately made them a part of my family. They rose from the past and ascended to the present, stronger and wiser than they've ever been. And all of it had led them here, led them to Fairy Tail. Isn't that amazing?" She spoke, her expression full of life, unlike most of the time he had seen her. The first master gave him a dazzling smile. "Do you understand what I'm saying, Sasuke-kun? Is it not possible that everything you've experienced in your life, every hardships you've fought, and every effort you've spent, has led you here in this beloved guild?" Mavis said, raising her arms excitedly. "Aren't you happy that fate led you here in Fairy Tail?" Sasuke was speechless for more than a few seconds, less due to the emotional impact her speech had instilled in him, but more to the logic she applied in it. The ninja smiled. That's such a convoluted way of looking at it. But he couldn't say it was wrong either. It was a heartwarming message. It was almost flattering, considering it came from the founder of Fairy Tail herself. It wasn't a special treatment, he knew. It was just how she was. Caring, compassionate, and accepting. He would have thought of her naive, but he knows deep down she wasn't. "So you're just going to accept me just like that?" Sasuke asked. It was a careless move, accepting an unknown without further probing. A mistake that cost many shinobi organizations to fall apart due to betrayers sowing discord into their circles. Mavis nodded in affirmation. Sasuke's eyebrows wrinkled in slight confusion. "Why?" The diminutive master only smiled further at that. "I sense no shred of evil in you, Sasuke-kun. Therefore, I trust you. I wasn't really able to properly welcome you to the guild earlier, so I'll do it right now." Mavis looked at him with a wide, welcoming smile, her arms wide apart, as if ready to embrace him. "Welcome to Fairy Tail, Sasuke-kun." Contrary to Mavis' looks, Sasuke felt like he was being adopted into a family. But it felt nice. He felt welcome. The same welcoming feeling he always felt when it comes to Naruto. Sasuke was not with anything to say but one thing. "Thank you." Crocus. The party ended as well as he'd expected, with most members getting wasted or getting some minor injuries due to their roughhousing. It was 9:45 in the evening when most members vacated Bar Sun and went to the guild's lodge to sleep and prepare for tomorrow's batch of challenges in the Grand Magic Games. Sasuke mulled over the first master's words. Mavis had accepted him, just like that. Mavis was no fool. She couldn't have let him join the guild out of sheer goodwill. As a ninja, Sasuke was taught to think things through, to dissect any situation regardless of the odds. Mavis accepting him like that was suspicious. She must have something in mind for him. An ulterior motive planned. He would have to investigate this. The Uchiha walked through a street leading to a river. The wind was chilly in the city, almost as cold as Konoha's night breezes despite not having as much trees as his home village. Back in Konoha, Sasuke enjoyed walks every so often. It made for a good hobby, and it eased his mind of all unpleasant thoughts. It was almost like a mental exercise for him more than a physical one. Sasuke took in the sights of the city at night, which was very peaceful in comparison to when it's daytime. A lot of buildings and establishments were now closed or closing still. Only a few night operating bars here, and they were open, catering for people wanting to get wasted or hook up with someone to spend the night with. It was somewhat similar to Konoha in a sense, if it wasn't for the vastly different styles and architecture. The ninja saw Pink in front, walking towards him. It was Natsu, embracing Happy the blue cat in his arms. The cat seemed upset, and Natsu wasn't in a good mood either. The pink-haired dragon slayer sported a deep frown, his head dipped down and his eyes downcast. The boy noticed him. "Ah, Sasuke." Natsu managed, a bit surprised at seeing him. "You're not asleep yet?" "I'm taking a walk," Sasuke answered. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Natsu attacked the Saber-Tooth Guild because he wanted to fight the master for abandoning their comrade. Happy was kind enough to answer for him. "But then I got captured by the scary lady." The blue cat noticeably shivered at the memory of the scary lady. Now, that was interesting. So that was the reason why he wasn't at the bar. He attacked a nest of powerful mages on his lonesome and came out practically unscathed. Were the Saber-Tooth really as powerful as people claim they were? Or are they just a bunch of weaklings with a few exceptions? Were the two dragon slayers, Rogue and Sting, if he remembered correctly, unable to stop and apprehend him? Had Minerva failed to stop him? Did Natsu defeat the master seeing as he was virtually unaffected? Also, he had a feeling this scary lady was none other than Minerva. Sasuke watched them amusedly as Natsu stretched Happy's cheek. "I see. You should hurry back. Makarov was looking for you." Natsu nodded. "I see. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Sasuke," Natsu said as he went on his way to the guild's lodge. He'd have to remind himself to ask Minerva of the aftermath. Considering it was Natsu, their lodge should be a total mess right now. He watched as Natsu's form disappeared into the night and continued walking. The Uchiha thought of the recent events. He had a lot to think about. But something that's been nagging on his mind was that sudden flare of chakra he had felt yesterday. He had continued his investigation since that event, and he was met with nothing. It's almost as if the one who entered the time-space knows he could sense chakra from faraway distances. This was dangerous. He couldn't afford to stop investigating. Apart from him, there's Noon in his time-space who was capable of traveling through dimensions, but the Otsutsuki's. So it was completely possible that an Otsutsuki had somehow managed to locate his chakra and enter the time-space. It should have taken them years to do that, considering there were thousands, if not more, time-spaces similar to this one. And if they did manage to enter this time-space, he would have to get rid of them as quickly as possible before this dimension gets consumed whole. But it's going to be impossible for him to defeat them alone. His next course of action was obvious: find powerful allies. The ninja sensed a presence behind him. "Ayano." "Sasuke-san." He heard a voice, a female one. He took notice of the familiarity of it. It sounded exactly like her. And yet not her. This one was sad, full of pain and misery. Sasuke turned around to face the girl. He saw a hooded figure. The cloak ran down her body with her feet being the only visible part. Sasuke saw blonde hair spilling out from underneath the shadow provided by the hood. The figure trembled upon seeing him. "Sasuke-san," the hooded figure muttered. Sasuke heard exhaustion, grief, and regret in her voice, but most of all, relief. The hooded figure pulled her hood back, revealing blonde hair, a young, sorrowful face, and a pair of brown, very familiar eyes. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "Lucy." Lucy smiled, although failing still to hide the misery on her face. "I am, and at the same time, I'm not," she answered cryptically. On the confused look he was giving her, she decided she'd get straight to the point. "Time is running out. I am Lucy, and I came from the future." Sasuke stared at her skeptically. The future? Was she implying that she had traveled through time? "I know you're having a hard time believing, but it's true." The blonde's voice turned desperate. "Sasuke-san, the future I came from is bleak." Her face expression was bitter and dejected, tears threatening to escape from her eyes. "Sasuke-san, I need your help," the blonde pleaded. I'll do anything. Just please help me." Help me change the future. Emotions overwhelmed and burst out of her as tears of despair ran down reddened cheeks. Please. Just please. The gate. My friends. She sobbed. Sasuke swore to himself. What a weird day this has been. Chapter 8. What the future holds. Crocus. Grand Magic Games Day, 3 midday. Sasuke stood atop the tallest peak of the tallest building as he surveyed every inch of the city. The Sharingan hypnotically spun as the ninja inspected every corners, alleys, and passageways of the large city. His cloak billowed in the wind as he stood patiently, like a hawk after a prey. His eyes narrowed from time to time as he scanned every person that passed his sight, looking for even the slightest of suspicious activity. A slight grimace was beginning to crawl into the ninja's face. Without so much as a sufficient info, spotting a single person was proving to be fruitless in a city as large as this, even with the Sharingan. All that the Lucy from the future had told him was to be on a lookout for a man from the Royal Guard. Crocus. Grand Magic Games Day, 2 evening. The Lucy from the future bawled her eyes out in grief. Streams of crystalline tears ran down her reddened cheeks, and choked sobs came out of her mouth. Lucy tried but failed to rub her tear-stained cheeks with her hands and forearm. Seeing her like this triggered some repressed memories. It reflected to him how she must be feeling what he'd felt when he'd lost everything. Sasuke was sympathetic enough to let the girl cry her heart out. Just from looking at her, God knows she needed it. They were in a park lit only by several street lamps, and she sat there opposite to him in one of the benches. As it was late in the evening, there were hardly any people there, aside from them. Lucy's crying had lessened eventually as she recomposed herself. I'm so sorry, Sasuke-san. I'm not usually like this. Just sniffle needed to release some pin-up emotion. It feels like I'm gonna explode if I keep all of it inside me. Lucy managed a strained smile as she looked at the stoic man in front of her. I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this. Sasuke shook his head slightly. It's fine. Just tell me everything. Lucy's weak smile remained as she closed her eyes and nodded. Okay. Please listen to everything that I'm going to reveal to you, Sasuke-san. The blonde girl opened her eyes and stared at his own. She still beheld sorrow in them, but also seriousness that entailed life and death consequence. In the coming days, a disaster will strike. A disaster that will take millions upon millions of lives. Sasuke listened carefully, his Sharingan spun as he inspected the girl of any lies and deceit. His eyes confirmed none. Lucy looked down sorrowfully as her hands clenched on her lap. Including my friends. Everyone in Fairy Tail, Magnolia, Ishgar, the world. Tears stained her cheeks again as she spoke. The Uchiha patiently waited for her to calm down and continue her story. Thankfully, it wasn't long until she relaxed and continued. Sasuke-san, someone from the Royal Guard will open the Eclipse Gate, thereby unleashing 10,000 dragons into the world. The ninja processed the information with a slight narrowing of his eyes. Her story so far had been far from being believable. Time travel was something considered as conceptually impossible, but he could accept the idea considering dimensional travel was common grounds for him. But the invasion of a large amount of dragons sounded too fantastical. And yet his Sharingan did not detect any sort of fabrications. The continent was immediately plunged into chaos, and the dragons pillaged settlements and killed insurmountable amounts of people. No sooner than merely several days, the world was in ruins. He assumed this Eclipse Gate is the time-traveling device, and this man from the Royal Guard is his primary culprit. My friends, Fairy Tail. They tried to stop the dragons, but they couldn't possibly defeat 10,000 of them. In the end, they succumbed to the dragons' overwhelming power and numbers. There were only a few of us left. Lucy clenched her teeth. She still remembered the way Natsu had arrived to save her just moments before being crushed under the claw of a rampaging dragon. She still remembered his warm smile as he reassured her that everything's going to be okay in the end. The way he dived into battle knowing the outcome, just so she could live. That's why I used the Eclipse Gate to travel back in time and ask for your help, Sasuke-san. More than sorrowful and saddened, her face displayed determination and resolve as she stared unblinkingly into his crimson gaze. Sasuke looked at her as he made to digest the information he'd just been fed. There were still several things he needed answers first before he'd agree or disagree. Why do you come to me for help? The ninja asked, his voice as calm as ever. It's as if her story held no weight in front of him. Because you were the one who hunted down and vanquished all of the remaining dragons that roamed Earthland. Lucy answered immediately. Sasuke assessed her answer. Interesting. So he already existed in her timeline? But something still nagged at him. Assuming the version of himself in her timeline did everything he'd done in this timeline, why then was he unable to prevent the dragons from scattering away, or at the very least, protecting his guild mates, if he was supposedly powerful enough to defeat them? Because if he was in this city, he would have most assuredly put his own fair share of effort in suppressing the dragons. There was a heavy contradiction in there. There was one explanation why he was unable to deal with the threat, though. And where was I at the time of this event? Lucy looked uncertain. I am not sure, but the day before the Eclipse Gate was opened, Master Makarov said that you had some urgent business to care of in Alakatasia. Something about old enemies. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. So that explains everything. His business in Alakatasia was probably the arrival of those Otsutsuki's. So not only was he to deal with 10,000 dragons, but was also about to confront Momoshiki and his retainer Kinshiki. The situation was absurdly beyond his expectations and control, and the odds were severely cornering him into a cliff. While defeating the dragons sounded possible enough with Lucy's account, dealing with the Otsutsuki's was another matter entirely. One that Naruto's help is an absolute must. Frankly speaking, he was up shit creek without a paddle. What great timing. The ninja thought derisively. One action must come after another, and one deed must take precedence. He might need to combat Momoshiki and Kinshiki first before attending to the dragons. But then again, that also seemed fruitless. He doubted he'd survive that encounter, and if he'd died, Earthland will have to deal with not only the dragons, but also interdimensional invaders. He needed to think this over thoroughly and carefully. Before Sasuke could further mull on his methods, future Lucy stood up from her seat, looked at him straight in his visible eye, and prostrated herself in front of him, her forehead practically touching the ground. The utterly submissive and feeble action surprised the ninja a bit. Please, Sasuke-san, I need your help. There's no one but you who can change the future. Lucy cried out, her voice ridden with desperation and helplessness. I need you to save my friends. I need you to save Fairy Tail. The blonde never moved from her defenseless position as she spoke, but she didn't care one bit. Sasuke looked down at her impassively and sighed. He turned around and started walking away. Lucy looked up in horror and despair as the one who holds the key to changing the future casually sauntered away, seemingly refusing her request. His gait was calm and uncaring. Uncaring of the future, uncaring of the lives that were sure to be lost, uncaring for the world. Lucy's world shattered to tiny pieces. What's remained of her sanity probably broke along with it. It's over. Lucy thought in despair and resignation, her mind consumed by dreadful images of the guaranteed future, now that her only hope had denied her request. Tears rolled out of her eyes again. Her brown eyes remained fixated unblinkingly at the Uchiha's figure. She was now left utterly uncertain of what to do and unsure of what to make of this outcome. Her motivations, her purpose, and the last remaining remnants of hope that still remained within her left brutally crushed by the weight of reality. The reality of death and destruction. What was she doing in here anyway? What was her purpose again? Why did she ever think this plan would have worked? Were her efforts really that meaningless? Why was she even alive in the first place? She should have just died with her friends. She should have just been crushed under the claw of that behemoth. In the end, it all did not matter. She was left with nothing. It was too cruel. Why was everything have to be so cruel? Sasuke-san, please. Lucy choked out. Her voice was weak and garbled with the sounds of crying. Please don't go. I need you. Fairy Tail needs you. Please dash. Shut up. Sasuke replied sternly, cutting the blonde off. Lucy stared at him wide-eyed, mouth slightly agape. Her briefly renewed energy vanishing just as quickly. The ninja looked back at her, eyes narrowing in annoyance. I didn't say anything about denying your request. Upon hearing his words, the blonde woman perked up, the look of surprise coloring her face, and hope started bubbling from within her. Sasuke-san, does that mean you? She didn't dare say it. She just didn't. It was too good to be true. She half expected him to say CK and continue walking. Yet he didn't. Has her purpose not been wasted? Sasuke looked at her, his pitch-black eye in equal amounts of soft and stern. Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. You did good in letting me know. You may rest easy now, I'll handle the rest. He told her resolutely, his tone leaving no interjections nor objections. It was unemotional, yet so soothing to hear. Lucy's world immediately became brighter at his words. Her dirt-ridden hands came clutching at her chest as emotions threatened to burst out of her. A dazzling smile finally took stage, a hopeful, toothy smile. And her deathly pale cheeks started to color a lively red hue. Sasuke-san, thank you so much. Lucy managed out as her cheeks were once again sporting streams of fresh tears, but this time, it wasn't out of grief, sadness, or self-loathing. It was something different. She didn't even care how many times she cried at this point. Nothing matters anymore. Sasuke-san. Thank you. The spirit maid shouted at the top of her lungs. Deeply thankful, deeply indebted beyond words could describe and numbers could count. Don't thank me yet. I still haven't done anything. What the future holds is still uncertain. Lucy smiled and shook her head. Still, thank you. It means so much to me. He started walking again. He needed to plan and prepare. He needed to investigate. He needed to gather information. You are to meet them, are you not? Sasuke said, briefly stopping in his tracks. Lucy looked at him, surprised. How did you know? The ninja didn't grace her question and answer. You should meet them soon. And then he was gone. He had very little time left until both events happened. But even so, he had to do something. Domus Flow. Sasuke sat at the head of one of the statues that stood at the sides of the Colosseum. The ninja had extended his senses as far as his sensory abilities could reach, and he sent out multiple shadow clones to investigate the city. He couldn't afford to do nothing. This place was the most likely place to sense something that's going on below, as it was the highest peak of the city. Already, he was sensing something, though nothing familiar. Probably magic. He was overlooking the events below. Currently, the fight was between Fairy Tail's Laxus against Raven Tail's Alexei. He didn't have Naruto's useful emotion sensing, but he could tell the guy was up to no good. The ninja narrowed his eyes at the scene below. The helmeted man had casted a rather impressive illusion that seemed to fool the entire populace of onlookers. Similar to the one used by Orochimaru during the invasion of Konoha at the Chunin exams, though they function very differently. The ninja's Sharingan saw through it though, piercing through the magical illusion like iron drill through foam. While people saw a one-sided trouncing, Sasuke saw that both men hadn't even moved from their stations. They seemed to exchange words, and the helmeted man promptly revealed his face to Laxus. The end result of the fight amused him at least. The man had brought his entire team to fight a single fighter and got defeated so easily. How embarrassing. To his knowledge, Laxus was also a dragon slayer, though the fact that he has a cat or not was unknown to him. The thought was amusing. The man did not look like cat lover. The next fight was between two little girls. The girl, Wendy, as he remembered. He would have had little interest to see the fight, if it weren't for the fact that she was a dragon slayer. Dragon slayers varied in power as far as he'd observed. He wanted to know where such a small girl stood in terms of strength compared to her fellow dragon slayers. As the fight progressed, he thought she was impressive, as was her opponent, though she was lacking compared to the other dragon slayers he'd encountered. Probably due to inexperience, perhaps lacking in the power department as well, but that comes with growth. The fight ended in a tie, a sufficient result. Sasuke spotted someone suspicious in the crowds. A cloaked man with a mask and a bandana over his head. The man's image instantly registering into the Uchiha's brain. The ninja saw the man quickly moving out of the arena as the fight concluded. He would have to question the man sooner or later. More than that, he saw an intricately armored man at the corner of his eyes with wild, unkempt hair, overlooking the fight at a balcony. His eyes sported cunning, the likes worn by Orochimaru when he was on his pursuit to immortality. A man from the royal guard. Sasuke remembered. The ninja created a single shadow clone. With a mental command, the clone immediately went to stealthily follow the man and investigate. Sasuke released a sigh. At the very least, this day was not a complete waste of TI dash. A sudden feeling overcame him. Chakra! The Uchiha yelled in surprise. He dispelled every clone he created, except for the most recent, to make his senses less cluttered. He focused his sensory and traced the beacon of energy to its origin point. The ninja ascertained that it didn't originate from within the city, but out of its borders. It was potent, extremely so. It's as if the chakra was from an Otsutsuki. But there was no one other than him that used chakra in this time-space. It was almost as though it was calling for him. This almost seemed like a bait. A bait he had no choice but to take. The ninja furrowed his eyebrows. Had Momoshiki and Kinshiki already reached this time-space? It's too damn sudden if that's the case. The implication on Lucy's words told him that it would be at least a few days from now until he was gone to Alicatasia. Did those Otsutsuki's arrive much earlier than the dragon event? Sasuke wasted no time as he stood up and went after the flare of chakra. He sprung from the statue and jumped atop buildings as he headed to the western side borders of Crocus. He quickly made it out of the city and into a deserted, barren land a few kilometers away from Crocus. The chakra is getting stronger, Sasuke thought. It's odd though, the feeling isn't quite the same as Momoshiki's chakra nor Kinshiki's. And yet it felt as though he was fast approaching an Otsutsuki. As he got nearer into the flare of chakra, he felt more ornate details about it. For one, it felt deformed and unique. It was unlike any chakra he had felt before, even comparing it to the chakra of the Otsutsuki's. This one seemed like it's a combination of chakra and magic. The heaviness of chakra and the vastness of magic fused. It was like the amalgamation of energies, both familiar and unknown. Chakra in itself was already a combination of two energies, the spirit and the body. The addition of another foreign energy is sure to mess up the equation and would most likely result in the death of the user via energy implosion or chakra system mutilation. Therefore, it should logically be impossible. And yet, Sasuke reached the source of the flare of chakra, and he came to a stop on a rocky terrain. There weren't any people nearby, so if push comes to shove, he'll not hold back. Sasuke surveyed the area with his Sharingan, observing that the flare of chakra was slowly getting weaker and weaker. So it's as I suspected, Sasuke mused. The flare of chakra was subsiding now that he'd come, proving that it was nothing more than a bait for him. Some sort of siren meant to call the only chakra user in this world. This person knew about him, or at the very least, knew the fact that he uses chakra. But who could possibly dash? Sasuke's enhanced senses rang, and his head whipped at his 6 o'clock to see a black bolt of energy barreling towards him. Sasuke jumped back in a reverse somersault as the dark projectile hit the ground where he was standing on a few moments ago and promptly exploded in a dark cloud of dusk magic and smoke. The attack vaporized the ground in a circular crater. Well, you're certainly fast. I'm impressed, a smug voice sounded. Sasuke looked at the speaker through the thick cloud of smoke, the Sharingan bypassing its cover. As the smoke dispersed with the wind, the ninja saw his attacker with clarity. The ninja inspected his form, his clothing, his face, his overall appearance. Everything processing in his brain. The man stood atop a large boulder, looking down at the ninja with a cocky, almost feral grin. He was a tall man with a noticeably long hair, tied in a high ponytail that reached midway down his back. His hair also has an odd combination of color, with the right side being black and a much lighter color on the left side. He had a large patch of bangs covering the right side of his face, obscuring most of it from view, with only a large scar on his nose bridge that's slightly visible. He also sported some sharp pattern tattoo around his left eye. He wore some light and red-colored robe-like garments, befitting of high-class mages. The man was familiar. His face, that is. He was the splitting image of that other dragon slayer from the Saber-Tooth, though everything was completely different. His presence seemed more sinister and far stronger than both dragon slayers combined. Uchiha Sasuke, the Planeswalker. I'll be testing the limits of your strength right here. The man shouted at him in challenge, a finger pointed at him, as if to make his point clearer. Sasuke, on his part, only narrowed his eyes. This guy knew his name. On top of that, he also knew the fact that he was a dimension traveler. This man, he was bad news. Sasuke remained silent for a moment, assessing the situation and formulating escape strategies if the battle is proven to be beyond his capabilities. Who are you, and how do you know me? Sasuke questioned his attacker, though his eyes made it very clear that he was going to get the answers regardless. The dual-color-haired man merely smirked at his question and rested a hand at his hip. You want answers? I'll tell you everything if you defeat me. Sasuke didn't believe him, but this situation doesn't really leave him much of a choice but to fight. After defeating the man, if he can defeat him that is, he'll have to torture the information out of him. The Uchiha's attacker looked at him straight in his single visible eye, as if to exploit any weaknesses. Sasuke thought it wouldn't have worked, as he doesn't show any weaknesses. The man only smiled menacingly. Before we get this over with, though, I will show you something special. The shadow user declared rather ardently, as he proceeded to swipe the patch of hair that covered the right side of his face upwards with a hand to reveal what's hidden beneath. A maniacal grin plastered on his face as he did. The ninja stood gobsmacked at what he had seen, his eyes widening in shock and confusion. The Rinnegan! Alarmed, Sasuke blurted out. How? He was inwardly shocked beyond words. The Rinnegan shouldn't exist in this time-space. And the possibility that a variant of the Jubi or the God Tree existed in here should also be negligible. Considering the fact that high-ranking members of the Otsutsuki clan couldn't easily travel the dimensional distance that separated this time-space to the ones he was familiar with. And yet he was looking at a Rinnegan user, in the flesh. The impossibility of the notion almost rendered him speechless, but he forced himself to keep calm. Panicking wouldn't do him any good. Indeed, the man's right eye proudly displayed the familiar rippled pattern of the legendary Dojutsu, the Dojutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths. Though this one was bright blue in color instead of the normal purple color of the Rinnegan. And the ripples were white instead of black. This one also doesn't display any tomos like his, or the Jubi and Jubi Jinchuriki's Rinne Sharingan. Which means this one was likely not more powerful than his, but he couldn't afford to be careless. More than power, one thing to be wary of when fighting a Rinnegan user was the Rinnegan's unique abilities. This one most certainly have an ability, as hinted by the abnormal bluish tint of the Dojutsu. The Uchiha's reaction seemed to amuse the man. Oh, you know this, I then? Of course you would, Uchiha Sasuke of the Rinnegan. He mocked. He even knows that I have the Rinnegan. This man holds too much information on him. Sasuke thinned his eyes at the man. How? How did you acquire that eye, and what is your purpose? He asked, not fully expecting an answer. Though he was pleasantly caught off guard when the robed man did answer his question. The man let go of his hair as it draped over the Rinnegan, and his hand rested on his chin, as if to adopt a thinking pose. I suppose there's no harm in telling you some, but the rest will be after you defeat me. The man smirked, confident and arrogant. This eye was a gift from my venerable master, the ruler of the future. It is not like yours, though, nor is it as strong. It is merely an imitation, a hyper-advanced mechanical copy of the Rinnegan. But with your current strength, it is more than sufficient. To demonstrate, the robed man transformed his arm into an intricately futuristic arm cannon. The cannon swiftly changed appearance, transforming into a buzzsaw, into an energy sword, and into a mechanical whip, before changing back into his normally fleshy arm. With a satisfied grin, he continued. As for my purpose, I come from 7 years in the future with no other purpose than to eliminate all threats of my master's inevitable arrival. The man pointed at him. And you, Uchiha Sasuke, has been declared to be the biggest threat of all. I see. Sasuke muttered quietly. He more or less understood everything now. Another time traveler, it seems. Though this one hails from 7 years in the future. It is unclear from which timeline his future was directly connected to, but he intends to find out. This master of his was something he needed to know about. Handing counterfeit Rinnegans was something only an Otsutsuki could do, considering their vast technological capabilities and unparalleled engineering. One thing that's clear, though, is the fact that the man was native to this world, and not to the neighboring timespaces that he knew. He had to defeat this guy, for the sake of acquiring precious information. A sweat of apprehension trickled down the side of the Uchiha's face as he glared unblinkingly at his opponent. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to spring into action. The battle tension grew ever thicker and power pervaded the area as both combatants sized each other. Both were completely unmoving, and the current state of quietness added to the intensity of the confrontation. Heated stares bounced back from each other's eyes as they waited for the other to take action. The unknown man was the first to move, conjuring a black rod from his palm. Sasuke immediately recognized the makeshift weapon as a chakra receiver, a weapon that only Rinnegan users can create. Seems that his Rinnegan still functions like a normal Rinnegan, in spite of being a fake one. Uchiha Sasuke, behold my power, White Shadow Dragon Slayer magic. The Uchiha's opponent declared haughtily as shadow engulfed his being. The robed man's glowing eye pierced through the shadowy flare, emitting a rather intimidating image. A Dragon Slayer? Not only that, but this guy possessed 2 different Dragon Slayer affinities. He'd heard enough from Minerva about their resident Dragon Slayers and their respective magics, light and shadow. This man was the combination of both, it seems. It also explained why he seemed familiar to some extent. Sasuke readied himself as the Dragon Slayer became one with the shadow energy and fused himself with his own shadow, seemingly entering the ground with his shadow. The black shadowy patch sped at the Uchiha's position like a starving shark towards a bloodied prey. The shadow user emerged from the ground directly in front of the ninja, a chakra receiver in hand, intent on stabbing the Uchiha through his left eye. The ninja parried the attack with his sword. Immediately, the Dragon Slayer made to punch Sasuke with his other hand, his fist imbued with a flare of dark magic. He dodged the attack by pulling his head backwards. He jumped away from his attacker, but not before delivering a countering kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying backwards. The force of the blow was strong enough to destroy any boulder that's in the Dragon Slayer's path. He landed with little difficulty and skidded to a stop. TCH. The kick had apparently stung, as he clutched his stomach in pain. Seemingly not letting him rest even for a bit, the ninja followed his blow with 4 large fireballs. The heat wafting from the giant projectiles was enough to melt nearby rocks and stone, and the shadow user himself was taken aback by the power behind such a simple move. The Dragon Slayer merely smirked as he faced the nearing balls of heated destruction. "Pret a path," he muttered, absorbing the first fireball that made contact with the energy field provided by the Preda. The remaining fireballs followed suit, disappearing into the shadow user's Rinnegan. Thankfully, his mechanized Rinnegan was capable of transmuting chakra into magical power, a function that his master had predicted to be most useful in a battle with Uchiha Sasuke. The robed man grinned. "See that, Uchiha Sasuke? Your attacks are meaningless against MPH-. He didn't have time to finish what he was saying as an insanely sharp kick to the cheek sent him barreling straight through a rocky hill, straightaway obliterating the large mound of land that did very little to mitigate his velocity. The man forced himself upright and land on his feet. Protective shadowy aura danced around his being as he positioned himself for an attack. "Cool. He's fast." The Shadow Dragon Slayer thought derisively as the ninja appeared right in front of his still unstable form, holding his sword high in an attempt to slash him right through his skull. The shadow user managed to catch the ninja's arm mid-swing, holding it hostage and leaving the Uchiha vulnerable for any incoming point-blank attack. The time traveler opened his mouth and potent ball of shadow energy coalesced in it. Shadow Dragon's roar. Leaving no time at all to avoid the point-blank attack, the extremely powerful black energy engulfed his opponent's body, seemingly incinerating him right where he stood. The attack left a gigantic cone-shaped crater on the ground as it mercilessly erased everything in its path, returning them into the shadows. The spell left nothing in its wake. No trace of his foe whatsoever. But he knew enough about the Uchiha to not believe him to be so easily defeated. The self-proclaimed White Shadow Dragon Slayer vigilantly inspected the area, his viper-like gaze moving about with the alertness and instinctual prowess of a dragon slayer. Not long after, he spotted his foe, standing atop a large boulder. The man seemed very calm and collected. The manner in which he stood his ground was alarmingly tranquil, as if he wasn't even taken seriously to begin with. The thought pissed him off. The robed man grit his teeth in fury. "Uchiha Sasuke, I will make you suffer." White Shadow Dragon mode. The spell immediately took effect, as dark, shadowy aura started manifesting around his body, engulfing him with pure, unadulterated shadow energy that permeated malice and malevolence. The right side of his body seemed to darken into a blackish tint, and his long hair now freely fluttered under the influence of the black aura. With the patch of hair whipped upwards due to the aura, his bright blue Rinnegan was left visible, although it now glowed a more brighter color. The ninja narrowed his eyes as the man's magical power went up considerably. His Sharingan inspected his foe, noticing that his physiology and physicality had greatly changed. While normally he was more man than dragon, right now, it seemed like the draconic side was taking over. It was almost comparable to Naruto's tailed beast mode in more ways than one. The Dragon Slayer suddenly erupted from where he stood, vanishing in a flash of speed that would have embarrassed Chursue's body flicker. The ninja's Sharingan saw through his every motion with little to no difficulty. "Die." Shadow Dragon's cutting blade. The Dragon Mage bellowed. The shadowy, tendril-like aura on his hand taking the shape of a large, single-edged blade. He swung his arm, his shadowy blade cutting the air at speeds greatly surpassing the speed of sound. Sasuke dodged the attack by jumping out of the slash's area of effect. The hill the ninja had stood a mere millisecond ago was promptly split clean in half along with parts of the ground. The shockwave alone made a deep, curved trench along the rocky terrain. Seeing the Uchiha in midair, the Dragon Slayer saw an opening. "I'm not done yet." White Shadow Dragon's rough silk. He released several light and shadow lasers that sped towards the Uchiha, who dodged it by simply pivoting his body or blocking it with a lightning-enhanced sword. Veins visibly bulged on his forehead as rage briefly overtook him. His spell was dodged yet again. This Uchiha Sasuke was simply too nimble for his liking. TCH. Almighty pull. With an outstretched arm, the Slayer created a center of gravity in his palm, effectively pulling his target into it. He readied a shadow magic-enhanced chakra disrupting rod on the other hand. It was a foolproof plan. While mid-air, pull him close in melee range. Then attempt an attack squarely at his head while taking advantage of his momentary surprise. With the rod enhanced with Shadow Dragon Slayer magic, surely it would pierce right through his sword. It was supposed to be an effective strategy, and yet, the Uchiha was gone in less than a blink of an eye. He didn't even notice, and he was right in front of him. What he pierced instead was merely a rock that had somehow for some reason replaced where the Uchiha should have been. This is his Rinnegan ability. He was sufficiently educated enough about his foe, and yet he forgot he had such an annoyance of an ability. His master would be disappointed at this oversight. As he recalled, the Uchiha's Rinnegan ability allows him to switch himself, others, and objects with a target in a limited range. Dealing with such an ability would not be so easy. With a growl, he landed at a moderately large plateau, with the ninja landing tens of meters away. The bastard seemed to be unaffected so far, his attacks being outright dodged or blocked handily. That didn't matter though, he wasn't done yet. He'll make the Uchiha pay for not taking this battle seriously. The time-traveling mage turned his body into the shadows and raced towards the Uchiha. But instead of attacking, he swirled around the Uchiha to strategically confuse him. With extreme speed granted by the White Shadow Dragon mode, he propelled himself from underneath the ground as a beam of light. Infuriatingly, the ninja still reacted accordingly and blocked the attack with his absurdly durable sword. Being in close range with his foe, the Dragon Slayer observed his target. His eye, the Sharingan, as his memory provided, spun in a mesmerizing manner as he stared down at him. The ninja's countenance displayed minimal emotion. That stare. That indifferent, uncaring stare. That stare. Being mocked and insulted like this. This is simply unacceptable. I won't stand for this. Grah! The Dimension Traveler jumped back in alarm as the enraged Shadow Dragon Slayer released a powerful circular wave of harmful shadow energy. The wave of dark power instantly reduced the natural platform they were standing on into rubble. Sasuke covered his eyes as dust and smoke was pushed back omnidirectionally, landing a considerable distance away from the explosion. Sand in your eyes was proven to be fatal in most fights, especially in sandy terrains like this. It served an even greater distraction. One moment you have dust in your eyes, the next second you're now sporting a kunai in your heart. He wasn't about to make that mistake here. He didn't have time to relax and was forced to leap away as a ballistic missile exploded right on the ground where he was just standing. Oddly enough, the explosion was composed of the same shadowy energy he used. So not only had he mastered the Rinnegan paths, but was also able to incorporate his own magic in them. It was ingenious, he had to admit. Right now, he was combining the Azura path with his own Dragon Slayer magic. He didn't know such a thing was even possible until now. Sasuke didn't stop dodging, as multiple missiles were onto him, exploding and shaking the earth as they failed to hit him. The missiles tracked and pursued the ninja. He's seeking missiles, he assumed. The ninja decided to fight fire with fire, utilizing his Rinnegan's Azura path to transform the properties of his arm to that of a mechanical barrel that contained multiple explosive chakra missiles. He fired his own batch of missiles, countering the Dragon Slayer's own in a sizable blast of chakra and shadow magic. Wrath! Shadow Dragon's crushing talon. The darkened figure dashed at him, bursting through the explosion created by both their attacks. He aimed a powerful swipe of his shadow-imbued hand at his foe's head, with the dark energy seemingly forming into a dragon's claw. Sasuke dodged the blow by ducking underneath it, but then had to twist his body to avoid the rapidly spinning Azura path buzzsaw that came speeding at his face. The ninja placed a hand on the ground to support his weight and landed a well-timed arching kick on the man's abdomen, sending him reeling back. That didn't stop his reckless onslaught still. The draconic man charged again, this time enhancing his buzzsaw-transformed arm with his own dragon-slaying magic. The saw barely went past his face as he whipped back to avoid getting his face sawed in half at the last second, then dodged another incoming claw that came too close and ripping his sternum. Sasuke dodged and weaved effortlessly, anticipating and predicting his foe's every move. He bobbed his head sideways when a speeding laser was about to pierce his face, and nimbly maneuvered his body whenever a beam of dark energy was about to hit him. Sasuke was gaining control of the fight, or more precisely, he remained the one in control of the fight. Shadow Dragon's Roar. A blast of shadow magic erupted out of the Slayer's mouth, turning everything it touched into nothingness. The ninja disappeared out of the spell's track, avoiding the spell completely. With an animalistic growl, the draconic mage was onto him in a flash. Releasing blasts of dark magic, and going at him with shadow-enhanced punches and kicks, all easily avoided. The ninja jumped back to gain more breathing room. And expectedly enough, the Dragon Slayer did not pursue. He was panting heavily, and the arm which he repeatedly used to transform into the Azura arm was effectively out of commission. His magic power was probably on the verge of being empty as well. Overall, he was on his limit, just as the Uchiha planned. It was his turn now, and he had no intention to drag this fight any further. He wanted answers, and he's gonna get them, now. Barson. Makarov sat cross-legged on the drink bar as he gulped a hearty amount of booze from his mug. He smiled as his children ate, danced, and laughed as they mingled with each other. It's times like this that he wished would last forever. They're just as excitable as always, aren't they? On Makarov's right side, Mikhail sat on his stool with a mug of liquor on one hand. With a content smile on his face, he observed the guild, noticing that one recent addition was missing. He looked at every direction, inspecting for any signs of the Uchiha, but he couldn't find him. Mikhail rose an eyebrow. Sasuke isn't here yet? He asked the miniature master, who nodded at his question. Uh-huh, I haven't seen him yet since yesterday night. I wonder what that kid's up to. He wondered as his hand went to stroke his mustache. His wizened eyes took on a playful shine not a second after. I wonder if he's out playing with the lass he found. Mikhail's eyes widened at comical proportions. Sasuke found himself a girlfriend. The blue-haired man practically shouted, the sheer incredulity of the sentence overwhelming him. With the Uchiha's personality, Mikhail would have thought that finding a girlfriend was an alien concept for the young man. It was just impossible, and he definitely didn't take Sasuke to be that the kind of person to have a girlfriend so easily. Though his confusion was put on a halt when he realized that the whole guild became quiet and was now looking at him. Mikhail tried not to flush at the sudden attention he was receiving. Makarov's sweat dropped. Did you really have to announce that in front of everyone? Whoops. Sorry, everyone. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just us old people spouting nonsense as always. Haha. Mikhail tried to divert the attention awkwardly. It mostly worked. Although it was clear that some members were obviously interested in the topic. Kana was the first to voice her thoughts. She was plopped lazily on one of the nearer tables. A single live hand rested on a large barrel of half-empty booze. So, what's this about Sasuke having a girlfriend? Let me in on this, will you? The drunkard said. She was mainly interested on learning what the newest addition to their guild was looking for in a woman. Over to the far side of the group, Lockie was at a loss for words. Sasuke having a girlfriend? That's definitely news. Although she was unsure whether it was a good or a bad one. The thought irritated her for some reason, though. Urza involved herself into the discussion, mildly interested. She looked at the short master. Was that true, master? Did he really break the hearts of Fairy Tail's young women population and found a girlfriend outside the guild? I'm not sure if I could ever forgive him if this is true. The Titania spoke amusedly. Her body was still sore and bandaged from fighting 100 high-class monsters that morning, yet she still managed to giggle at the subject of their talk. Behind the scarlet-haired woman, Natsu looked confused. So what if Sasuke found a girlfriend? I have many girlfriends. In fact, there's one right here. Right, Lucy? The pink-haired dragon slayer slung an arm at the blonde girl whose eyes were wide as saucers and sporting a furious blush. Oh, Natsu, you idiot. Happy face-bombed. Not that kind of girlfriend, you moron. Gray interjected beside Natsu. The other kind, the more intimate one. He explained, though the flame brain still looked puzzled, as expected. Yes, the very, very intimate kind. The kind that Gray-sama and I share. Juviet chirped with a blush. We don't have that kind of intimate relationship. Huh, what? I really don't understand. What's the difference? Enough, Natsu. You're still too young to know about this stuff. Huh? What's being young have to do with anything? Mir Jane put a thin finger on her lip and thought. You know, since Sasuke's fight, the girls had immediately elevated him at the top of Fairy Tail's list of most handsome and hottest male mage. It was a unanimous vote. She smiled good-naturedly. And now, since Mikhail basically announced that he was getting a girlfriend, Sasuke would now have to deal with every girl in the guild that's enamored with him, bombarding him with questions every day to confirm his relationship status or outright confessing to him. And you know how insatiable our girls are when it comes to love. They'll most likely even make it a competition. I imagine Sasuke-kun would be most upset with this. Mikhail paled considerably. Imagine what he'd do to you when he knows you were the one who. Let everyone know Myra's smile was warm, but the intent was anything but kind in nature. Mikhail was now officially scared. And no one's going to tell him, right? The brats were silent as a graveyard. Emira? Urza? Gray? Natsu? Lisana? Lucy? And Master. You wouldn't rat me out, right? The Master simply ignored the poor man. Master. They shared a laugh at the former Master's antics. The old Master looked at the first. Master Mavis, do you sense the lad anywhere? The blonde diminutive Master nodded, her face deathly serious. I sense him. He is not in the city, he is somewhere outside. Mavis said. Huh, what's Sasuke doing outside of the city? Mikhail asked. The first Master turned her head towards the west, the direction where she sensed her newest child. Her lips curving in a grimace as her empty, emerald eyes narrowed. Sasuke-kun. He is currently engaged in a battle. Everyone in the circle widened their eyes at this. Makarov kept drinking at his mug. And can you sense who he's fighting? First, the Master asked. Everyone waited for the first response. Mavis closed her eyes and opened them several moments later. I am not sure. The one he is fighting has very chaotic energy. It is magic, and yet it doesn't seem like magic. The former master tightened her lips in effort as she tried to ascertain Sasuke's foe. His magic just feels evil. Natsu bolted up from his seat. Then we should help him. No, Natsu. Sasuke's strong. Let him deal with his problem, the master said. But old man, what if he's in danger? Natsu reasoned. The hothead was already pretty eager to fight. The master sighed. No, Natsu. You're at rest for today. You're gonna be fighting tomorrow. You need to save your energy. Makarov scolded. The pink-haired slayer pouted. Geez, fine. Have it your way. He grumbled, sinking back into his seat. Sasuke's pretty strong. Did you not see his fight with a wizard saint? He'll be fine, the master said with a smile. Now, how shall he go about blackmailing Macau into buying him several barrels of booze? Arf. The shadow dragon slayer was sent barreling straight outwards, busting through several rocky hills and stopping on a rather sturdy boulder, making a crater on it in the process. He was absurdly tired now, and the fight has now officially turned into an uphill battle. He had depleted his magical reserves, and it seemed the bastard had expected him to from the start. He'd planned the fight to go as it did. The slayer danced right into his foe's palm. He forced his sore body to make haste and get moving as he saw the massive purplish skeletal structure, menacingly staring straight into his soul with those glowing yellow sockets. Its massive arm was high in the air, the skeletal hand clenched tight. Without so much as a warning, the arm came downwards in a hammer-like fashion. Quaff! The massive skeletal hand smashed right through the boulder he was leaning on and crushed him underneath the force of the impact. The blow made a deep hole on the ground where he was forcefully shoved in, and it would have been a fitting grave for him. But he couldn't afford to die just yet. The skeletal hand came in and picked him up like he was some sort of toy out of a toy box. The hand gripped his already sore body tightly. His clothing was reduced to a tattered mess, and his face and hair was riddled with dirt. He wasn't at all in a condition to continue this farce. He would have to escape somehow and recuperate. Arf! He howled in pain as the Uchiha Susanoo squeezed him just a little bit. Now you will answer my questions, whether you cooperate or not. With a mental command, the Susanoo's hand tightened and squeezed. The slayer felt his bones creak and his organs rupture under the torturous pressure. The defeated dragon slayer vomited blood as he tried to speak. He ignored the pain in his throat and diaphragm. Fine. I'll tell you everything I know. A promise is a promise. Sasuke glared at his prisoner, sending the message of death if the slayer didn't answer even one question, or if a ninja sensed a lie. Sasuke would have used the Naraka path if his chakra was at full capacity, but this should be good enough. First, who are you? The dragon slayer managed a strained smirk inside the confines of the skeletal hand of the Susanoo. My name is Rogue Chaney. So he was right after all. He had suspected him to be that other dragon slayer when he declared himself to be from the future. Initially, the ninja had thought that they were merely related. The slayer continued. A former member of the Sabertooth and the Shadow Dragon Slayer, a third-generation dragon slayer. Sasuke sensed no lie. Sasuke wasted no time. Second question, why do you have Sting's magic? Not a necessary question, but one he wanted to clarify. Rogue smirked evilly. Sting. That idiot was weak. So I killed him and consumed his light. He was unworthy of the power he was gifted, so I took it for myself. Again, Sasuke sensed no lie. Third question, who is this master you speak of? This one was particularly important. He will have to make sure his answer was the truth and break a few bones if he did try to lie. The ninja's prisoner grinned wickedly, his face displaying pain but also subtle adulation. The defeated slayer looked at Sasuke with a confident and demeaning stare. Oh, you know him well enough. You mean? The Uchiha muttered, more or less guessing the right answer. Rogue's smirk lengthened. Indeed. He is none other than the most powerful, the most illustrious, and the most wise, Otsutsuki Momoshiki-sama. Sasuke wished he was lying. His Sharingan confirmed his words to be the truth. Master Momoshiki, with his overwhelming might, rules all of Earthland in my future. But that future might not come into fruition if you were to exist in this world, Uchiha Sasuke. The Dragon Slayer sneered at him. That is why you will be my target. And when I get my hands on the dragons that will inevitably emerge from the Eclipse Gate, my next target will act Logia, the Dragon King. Sasuke's eyebrows furrowed at the information. Momoshiki had already invaded and successfully subjugated this time-space in 7 years' time. There was little surprise there. Momoshiki was powerful. He was a threat to all realms he chooses to put his fangs in. There's little he could do against him without Naruto's help. Still, 7 years' time is a long road away. Things could still change. As he'd said, his timeline might not be realized. Shit, he just knew everything was because of him, somehow. Yet another problem in his stack of problems that needs to be solved. He needed Naruto when the time comes. And it would be remiss of him to just leave this world to ruins, when it was entirely because of him that this time-space was in danger in the first place. He'll have to go back to his own dimension and bring Naruto here. Also, perhaps there are mages in this world that are just as, if not more powerful than himself and Naruto. He'll have to go searching for allies sooner or later. The Dragon King, Acnologia, was an interesting information, but not useful for now. Perhaps he should meet this person, see if he could be swayed to his cause. About the Eclipse Gate part. Cook. Rogue gritted his teeth in pain as the skeletal hand compressed around him. Fourth question, what is your involvement with the Eclipse Gate and the invasion of dragons? Rogue's sinister grin had lessened into a mocking smile. I need the dragon's power in defeating Acnologia, and most of all, you. That is why I will do anything to stop any troublemakers that would dare hinder my plans. The gate must be opened. I knew my current power is insufficient in defeating you, even with my master's gift. This fight isn't to defeat you, but to merely test you. Soon enough, the gate will be opened. Every piece in the puzzle has already fallen in place. The draconic mage explained, his mouth curving downwards with every word. But with the dragon's power, I will surely, coup. The skeletal hand's grip tightened again, effectively shutting the Slayer up. He didn't say anything about being the one to open the gates. It's possible that he is collaborating with the Royal Guard, or perhaps he's a subordinate. With a grunt, the ninja continued on the interrogation. Fifth question, how did you meet Otsutsuki Momoshiki? Rogue's eyes looked amused, as a smirk graced his face yet again. You want me to regale you with my tale of how I met my venerable master? Very well, be you, Okth. Sasuke squeezed. I want the summary only. Sasuke told him with a glare of annoyance. The man glared at him in turn. Very well. The man spat some blood out before he continued speaking. I was blind then, consumed by ignorance. After I killed Sting, the power that I had acquired from him was enormous. I was powerful, I was mighty. But gaining power also has its downsides. I was consumed by the thought that I was the strongest, that I could defeat anyone with my twin Dragon Slayer magic. But then I met him. Rogue adopted a worshipping expression. He graced Earthland with his godly presence, arriving from the heavens. He was a strange man. Pale skin, pale eyes, and short stature. His subordinates was a larger man, and a man who liked to play the jester. He noticeably grimaced at the last part. I foolishly challenged him to a battle, and I was immediately put in my place. Master Momoshiki defeated me as one would crush an ant beneath his feet. Instead of killing me, he took me in as his student instead, as his servant. Alongside Master Momoshiki, we made our mark on the world by easily defeating not only the Spriggan 12, but also Zeref himself. He easily took over the Alvarez Empire and made its most powerful mages into his soldiers, by force or otherwise. The Slayer smiled, recalling his time at Momoshiki's new kingdom. Sasuke listened intently. He needed as much information as he could possibly get. Still, usurping royalties and taking over kingdoms was something he didn't expect from Momoshiki. He'd expected more like destruction everywhere, and sapping the world off its living energy. Rogue continued. Momoshiki also planted a gigantic tree that pierced the heavens. Apparently it would provide him and his soldiers more power. Power like no other. Chakra is what it's called. With his rule, the Alvarez Empire was the most powerful kingdom in Earthland. He stopped for a moment. Master Momoshiki gave me a purpose, gave me a reason to be stronger, gave me power beyond what I'm capable of achieving in my lifetime, or several lifetimes for that matter. Rogue's indignant, I focused on his captor. That is why I will carry out his will without doubt or question. The same gaze now held with hunger within them. Master Momoshiki has appointed you, Uchiha Sasuke, as my prize. When I defeat you, I will claim your Rinnegan, as well as your chakra for my own. Sasuke was unaffected. That last part was merely a child's delusional ramblings, and he couldn't be bothered to grace it with a response. He had little to comment on everything that's said so far, so he carried on. Sixth question, why do you have information on me? Master Momoshiki owns technology far and beyond the capabilities of our worlds. Master possesses one such device that holds files containing significant information on you, Uchiha Sasuke, and one character named Uzumaki Naruto. He guessed that explained it a bit. Though how Momoshiki could have collected that much information on him was worrying. Naruto must also be notified. Seventh question, what is the exact date and place of Momoshiki's arrival? Sasuke needed to know this. If he knows the precise time and place of Momoshiki's arrival, then he could possibly disrupt the portal or lay a trap beforehand. The man was silent for a moment, and then chuckled. His voice was cold and ominous. "I apologize, Uchiha Sasuke, but question time is over," the draconic mage simply stated. Irk. The ninja was completely taken off guard when Rogue's artificial Rinnegan glowed, and then suddenly emitted a blinding light. His Sharingan felt like it was burning, and he was forced to block his eyes with his arm. Blinded, dazed, and distracted under the influence of the light, the Susanoo crumbled as the chakra being distributed towards the construct was halted, giving Rogue plenty of time to escape from its grasp. "Now's my chance." With a smirk, the Shadow Dragon Slayer slipped out of the loosened grip of the chakra construct. The light went away just several seconds later, but Rogue had already claimed freedom. Utilizing the Deva path, Rogue flew away, enough that the Uchiha wouldn't reach him with his Rinnegan ability. He then created a portal. Not a dimensional one, just a portal that takes him to a landmarked place within the world. "Damn it," Sasuke cursed. His eye still hurt and twitching, and he could feel tears prickling at the corners of his eye. Though blurry, he retained his vision enough to see the Dragon Slayer conjure a portal, much similar to Kagaya's. He's gonna get away. The ninja made to give chase, but instantly widened his eyes when he felt his feet being firmly stuck to the ground and noticed that he was slowly sinking. Sasuke caught sight of the ground, which was now entirely covered in shadows. The shadow that smothered the area seemed to give the ground the properties of a quicksand, but far sturdier, and it covered enough ground to surpass his Rinnegan abilities range. The Dragon Slayer smirked, looking down at the Uchiha as he began to enter his portal. "We will meet sooner than later, Uchiha Sasuke. Next time, you shall not defeat me." TCH. Sasuke grunted in exasperation as Rogue vanished along with the portal. The shadows on the ground also disappeared, and he stopped sinking thereafter. He saw that he was buried in the ground from the knee down. With a grunt of effort, Sasuke unlatched himself from the ground. He stood there and contemplated for a little while. Although things did not entirely turn out the way he planned, it was still rather enlightening. The information he'd gathered was worth every effort he'd exerted today. Still, the revelation of what the future holds is quite disturbing. The Otsutsuki's reign supreme in Earthland. The world's system would crumble down with the rise of Momoshiki. Many mages will try to fight him to try and overthrow his reign, and in turn many lives will be lost. Billions of people will be forced to obey the new worldwide rules and directives that Momoshiki will have set. And that is assuming he doesn't turn them into his mindless puppets, or that the population would even reach that number by then. Eventually, Momoshiki would slowly but surely kill the planet by sapping it off its life and nature energy. And it's all going to be because of him. The thought left a disgusting taste in his mouth. Sasuke stared at the empty space where Rogue had vanished, and with a frown, walked back to the city. The meeting was at least not a waste of time and chakra. He had 4 days to prepare. Unknown location. Rogue collapsed at the floor inside his current hideout. Utterly worn out to his bones, and his flesh felt like it's been twisted and knotted 1,000 times. Everything felt like shit. The chakra inside his artificial Rinnegan was also low. He needed to recover quickly, and as soon as possible. He had much to do, much to plan, and much to prepare. And he has to meet the Urashiki of this era that will sure to arrive soon. Things was already set in motion. It was insultingly easy to manipulate Princess Hizui into wanting to open the Eclipse Gate. And once he'll get his hands on the dragons, he'll be made unstoppable. And then he shall destroy the Uchiha and take his powers, dethrone Acnologia as the Dragon King, and claim the magnificent title for himself. Master Momoshiki's servant should be no less than a king, just like him. It's only a matter of time. Just you wait, Uchiha Sasuke. Crocus. It was a little over 9 p.m. The ninja stood just outside the still boisterous building that is Bar's son. Sasuke smiled. Fairy tale partied every day like there's no tomorrow. It seemed almost too lively he could drown in it. Though it was not necessarily a bad thing. He thought he could get used to it. After his fight, he had immediately went to one of the vacant rooms in their lodge to sleep. And he had recovered enough energy to join the guild on their merriment. And by joining, of course, he meant eating delicacies and nothing else. Sasuke entered the building. And as soon as he closed the doors, he immediately felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing up, and a chill ran up his spine. Sasuke looked at the members, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. His lips curved down in a frown of discomfort as the female population of the guild acted like they were minding their own businesses, but was secretly eyeing him, like a pack of wolves on a rabbit. He walked towards the bar where he spotted Makarov at. Ignore them. Ignore them. Ignore them. He repeated inwardly as their gaze followed him as he passed by. Some of the men were even looking at him with varying degrees of pity, jealousy, and amusement. And he really did not want to know why. His eye twitched a little when the noise promptly resumed after he had passed them. Mikao spotted him from his seat. Yo, Sasuke. Where have you been earlier this afternoon? He called out to the Uchiha, who briefly regarded him and nodded politely. He already knew where he was, thanks to the first master. He just felt the need to ask, and it doubled as a greeting as well. I was out taking care of business. A rather troublesome business. He answered with a frown. The young man took a seat at one of the stools near the bar. Seems rough, the blue-haired man replied. The man offered him a mug of booze, and he accepted. He was not a drinker, but he could admit drinking helped him relax sometimes. It took his mind off things. Ah, lad. There you are. I hope you had fun with that little skirmish of yours earlier. Makarov greeted, before enthusiastically guzzling down on his mug of liquor. The master's face looks as red as a tomato. HN. He grunted. Of course they'd already know where he was and what he was doing. Mavis, and to an extent Makarov, were powerful sensors. Them knowing wasn't an issue, he could tell them the details later. In fact, it's probably safer for them if they knew. Here you go, Sasuke-kun. Enjoy. The white-haired girl, Mira Jane, as he remembered correctly, placed a steaming hot dish that looked like a variant of steak. It smelled good enough. Thanks, Sasuke said. The girl smiled beatifically at him, and then directed an impish look at Mikao. The man instantly caved in at her stare. Sasuke didn't bother to question the suspicious interaction and began eating his meal. Oh, hey, it's Sasuke. At the corner of his eye, he saw Mikao started sweating profusely as Natsu trudged towards their direction, with his cat companion following just behind him. The pink-haired mage sat on one of the stools placed at the same table where Sasuke was eating. Oh yeah, that's right. Is it true that you found a girlfriend? Natsu asked innocently, even as Sasuke's eyes widened at the question and his form gone frozen. Mira, who overheard Natsu's question, amusedly covered her smile with a hand. Mikao turned 20 different shades of purple, and even Makarov was sweating. Natsu, you god's damned idiot. Mikao inwardly exclaimed. The man just wished he could strangle the moron right now. In his mind, he already debated with himself whether or not he'd just leave the premise. But that would just be prolonging the punishment. And as Elfman would say, totally unmanly. Natsu quirked an eyebrow at Sasuke. Sasuke, what's wrong? Why'd you stop eating like that? The boy yelped, as faster than his draconic eyes could see. Sasuke had reached out to grab his muffler and drag his face closer to the Uchiha. Natsu felt like shitting himself when he saw Sasuke's cruel glare. In fact, he probably already shat himself. Who told you this? He asked, holding Natsu by his muffler. The young man looked calm, but his voice was coarse. The Dragon Slayer paled a bit, his hands in front of him up in a surrender gesture. Mikao. It was Mikao. He announced it to everyone earlier. Well, fuck. Mikao cursed inwardly. Sasuke's head slowly, almost mechanically turned to face him. His face appearing as calm as ever, but his eyes screamed bloody murder. Announced in front of everyone, you say. The ninja voiced out, his voice was suspiciously tranquil, only betrayed by the angry aura he was emitting. Mikao looked like he was seeing the Grim Reaper himself. And now, Sasuke. It wasn't like that at all. He defended desperately, but to no avail. Master, help me out in here. To his horror, the master had already fallen asleep. Master. The ninja's Sharingan spun into existence, and the older man gulped at the menacing sight of the eye. Don't worry, this will only hurt a little, Sasuke merely said, as he prepared a special kind of genjutsu for Mikao to enjoy. Nuu. Unknown location, Alakatasia. The air twisted and turned until space itself was ripped open. The hole in the fabric of space stabilized as a person went through it. The portal was gone after it served its purpose, vanishing just as quickly as it appeared. A man in white robes observed his surroundings, noticing that he was at the planet's troposphere. It's times like this that he was glad he was an Otsutsuki, and thus has the ability to fly. The air was rich and untouched, as white clouds moved about in their paths. The taste and smell of the planet was most definitely different. And the energy he was sensing, that he was feeling, interested him a whole lot. What a wonderful world, indeed. Otsutsuki Urashiki smirked as he inhaled a hefty amount of foreign air. He stretched his arms and cracked his neck. And with a quick motion of his arm, he conjured his chakra fishing pole and slung it on his shoulders. The white-skinned man looked down upon the land below him. The chakra gourd on his hip hungered for this new energy. And he'll be harvesting for it soon. This was going to be fun, and he intends to enjoy every bit of it. A malicious grin found itself on the man's face. So this is where you're hiding, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 9. A Promise to Keep. Alakatasia, X791. The guild Orc Bloodlust was one of the more prominent guilds in Alakatasia, situated at the outskirts of one of the central towns belonging to the Alvarez Empire. They were powerful. Not the most powerful, but they were known for their sheer brutality and mercilessness in battle. They were the most sadistic, power-hungry, and psychopathic bunch of wizards that side of Alakatasia could offer. As such, they had garnered a terrible, but equally prestigious reputation among the people and the governing bodies of the kingdom. It was a normal Tuesday morning at the Orc Bloodlust Bar. Keller, one of the older members of the guild, observed as members indulged in their usual activities when they weren't on missions, that is, filling themselves with alcohol. He smirked as he thought of their latest haul. They had just collected an amount roughly equating to over 100 barrels of booze, and all they had to was spout some threats or two. The winery owner, the helpless coward that he was, had no choice but to acquiesce to the orc's demands, lest he would be sleeping with the tiger carps that night. Keller chugged his booze with an indulgent, satisfied smile. He liked fighting and inflicting pain to weaklings as much as the next orc, but relaxing like this was just as good every now and then. Booze really was the best. Honestly, he couldn't even imagine the world without it. The orc wizard raised his mug to drink once more when something completely unexpected happened. The guild hall's doors violently burst open, and in came a man. The strange man was garbed in white robes of which design was quite unfamiliar to him. His skin was impossibly pale, only belonging to those individuals whose life had left their bodies. He also had white, spiky hair to match, and some sort of ornament that more resembled some kind of bone plate wrapped across his head, leaving only a small gap in the middle. As the man scanned the area, Keller made note of his eyes. They were a pasty white color, probably the weirdest pair of eyes he had ever seen. At a passing glance, the man was lanky, and his frame was small in comparison to some of their guildmates. He looked weak, sickly, and utterly fragile. The man, though, wore a cruel, smug smile on his face as he scanned the inside of the guild, taking in the people inside. And what took Keller's attention more was the pole that casually rested on the man's shoulder. It was red and glowing, like some sort of magical weapon he didn't know existed. The man's amused gaze rested on him for a brief moment, and Keller barely managed to suppress the violent shiver of fear that washed through him. It was as if he was a mere ant in comparison to the man, merely there to be crushed. The feeling unnerved him more than he would admit. His peers didn't seem to feel the way he did, though. Most likely due to the fact that orc bloodlust wizards had muscles for brains, and absolutely no observation skills of any sort. Must be good to be blissfully ignorant most of the time. His guildmates, he observed, were surprised at the sudden arrival. They watched the man strode inside their venerable guild hall with nary a care for the dangers he was about to face. The white-garbed intruder was strangely confident for someone who had just intruded on a guild he wasn't a part of. Keller was a cautious man, but he was fearless as well. There were very few things that can instill fear in him, and those things mainly consisted of the wizards known as the Spriggon 12, and Emperor Spriggon himself. He feared those individuals who has more power than him, as he should. It's only common sense. Just like a common man should fear a wizard. He couldn't understand, though, why the weak, lanky man in front of them could trigger such immense feelings of fear and terror just from a brief eye-to-eye glance. Now, to be fair, he would probably freeze in fear as well if Emperor Spriggon himself made eye contact with him. But that was a different feeling of fear. That kind of fear was more inclined to be because of the Emperor's authority and sheer presence. The fear he was feeling right now made him feel like he was going to die at any moment. Like if he so much as make a tiny, insignificant move, death would come to him like a vulture on a carrion. It's not a pleasant feeling any more than being crushed by the pressure of the ocean depths. The man in front of them was a monster, plain and simple. His battle-developed instinct screamed at him to run away, but he was frozen stiff, as if stuck inside a glacier. "I need to get the fuck out of here," Keller screamed internally. Too bad his body refused to obey his command. "Move, goddammit, move." He forced his leg to wiggle a little, and thankfully to his relief, it moved. Little by little, he inched backwards towards the door at the back of the bar to escape. Fight or flight? More like flight and stop getting scared shitless. The man in front of them was an unknown. He didn't know how powerful he is or what magic he possesses. For all he knew, the white-garbed man was actually as weak and unimpressive as he looked. He didn't know, maybe he was. He did know for sure, though, to trust his instincts more than anything. And those instincts were telling him to bolt out of the place as fast as he possibly can, away from the intruder. Keller cautiously kept an eye on the man when he saw one of the more oblivious orc members confront him. Opportunity presented itself. Good, this'll give me time, he thought, slowly inching towards the door. He didn't particularly care for his fellow members anyway. They were useful at times, but that's as far as he saw them. They were guildmates, and not even coming close to being friends. If they die, they die. Escape was his current priority, his allies be damned. "So, who are you supposed to be, punk?" the orc member said, hoisting his spiked club to his broad shoulders. The orc member was a huge man, his stature easily dwarfing a normal person. A shirtless upper body showed bulging muscles and intricate tattoos. Needless to say, he was a musclehead not known for his brains and awareness. Who do you think you are, busting in here like some kind of big shot? Huh? Do you know how much trouble you're in right now? The larger man said, voice loud and booming. Within seconds, a few of his guild mates started surrounding the albino man, all of whom were larger than him. Keller looked on as he continued inching towards the door. The fools will serve as a good distraction for him to escape. The orc grunt was met with silence, as the white-garbed man's only response was a cold, indifferent stare, his mouth curling up in a smug, condescending grin. Then a chuckle so dark, so cold, so devoid of feeling and emotion. The sound of a cold-blooded killer, like the tolling bells of death. The sound lingered into Keller's ears and almost made him puke his guts out, further solidifying his observation that this guy was bad news. The orc member's face curled into an angered snarl. His large club, which was almost the same size as the intruder, was slammed onto the floor, immediately digging a good 4 inches of it into the wood-made surface. It made a very intimidating sight for any lesser man. "The hell's so funny, punk?" The orc member yelled, his rugged face coming closer to the intruder's own, his eyes locked into the man's white-colored orbs. "You want to die? You dash." Then blood. Keller didn't even see it. Didn't even see the man move for the briefest second. Then suddenly, there was blood. Blood everywhere. Like a fountain of beautiful crimson, fitting in a hell's cape than anywhere else. Keller looked on in horror as the member dropped on the floor, his head a few meters away from the body. The red, glowing pole, which Keller now has noticed was actually some sort of fishing pole due to the apparent string and hook, was now at the man's side. His countenance made no change at all, as if he hadn't just committed a crime in broad daylight. It was as though killing the man was nothing more than killing a mere insect. Hell, did he even care about concepts like crime or justice? The simple was no. He was just that inhuman. The guild hall was ridden with absolute silence, pervaded only by the wet sounds of lifeblood flowing out of the severed neck of his fresh victim. Keller made notice of the varying faces of shock, terror, and fear that washed all over everyone present in the hall. Then chaos. Keller, in his clouded and muddled state of mind, only saw a few things. But one word that accurately described what he was witnessing was slaughter. It was a massacre. A completely and totally lopsided massacre, and his guild was at the receiving end. He called it a massacre because it wasn't a fight. It wasn't a battle at all. A battle denotes a chance for either side to win. His side didn't have that luxury from the beginning, and their already non-existent chances only dwindled further in every fallen wizard. It was a lose-lose scenario, and the only thing he must do now is to get the fuck out of there. He wasn't a coward, far from it. But he was smart, and running away was the smartest thing he could possibly think of doing to avoid getting butchered like a cow. In that brief instance where he saw the fight unfold, he witnessed the white-garbed man swinging his fishing pole like a whip. The string shot from it like a serpent, passing through several guild members. And with a very casual yank, the pole seemed to extract some energy-like orb from his allies, each one differed in color. The albino man then proceeded to consume them like a hungry wolf on a fresh lamb carcass. Keller had seen enough. With renewed vigor, encouraged by the fear of possible death, sprinted far, far away from the massacre. He opted to head towards the Alvarez Empire and warn the Emperor about what just occurred, or at least inform one of the Spriggan 12. Perhaps they can help rid of that monster. He ran, and never once turned to look back. "You humans are all the same, no matter what dimension you hail from," Urashiki said, his voice rich with equal amounts of disdain and amusement. He leaned backwards as a beam of light shot towards him, missing him by a hair's breadth. In response, the Otsutsuki casually picked up a plate from the floor and then threw it at the offender in one smooth motion. The plate sliced right through the wizard's skull like knife through butter. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic, he taunted. To his pleasure, a few suicidal idiots made to attack him in response. Urashiki flicked his fishing pole, bisecting a man foolishly charging at him with a fiery sword. The man dropped like a sack of potatoes as he made to spin around and perform an arching kick to another man's skull. The force was such that the person's head was flung towards the other side of the hall. With another flick of his pole, Urashiki extracted another batch of fresh energy to consume. Urashiki observed the average-sized orb on his palm. This magical energy was certainly something. It was very different from the energy he was familiar with. In terms of looks, this one had a lot of sparkles on it, whereas chakra was plain. Its taste was very much different as well, tasted a lot sweeter than chakra. It felt like he might get diabetes anytime soon. But he liked it, very much so. This was very fun. This was very intriguing. Another man fell after a casual backhand from Urashiki shattered his skull beyond recognition and sent him flying sideways. Get ready, everyone. Kill this fucker. One of the lowly grunts shouted to his fellow grunts. Urashiki smiled amusedly as he saw several of the weaklings seemingly charging their attacks. At least now they're working together instead of blindly attacking him one by one. Not like it'll help them, of course. A barrage of elemental attacks were upon him, and he stood there, as if intending to take the attack head-on. The attack met his form, creating a sizable explosion inside the guild hall. Dismembered bodies messily strewn all over the hall were abruptly flung away as the large explosion rocked the building. Did we get him? A woman asked anxiously as she scanned the effects of their combined attacks. So far, there's been no movement, which was a good sign. Not too sure, let's wait a little longer. But be ready, don't let your guards down. One of them shouted to their peers, which did very little to encourage or motivate them. Oh, you got me all right. A condescending voice sounded behind them. OH, nope you didn't. Sorry, Dot. He mocked, malicious smile ever present on the man's face. He was like a child playing with his food, like a cat playing with a cornered mouse. His victims nothing more than helpless playthings to be broken. Terrified orc members whirled around to see their adversary just casually slouching at the railings on the second floor. His form was relaxed and devoid of any signs of weariness from the battle. He sat there, with nary a single mark or damage on his prestigious white garbs. How did he dash? Was the only thing one of them managed to voice out before they were bisected clean in half, spraying and further covering the wooden floor with red ichor. Seeing as the fight was basically an uphill battle, some members made to run for it. Of course, all efforts to flee the battlefield were futile. Urashiki smiled. There are only a few left. After he's done with them, the harvest for today should be enough. Urashiki observed his handiwork with a proud smirk. Everything inside the building was painted red with the blood and gore of his victims. Dismembered limbs and innards strewn around untidily made for a grotesque, but beautiful scene. It's good to have an early morning exercise like this every once in a while. The Otsutsuki muttered to himself, a satisfied grin stretched across his face. He stretched his limbs and cracked his neck, getting ready for his next course of action. He idly made note of the decapitated head he was holding by the hair and lazily tossed it on the ground. The Otsutsuki debated with himself whether or not he should pursue the scampering rat. Of course, he had known from the very beginning the man was hiding, and unlike his colleagues, was smart enough to lay low. Urashiki came to the conclusion to just let the man go. Having authorities after him ought to be an interesting game. Now then, I should be looking for a base of operations, Urashiki said as he took off into the skies, his plans set in stone. Grand Magic Games, Day 4. Sasuke awoke with a start, sweat pouring down from his face. The ninja looked outside, concluding that it was almost 7 in the morning. He furrowed his eyebrows and massaged his forehead to alleviate the headache he was feeling. Chakra, he'd felt it again. He hoped it was future rogue and not the ones who were yet to enter the realm. He groggily got up from his bed, took a bath, and got himself ready for the day. He wouldn't want to miss the battles for the day. He looked forward to seeing the fights today, Natsu's fight most of all. From the things he'd gathered, he was one of the strongest members of the guild. Seeing him fight would allow him to accurately gauge just how strong Fairy Tail is, and Dragon Slayers as well. He opened the door and got out of his bedroom to head to the dining hall for some breakfast. To his displeasure, he came face to face with both the first and the current master of Fairy Tail, both looking suspiciously sheepish and bashful. Sasuke's left eyebrow twitched in annoyance. "What is it?" he asked. Mavis was prodding her fingers together nervously and choosing to look at the corner of the corridor instead. The current master looked at him, as if a child silently asking his parent for a new toy. To his further surprise, Makarov suddenly knelt in front of him. Thankfully, to Sasuke's relief, there were no people in that same hallway in the lodge. He wouldn't want to be seen getting involved with yet another embarrassing scene. With his business with both masters done, Sasuke sat on the table with some food and ate his fill. Apparently, the masters needed a large sum of money to pay for damage expenses. Something about the guild destroying an entire resort of some kind. Come to think of it, he did see a destroyed building on his way to the lodge last night. What a bizarre bunch of people Fairy Tail is. The sum Makarov and Mavis needed was about 30 million jewels, which he was more than able to pay. He had asked Makarov about the money he donated to the guild, in which the old master replied they had already spent them for commissions on the repairs and some renovations for the guild building. He guessed that was understandable, so he gave them what they needed and gone on with his day, ignoring both masters' comical cries of relief. With his food done, he got up and made his way to Domus Flow. Sasuke looked at the pamphlet that displayed the order of fights for the duration of the Grand Magic Games. Apparently the first contest for today was called Naval Battle, in which each contestant from the guilds do battle inside a giant sphere of water. An interesting battle concept. Idly, he remembered he had fought underwater as well. It was against Naruto in there. First battle at the valley. He had learnt firsthand that battling underwater was quite difficult, especially when a Jinchuriki was after you. Sasuke jumped from roof to roof towards the destination, his sharp eyes whipping around like the vigilant gaze of a hawk in search for prey, on the lookout for suspicious personnel. His main culprit was a man from the royal guards, so he would need to take note of any heavily armored individuals. First and foremost, before he would deal with the threat of the Otsutsuki, he would need to do something about the Festival of Dragons first, and the destruction that would soon to follow it. He had promised Lucy, and he didn't intend to break it. He wouldn't openly admit it, but even if Lucy hadn't asked him to prevent the draconic calamity from happening, he would have done it anyway. He wouldn't say that he got attached to Fairy Tail, not just yet. But he wouldn't mind going all out for them, the same way he would go all out for the Uchiha, for Konoha, and for Naruto. The guild and its members just had this feeling of bond, the feeling of camaraderie that he could only get to experience or feel from his family, and towards Team 7. However, flawed Fairy Tail is, they were warm, calming, interesting, and dare he say, fun to be around. The bonds they harbor for one another was akin to the bonds he had with Itachi and Naruto. Such things were meant to be protected at all costs. If circumstances pushed him, he would fight for them with everything he had. Still, he was unsure of the true reason why he felt compelled to do such things. A smile graced the ninja's handsome face. Amusement dawning when he realized he was getting soft again. A trait unbefitting of a ninja, much less to an Uchiha. But for once, such things doesn't sound so bad. He soon arrived at Fairy Tail's balcony at the Colosseum, greeting a few members here and there with a curt, polite nod. Makarov smiled at him. "Ah, Sasuke. Here to see the games with us, I see. Well, I hope you'll enjoy today's contests. Make sure to cheer for our fighters too." Sasuke looked at the master. He was definitely not cheering. "HN, any interesting fights today?" he asked. He would prefer watching the fights that actually matter. He needed to check out every mage in this contest as a possible recruitable ally. He needed strong mages. Although seeing as Juranikis was deemed one of the strongest mages in the games could put a hamper into this plan. A fighter of Jura's level, while strong, just would not cut it against the Otsutsukis. The master scratched his chin and thought, well, either Fairy Tail teams will have to fight Sabretooth later this afternoon. So, there's a chance you'll get to fight them too. Sasuke muttered in understanding. Guess he'll have to find out. Sasuke Niken. Sasuke looked down and saw Asuka running towards him, glomping his leg with a hug as soon as she reached him. The ninja only had a scant amount of moments of interaction with her, but he was getting used to her affection, so he was less awkward about it. The ninja patted her head, as the girl giggled in satisfaction. Their little interactions reminded him of how he would usually greet Itachi as a child. The man was a taciturn soul, even as a teen, and yet still has the patience to oblige his childish needs. Well, look dear. Looks like our little Asuka-chan is getting a bit too attached to our local hero. The child's mother, Biska said as she strode towards them, mirth barely hidden in her words. She looked at her daughter, who seemed unwilling to let go of Sasuke anytime soon. I just might adopt you to be her older brother for real. She laughed when Asuka seemed to perk up upon hearing the idea. Haha, indeed. In fact, you already look like real siblings. Alzak added, following closely behind his wife. It would be great to have an older brother for Asuka. He teased. HN. Still, I know we already said this, but thank you for saving Asuka. Asuka's father said. We can't really do much to repay what you did, but if you ever need any help, you can count on us. It's the least we can do for you, Biska said. I'll keep that in mind. Before the conversation could continue any further, the large lacrima screen lighted up, signaling the start of the first round. All eyes went towards the large screen in the middle of the Colosseum, just above the large circular blob of water, as the commentator announced the ongoing contest. Ahem. All right. Ladies and gents, welcome to the Grand Magic Games, Day 4. Today's battle part will be the naval battle. The rules are simple. The player who leaves the sphere of water loses, and the remaining person will be the victor. The commentator paused for a bit as he shuffled through some papers. In the event that there are 2 remaining participants left, a special rule shall be added. If one of the 2 leaves the sphere, that person shall be given the least points. Sasuke watched as the participants started gathering into the Colosseum and getting into the sphere of water, all dressed in swimming attire. The ninja saw her, this timeline's Lucy, stretching her limbs and getting into the sphere. A look of confidence decorated her beautiful face. The Uchiha saw that the participants didn't drown even when exposed to prolonged amounts of time underwater. They didn't seem to need to breathe air, nor do they have some breathing apparatus on them, so the ninja assumed they had used some sort of magic for that. Such an ability would have been quite useful in the ninja world. Minerva came in last, still brimming with smug confidence, just like most of the times he had seen her. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at her swimming attire. For one as flamboyant and shameless as her, he had expected she would wear something that would show far more skin than that. She instead opted to wear some surprisingly reserved swimming cloth. A welcome surprise to be sure. Sasuke eyed her from Fairy Tail's balcony, which was some distance away from the battlefield. And yet she had spotted him rather easily, as though she already knew where he was among the myriad of people around him. Minerva, upon seeing him, smiled, cattish and playful. To the ninja's further displeasure, she started calling at him, cheerfully waving her lithe arms around, as though to make her position known to him. Hey, Sasuke dear, do watch me, okay? I'll make sure to impress you and make you fall head over heels with me and make you mine. Minerva shouted from within the bubble. With the magical monitors locked on her, practically every person in the Colosseum, quite possibly the city, saw the entire thing. Of course, he had no doubt Minerva was only doing this just to fuck with him. The saber-toothed wizard blew a kiss to him, which caused him to groan in annoyance. Every other participant looked at her like she was insane, then looked at him. To Sasuke's credit, he only managed to facepalm under such shameful display of affection as Fairy Tail members looked at him with amused and somewhat jealous stare. Some sweat dropped at the scene. Makarov was looking at him with a grin from ear to ear, and Mavis just looked amused with her new member's plight. And for some odd reason, Loki was glaring at him. Sabretooth. Well, I certainly didn't know the lady had a boyfriend, and he's quite a famous one at that. What a pleasant surprise indeed. If only he was on our side. A gentlemanly person hummed, tipping his large hat to shade his masked face from the sun. A rugged man with a large stature and a tribal choice of apparel grinned. Well, that's one way to announce your relationship. Haha, now I'm excited. I've wanted to fight that guy since he beat Jiranikis. The White Dragon Slayer, Sting, was in a remarkably foul mood. You guys have to be kidding. That guy nearly killed Lecter. And now he has his claws on the lady. You should be outraged by this. The Dragon Slayer reasoned. The Shadow Dragon Slayer beside him only sighed. Again, you were clearly misinterpreting the situation. The man has no reason to hurt, much less kill Lecter. And besides, you're not the brightest person to judge who the lady should be dating. Arg, not you too, Rogue. The man with the large hat nodded in agreement. And besides, the lady isn't much for dating. She's much shrewder and wiser than you give her credit for. He smiled at his teammate. Don't you think this is only a front to recruit a man as powerful as him into the guild? Sting seemed disgusted at the idea. But that's even worse. I don't want to have to see that guy's face every day. The large tribal man laughed heartily. Rogue could only sigh in exasperation. Fairy Tail. Urza looked at their newest member with a somewhat judgmental stare, though the small smirk she donned showed apparent amusement. My, to think our newest member was into the flashy type, the crimson-haired knight said, her arms crossed across plated chest. Natsu glared at the woman. She was the one who had used Happy as a hostage against him. So, that's your girlfriend, Sasuke. She's kind of a bitch, you know? Ow. Gray smacked him on the head. You don't insult someone's girlfriend, idiot. Especially not in front of his face. Sasuke's mood soured further as his head sank just a bit deeper into his palm. The contest went smoothly until there were only two participants left, those being Minerva and Lucy. The result was exactly as he had expected, with Lucy completely helpless against a superior fighter in Minerva. Sasuke looked on as Minerva's assault on Lucy intensified until the blonde girl was no longer moving. She was alive, but about halfway from being unconscious. Her body was ridden with bruises, and a few of her bones were quite possibly broken. Quite understandably, his guild mates had horrified and worried expressions on their faces, fearing the blonde girl's safety. Sasuke, though, has seen far more brutal, and in most cases gruesome things that had happened and done to young girls Lucy's age. This much injury would be considered low to intermediate. Genins would have done something far worse and creative. Natsu shouted expletives at Minerva, his face contorting in rage. In the end, the judges had ruled Minerva the victor, as Lucy hanged limply with the saber-toothed wizard's hand on her neck. The dark-haired girl promptly let go of Lucy, letting her fall into the ground. She didn't hit hard soil, as both Natsu and Gray rushed in to catch her. What the fuck have you done, you bitch? Natsu yelled angrily to Minerva, who proudly wore a cruel, satisfied smirk. Hey, are you alright? Gray asked in worry, his voice panicked. Lucy didn't answer, much to their dismay. Regal and victorious, Minerva got out of the sphere of water, facing off against the members of Fairy Tail. What's with that look? She asked rhetorically, her voice ripe with smug arrogance. I simply took advantage of the contest's rule. Rather, you should be grateful to me for letting her keep second place. I suppose she did not understand. What a useless trash, Minerva said, openly challenging the Fairy Tail wizards. Minerva smirked as Gray and Natsu moved in to retaliate, but was stopped by Urza. Minerva's team also came to her defense, smug smiles in their faces. Urza glared daggers at Minerva. You have made enemies with worst guild to anger, the scarlet-haired knight said, her voice rich with venom. WOH, it seems like both teams are about to have an explosive moment, the commentator announced. The confrontation between Sabretooth and Fairy Tail was defused without so much as a scuffle, and Lucy was sent to the infirmary. Before that, though, Minerva gave Sasuke one last smile before entering their gateway. Sasuke walked with Makarov towards the infirmary. The old master's form was rigid. He was unusually quiet. In light of recent events, he could understand. Being a master, what he had witnessed must have been comparable to watching his own child getting helplessly beaten. Makarov had requested for the Uchiha to accompany him to the infirmary after just coming back from an urgent meeting with the game's officials, with Makarov saying his final team placement will involve him. As there were orders from the higher-ups to combine both teams into one. There will no longer be Team A and Team B, only Team Fairy Tail. As it should have been from the beginning in his opinion, having two teams of one guild was blatantly unfair for the other guilds, as that guild had twice the chances to win. Both Sasuke and Makarov entered the infirmary. Immediately, all eyes in the room were on them. So both Team A and Team B are here. Good, Makarov started. I don't know if this is a good news or a bad news. The game administration has ordered us to combine both of our teams together. The news surprised the room's occupants. What? Natsu let out. Combining both Team A and B. Laxus muttered, his face barely displaying the look of surprise. Why would they? Mirajane asked. They said that because of Raven Tail's disqualification, it would be troublesome to have an odd number of teams in the matches and battles, so we must reorganize a new team of 5 participants. The old master explained, his tone and expression serious. The talking white cat beside the small dragon slayer looked at Makarov. What will happen to our points? She asked. They will let us keep the team point with the least amount, Team A's 35 points. That's too cruel, the blue cat said, expressing his disappointment. We can't help it if that's what the administration has decided. Urza said. Well, another way to think about this is that at least we're able to create a stronger team now, especially with Sasuke here. Kana offered. Immediately, all eyes were on him, and he could vaguely sense Laxus glare at him. But, even if we decide the 5 people now, we can only do tag team battles, right? Grace said. No, I am sure that between tomorrow and the last day, there will be battles involving all 5 members. So you better choose wisely. Poorly Yusuka, the pink-haired healer, clarified, her expression ever stern as the conversation dragged on. Upon hearing that, Natsu bared his teeth, motivated. I'm definitely going to get revenge for Lucy. I won't forgive them for laughing at my friends. Y'all can count on that. Sasuke smiled discreetly. Such a Naruto-like behavior. In hindsight, he should have expected the clamorous applause and cheers as they entered the Coliseum grounds as the new Team Fairy Tail. To his defense, though, he virtually has no experience fighting in a place as large and crowded as this. The Chunin exams couldn't even hold a candle to this. The ninja sighed under his breath. The attention he was getting had officially surpassed the amount of attention he preferred. At the very least, things couldn't be worse than this. Kaya. Sasuke-sama. Go Sasuke-sama. Love. Love. Sasuke-sama. With all too many hearts around it as a means of design. Another much smaller banner that had the words Sasuke-sama Nation was displayed at the side of the larger banner. All around the banners, a fairly large count of women and girls cheered for him, rather frantically, shouting and screaming his name with adoration and reverence. Sasuke could do nothing but massage his temples in annoyance. Recover their former popularity within just a short 4 days. And Fairy Tail's participant, Raven, or should we call him Sasuke Uchiha, has apparently gained a fan club of his own. Face. Wow, Sasuke, look at that. You're so popular. The ninja ignored them and observed each corners of the Colosseum as teams from each. The ninja quickly broke eye contact with her and eyed the balconies towards the front. Armor fit only for high-ranking personnel. The man looked suspicious enough, with a smirk that far resembled Orochimaru's own back when he hungered for true immortality. The Uchiha made sure to imprint his features into his mind. Was between Quattro Puppy and Blue Pegasus. By the end of it, Sasuke was sporting a deadpan look and a single bead of sweat running down his face as he observed them. Victoriously in the middle of the Colosseum after defeating his foes. The man then lovingly picked up his defeated ally, who just so happens to be a cat with similar facial features as him. Wait, if he has a cat, then does that mean? No, that doesn't seem to be the case. Sasuke shook his head in disappointment still. No notable fighters to be. The following fight was between Mermaid Heel and Lamia Scale. The battle ended in a. Weren't going all out either. With diligence, Sasuke continued scanning for potential allies among the mages. The Uchiha's clone, disguised as a non-assuming civilian, followed the armored man. The clone hid behind the large columns of the structure they were in. Undetected, the clone made to cross across the room as a batch of knights reported to the knight, whose name he determined to be Arcadios. With enhanced hearing, he would make sure to get as much information on what the man was plotting. Plans changed. The man said to the knights, his voice was of absolute authority. We will procure the celestial spirit mage by other means. The knight said, a sinister smirk marring his face. The ninja narrowed his eyes. So he was right. This was the man the future Lucy was referring to. And most likely the celestial spirit mage he needed was Lucy. His regal cape billowed as he continued walking, his platoon of royal knights following closely. Eventually, the man and his platoon reached a place that housed what seems to be a giant door, with intricate, almost mechanical design. The man stared at it longingly, a smile of fanatical desire etched across the man's features. It won't be long now. The plan shall commence. The celestial mage is the only piece that's missing from the puzzle. The eclipse plan will soon come into fruition. At this point, the ninja had determined that he needed a celestial spirit mage to open the door that would soon bring an end to this world. In this case, the simple course of action would be to protect Lucy. The attempted kidnapping on Lucy a few days ago that the master had told him about now fits perfectly into the full picture. Sasuke observed from the shadows as Arcadios faced his men. In 3 days' time, we shall commence with the new plan. Get every royal guard ready. The knight commanded. His knights responded before going about their tasks, leaving the man alone with his thoughts. Satisfied, the clone dispelled itself, relaying every bit of information he had gathered to his creator. They're planning to do what? Makarov blurted out. And they're planning on doing it soon. Sasuke had deemed it necessary to inform what he had gathered to the masters. The time was an hour before Natsu and Gajiel's fight. Plenty of time to have an impromptu meeting. The Uchiha had told the masters about Arcadios and his plan to abduct Lucy to advance his plan to unleash the dragons into the city. He had told them the destruction this event would cause if it was allowed to commence. When Mavis had asked him where he fetched such an information, he merely said it was from a royal informant who he worked with. He saw it fit to keep future Lucy's existence a secret for now. Mavis, the genius that she was, probably saw through the lie, although she didn't voice her disapproval. Upon hearing what he had to say, Makarov was sweating bullets, while Mavis was still as calm as ever, sporting only her usual indifferent frown. How soon are we talking about here? Sasuke Makarov asked worriedly. 3 days. He answered. That's too soon. I see. Mavis mused, processing the information she was given. Why would the royal guards do this? This doesn't make any sense. Mavis looked at the current master, her eyes displaying calm reassurance. Calm down, Makarov-kun. Panicking wouldn't do us any good. Mavis' gaze went towards the youngest of the 3 in the room. Sasuke-kun, are you sure your information is legitimate? She asked, though not out of suspicion, but more towards her wanting a clarification. The ninja nodded. It is. The diminutive master spoke, his old, rough voice distraught. First, we should do something about this. We need to prevent such a thing from happening. No. Mavis sternly replied. The old master was wide-eyed at the first casual indifference. And no. Be but first. Hush now, Makarov-kun. She reprimanded. Her eyes once again set towards the Uchiha zone. Sasuke-kun, what can you do about this situation? She asked. Sasuke could vaguely sense the judgment in her blank stare. I'll do what I can, he said. I cannot guarantee everybody's safety, but I'll do what I can to protect this world. The answer was simplistic, but it was truthful and genuine. He had already pledged to protect this world from the threat of the Otsutsukis, as they were his responsibility. And while this festival of dragons had nothing to do with him, he had promised someone to protect her allies, to protect the world. The Uchihas weren't known for keeping their word, but he had learnt firsthand the importance of keeping promises. Itachi had protected and loved him until the day he died, and Naruto had sworn to save him from darkness, and he did. The answer had been a satisfying one for Mavis, as her frown morphed into a smile. "As I know you will," she said, then clapped her hands cheerily, alerting both males. "Then that takes care of it. Come on, Makarov-kun, we've still got some fights to see." Makarov looked incredulous. "W what? But we can't just rely on Sasuke to do everything." Mavis smiled at him. "You worry too much. Have faith in Sasuke-kun, won't you? Besides, we've still got some cheering to do. It's almost Natsu and Gajil's fight." But, now, Makarov-kun. We'll do something about it when our abilities are needed. For now, Sasuke-kun can handle it. Right, Sasuke-kun?" She smiled sweetly at him. "Sure," he said, unsure of what to say. "See?" She beamed at Makarov. "Now let's go." The girl then excitedly rushed towards the arena, too much like a carefree and innocent little girl, unbefitting of her status. The old master sighed. "I'm really sorry for this, Sasuke. It's fine. For now, operating by myself would be best. You being absent during fights would attract suspicion," Sasuke said. "I'm going." At the very least, both of you are informed of what's about to happen. The ninja vanished from the room, leaving the diminutive master alone. Makarov scratched his head, sighed, and then got out of the room. Sasuke watched from atop the head of one of the statues of Domus Flow as he bore witness to the fight of dragon slayers. Sasuke smiled, interested, as the fight progressed. All of them were powerful, that much he can say with certainty. But he watched as Sting and Rogue transformed, their draconic features becoming more prominent. Sting had proceeded to soundly defeat Natsu and Gajil on his lonesome, destroying the arena's floors in the process. Only for both fairy tale wizards to get up like nothing. At that point, Sasuke already knew that Fairy Tail would be victorious in this fight, and that their levels are far too different. True to his word, Natsu demolished both Light and Shadow Dragon Slayers with a massive roar of flames that engulfed his foes, and most probably damaged the side of the Colosseum as well. The Uchiha was impressed with all of them, but Natsu most of all. Such showings makes him abundantly worthy of his title as a Dragon Slayer, indeed. And Natsu didn't even go all out on that one, he was sure. The winner is Fairy Tail. The guild is now #1. The commentator boomed through his microphone, accompanied by the loud cheering and applause from the audience. The 4th day of the Grand Magic Games ends here. You'll have 1 day of rest. The games will resume the day after tomorrow. The last day is a survival battle where all members of each guild participate. Who will be the winner? Look forward to it. Thank you. Sasuke hummed to himself. A survival battle, eh? How interesting. It was the evening of 4th day of the Grand Magic Games. Sasuke leaned behind one of the pillars of the room that housed the Eclipse Gate, waiting for the culprit to enter. Sasuke mulled over the possible consequences of assassinating the man himself. Perhaps it was an unneeded thought, as he was fast enough to kill him while bypassing detection. But he couldn't forego the possibility of presence detection magic that might ruin his plans should he go that route. Risking it might be worth it if it meant preventing the dragons from ever setting foot in Crocus. Moments later, the knight, Arcadios, finally arrived. Not by his lonesome, but with several familiar faces. The ninja straightened himself, observing the people as they moved toward the large door. Eclipse, the door that can change the world. A large amount of magic power was needed to build it. The knight said, his voice brimming with pride. A door. A surprised Lucy squeaked in surprise. What's this? Natsu asked. Arcadios merely narrowed his eyes. When the sun and the moon intersect. Open the door with the 12 keys. He paused for a moment. If you open the door, you will be able to travel 400 years back and defeat Zeref before he was made immortal. This is the Eclipse plan. Arcadios explained, his tone a mixture of mirth and seriousness. Sasuke listened on. That's quite a grand plan to defeat someone. But considering the short and long-term consequences of opening the gate, it's certainly not worth the lives lost and the destruction that would soon to occur. He listened as the white-haired girl, Yukino, told Lucy that they need something that relates the celestial kingdom and whatnot. Terms that Sasuke has no knowledge on, nor did he care for. The knight continued. Originally, we were meant to substitute the celestial wizard with pseudo-magic. But with a celestial mage, the plan would be even more perfect. It's absolutely necessary. When the sun and the moon intersect, in other words, in 3 days, on July 7th. I would like you to help us, Lucidano. July 7th. Natsu muttered. The same day our dragons vanished. Wendy said, it can't be just a coincidence, right? Gajeel mused. The ninja continued watching the scene with interest, even as something unexpected happened. Stop right there. A platoon of royal guards rushed into the room, cornering the fairy tale mages, spears at the ready. Arcadios was dumbstricken, face morphing into confused anger. Minister of Defense, what is the meaning of this? His question was met with cold stoicism. I should say that. It's absolutely outrageous that you would reveal national top-secret information to outsiders. But they're not outsiders. You should know that they hold a role in this. Arcadios replied, outraged. From what Sasuke had gathered, the Minister of Defense disagreed on the plan to open the gates to travel back in time to kill the Dark Mage, as doing so would change history. Such a plan was foolish and dangerous, a sentiment that Sasuke can fully share. In the end, Arcadios was arrested, alongside both the celestial mages, Yukino and Lucy. Natsu attempts to defend her, but was immediately deprived of his magic power and fainted. Sasuke readied himself as he watched Lucy getting cuffed and dragged towards her cell. He would follow her for the time being. Her safety was his priority, or should he say, her keys, in this case. Sasuke created a clone and instructed it to watch Lucy from the shadows. The shadow clone transformed itself as one of the royal guards, blending in within their ranks. Last day of the Grand Magic Games. Their team had been changed, as per the old master's plan. 5 of them will participate at the last battle, while 3 others will try to rescue Lucy. The team that would soon take the stage would be him, Laxus, Urza, Gray, and Gajeel. While the fight progresses, Natsu, Wendy, and Mirajane would attempt to rescue Lucy. The battle was a great diversion for any such rescue missions, so he supposed it was a good plan. Sasuke, the fight begins in 30 minutes. Make sure to get yourself ready before then. His teammate, Urza, reminded. Sasuke looked at her and nodded in understanding. Contrary to her usual outfit, which consisted of heavy-duty armored plates, the woman was currently clad in a sleeveless, short yukata. Fit for fast battles, and not much for durability. Though he supposed she's got magic for that. The scarlet-haired woman smiled at him and got out of the room. Left alone, Sasuke reviewed his thoughts. His original plan had been to preserve his chakra and going back home immediately, though he realized he couldn't do that now, as simply as he had originally imagined. The Otsutsukis would be coming here like moths to flame. What Momoshiki would do to this world was far worse than any dragon could ever do. With every human being turned into mindless pawns, and those that possess magic turned into mere chakra pills, or perhaps a magical variety of it. Eventually, the tree he would soon plant into the world will sap the planet of its essence, both magical and natural, killing it slowly but surely. But this wasn't his world. This shouldn't have been his problem from the beginning. He wasn't the sort of person to protect something even though it was him that would cause its end, or was he? He was, and always will be, a pragmatist to Naruto's idealist. If he was in his earlier years, he would have surely left this world after gathering enough chakra. So what motivated him to stay and protect a world that is not even his? Did he have any ulterior motive for doing so? No. Then, what is the reason? Was it bonds? Friendships? Family? Perhaps, out of kindness? Out of the goodness of his heart? Sasuke scoffed at the idea. Maybe it was fairy tale? Whatever it is, he had set his mind and can only move forward from here on. He wasn't and will never be like Naruto. He wasn't pure, nor was he corrupted anymore. He was his own person. Protecting someone not a part of the clan was rarity for the Uchiha. The clan was selfish and only had goals that would bolster the clan's power. They were cold pragmatists to a fault. They would have sooner sapped Konoha off of its power if the Senju didn't rise into power. But they had nothing to do with him any more than them being mere passing phantoms. Phantoms that linger in the deepest recesses inside his dark mind. Few, of course, are exception. But that's beside the point. Perhaps he just wanted to protect because it's the right thing to do? That's what his stated reason was for protecting the guild from Twilight Ogre. Would he really willingly delay going home over these things simply because they're the right thing to do? HN. The ninja got up from the bench and got out of the room to get ready. He had much to be prepared for. Alakatasia. You. The man clad in white said, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Across him was a man clad in aristocratic robes, hair color splitting between black and white. And his energy. It was vaguely similar to Chakra, and yet the white-clad man was sure he hadn't seen him before in any of their expeditions. Definitely not an Otsutsuki, but a native to this world. How in the world did he acquire Otsutsuki Chakra? I can sense you have much questions for me, but for now, I assure you that I am an ally. The man across him casually said, a smirk on his face. We both have the same goal, and that is the eventual ascension of Momoshiki-sama as king of this world. Urashiki widened his eyes in shock. What? The man chuckled darkly. You see, I hail from 7 years in the future. And in that future, Momoshiki-sama is king. And he holds dominion all over the world. He reigns as the one true monarch. And I seek to make such a future an inevitability. Urashiki hummed and scratched his cheek. He guessed time travel isn't that much of a big deal in a magical world like this. Still, that would explain why he has Otsutsuki chakra. And yep, that's definitely a mechanical Rinnegan. Interesting, he said. So, I assume we would be working together? Yes, the Dragon Slayer answered. But if you could, leave the Uchiha to me. Momoshiki-sama has personally instructed me to exterminate him, and you know his word is absolute. Urashiki narrowed his eyes at him. The nerve of this guy, using Momoshiki as a means to deprive him of his rightful prey. The Otsutsuki scoffed. And how do I know if Momoshiki truly did give you such order? He challenged. The Dragon Slayer smirked. Because of this. Urashiki's eyes widened a bit. What he had on his palm were 3 high-quality chakra pills that must have came directly from Momoshiki. Momoshiki only gives those out when he instructs his subordinates to get high-ranking missions done. A sufficient evidence, he admitted. The chakra organic pills glowed and pulsed, and was radiating with pure, but suppressed power. Urashiki gritted his teeth in frustration. Fine. If Momoshiki says so, then go ahead. He turned back grumpily and started walking. For now, I need to plant the tree. Don't disturb me until then. Without another word, the white-clad man flew away. The Dragon Slayer stared at his form until he was gone from sight. Well, that was certainly easier than he imagined. The Urashiki from his memories was far more rebellious and an annoying parasite. Still, this was good. The Uchiha will be his. Soon, the title of Dragon King as well. With that out of the way, Rogue flared large amounts of chakra. Domus Flow. Sasuke's alarm bells rang, sensing the massive flare of energy. He whipped his head towards the source, attempting to make sure of its distance and precise location. Rogue. Sasuke? What's wrong? Urza asked, stopping to look at him confusedly. She immediately took note of the bullets of sweat that ran down his face. Nothing, he replied. The perceptive girl didn't believe him, but let it go. Go on ahead, I'll catch up. All right, but don't be late. We only have 15 minutes until the fight starts. Right. Now alone, Sasuke created a shadow clone. The ninja instructed his clone to fight for the games, while he goes on to investigate the source. He needed to be careful with his chakra. The shadow clone technique was a heavily taxing jutsu to anyone not named Naruto. Even to him, who was a ninja blessed with an insurmountable amount of chakra, handling 2 clones at once would be disastrous. Especially considering one of the clones would be fighting, and the other may have to fight if the situation calls for it. And he himself will have to fight Rogue. Splitting his chakra to the clones left him with a massively smaller pool of chakra to fetch on. Still, that didn't matter. This was a chance for him to rid one of the threats. Sasuke quickly got out of Domus Flow, went to a secluded rooftop, and summoned his trusty Hawk Summon. With that, he was immediately on his way to find the source. Just so happens that it was in the other continent. Troublesome, he muttered. Sasuke, are you all right now? A concerned Urza asked from beside the clone. They were on their way to the arena as the last battle of the Grand Magic Games was commencing. Yeah, he answered. Urza smiled. You need to focus, all right? You may be strong, but don't underestimate any of them. They might take you out when you're distracted. As if you need to tell me. Sasuke's clone thought to himself with amusement. Such a lesson was something an academy student would learn, and a genin would have to take into heart if they ever want to survive in the ninja world. The clone needed a strategy. One good blow on him, and he was gone. He needs to deal with opponents in ways that avoid frontal confrontation, especially with the heavy hitters. He didn't have much in terms of chakra as well, so he'll have to conserve wisely. Still, this ought to be an interesting battle. The 5 of them stood resolutely, with faces of utter determination, as the crowds cheered. The last battle of the Grand Magic Games will begin. Now.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen. I truly appreciate your support. If you enjoyed this content and want to see more, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for future updates. Your support means the world to me.